The Clan of the Cave Bear, a novel by Jean M. Auel. Copyright 1980 by Jean M. Auel, all rights reserved. Author's dedication. For Ray, my worst critic and best friend. Author's acknowledgments. No book published is ever solely the work of the author. Assistance comes from a variety of sources in as many different ways. But some contributions to my work came from people I have never met and probably never will. I am grateful nonetheless to the citizens of the city of Portland and the county of Multnomah, Oregon, whose taxes support the Multnomah County Library, without whose reference materials this book would not have been written. I am also grateful to the archaeologists, anthropologists, and other specialists who wrote the books from which I gathered most of the information for the setting and background of this novel. There were many who helped more directly. Among them, I want especially to thank Jin DeCamp, the first to hear my story idea, who was a friend when I needed one, who read a fat manuscript with enthusiasm and a meticulous eye for errors, and who sculpted a symbol for the series. John DeCamp, friend and fellow writer who knew the agonies and the ecstasies, and had the uncanny knack of calling exactly when I had to talk to someone who did. Karen Auel, who encouraged her mother more than she ever knew because she laughed where she was supposed to laugh, and cried where she was supposed to cry, though it was a first draft. Kathy Humble, of whom I asked the greatest favor one can ask of a friend, honest criticism, because I valued her sense of words. She did the impossible. Her critique was both acutely perceptive and gentle. Deanna Sterrett, for getting caught up in the story and who knew enough about hunting to point out some oversights. Lana Elmer, who listened with unflagging attention to hours of dissertation and still liked the story. Anna Bacchus, who offered her unique insights and her sharp eye for spelling. Not all my research was done in libraries. My husband and I made many field trips to learn firsthand various aspects of living close to nature. In the line of direct experience, special thanks are due to Frank Heil, Arctic survival expert with the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry, who showed me how to make my bed in a snow cave and then expected me to lie in it. I survived that cold January night on the slopes of Mount Hood and learned much more about survival from Mr. Heil, who has my vote as the one I'd most like to be around during the next ice age. I am indebted to Andy Van Hull for sharing with me his special knowledge of living in the natural environment. He showed me fire making without matches, axes made of stone, cord twining and basket weaving, sinew and rawhide, and how to nap my own stone blade that cuts through leather as though it were butter. Gratitude beyond measure goes to Jean Nager, a literary agent so good she turned my wildest fantasy into reality and then bettered it, and to Carol Barron, my shrewd, sharp, and sensitive editor, who believed in the reality, then took my very best effort and made it better. Finally, there are two individuals who had no idea they were helping me, yet whose assistance was invaluable. I have since met one of them, but the first time I heard writer and teacher Don James talk about the writing of fiction, he didn't know he was talking directly to me. He thought he was addressing a whole group. The words he said were exactly those I needed to hear. Don James didn't know it, but I might never have finished this book if it wasn't for him. The other is a man I know only through his book. Ralph S. Selecki, author of Shanidar, Alfred A. Knopf, New York. The story of his excavation of Shanidar Cave and discovery of several Neanderthal skeletons profoundly moved me. He gave me a perspective of prehistoric caveman I might not otherwise have had, and a better understanding of the meaning of humanity. But I must do more than thank Professor Selecki. I must apologize for one instance of literary license I took with his facts for the sake of my fiction. In real life, it was a Neanderthal who put flowers in the grave. The Clan of the Cave Bear, Chapter 1. The naked child ran out of the hide-covered lean-to toward the rocky beach at the bend in the small river. It didn't occur to her to look back. Nothing in her experience ever gave her reason to doubt the shelter and those within it would be there when she returned. She splashed into the river and felt rocks and sand shift under her feet as the shore fell off sharply. She dived into the cold water and came up sputtering, then reached out with sure strokes for the steep opposite bank. She had learned to swim before she learned to walk, and at 5 was at ease in the water. Swimming was often the only way a river could be crossed. The girl played for a while, swimming back and forth, then let the current float her downstream. Where the river widened and bubbled over rocks, she stood up and waded to shore, then walked back to the beach and began sorting pebbles. She had just put a stone on top of a pile of especially pretty ones when the earth began to tremble. The child looked with surprise as the stone rolled down of its own accord, and stared in wonder at the small pyramid of pebbles shaking and leveling themselves. Only then did she become aware she was shaking too, but she was still more confused than apprehensive. She glanced around, trying to understand why her universe had altered in some inexplicable way. The earth was not supposed to move. The small river, which moments before had flowed smoothly, was roiling with choppy waves that splashed over its banks as the rocking stream bed moved at cross purposes to the current, dredging mud up from the bottom. Brush close by the upstream banks quivered, animated by unseen movement at the roots, and downstream boulders bobbed in unaccustomed agitation. Beyond them, stately conifers of the forest into which the stream flowed lurched grotesquely. A giant pine near the bank, its roots exposed and their hold weakened by the spring runoff, leaned toward the opposite shore. With a crack it gave way and crashed to the ground, bridging the turbid watercourse, and lay shaking on the unsteady earth. The girl started at the sound of the falling tree. Her stomach churned and tightened into a knot as fear brushed the edge of her mind. She tried to stand, but fell back, unbalanced by the sickening swaying. She tried again, managed to pull herself up, and stood unsteadily, afraid to take a step. As she started toward the hide-covered shelter set back from the stream, she felt a low rumble rise to a terrifying roar. A sour stench of wetness and rot issued from a crack opening in the ground, like the reek of morning breath from a yawning earth. She stared uncomprehendingly at dirt and rocks and small trees falling into the widening gap as the cooled shell of the molten planet cracked in the convulsion. The lean-to, perched on the far edge of the abyss, tilted as half the solid ground beneath it pulled away. The slender ridgepole teetered undecidedly, then collapsed and disappeared into the deep hole, taking its hide cover and all it contained with it. The girl trembled in wide-eyed horror as the foul-breathed, gaping maw swallowed everything that had given meaning and security to the 5 short years of her life. "Mother! Mother!" she cried as comprehension overwhelmed her. She didn't know if the scream ringing in her ears was her own in the thunderous roar of rending rock. She clambered toward the deep crack, but the earth rose up and threw her down. She clawed at the ground, trying to find a secure hold on the heaving, shifting land. Then the gap closed, the roar ceased, and the shaking earth stilled. But not the child. Lying face down on the soft, damp soil churned loose by the paroxysm that convulsed the land, she shook with fear. She had reason to fear. The child was alone, in a wilderness of grassy steppes and scattered forests. Glaciers spanned the continent on the north, pushing their cold before them. Untold numbers of grazing animals and the carnivores that preyed on them roamed the vast prairies, but people were few. She had nowhere to go, and she had no one who would come and look after her. She was alone. The ground quivered again, settling itself, and the girl heard a rumbling from the depths, as though the earth were digesting a meal gulped in a single bite. She jumped up in panic, terrified that it would split again. She looked at the place where the lean-to had been. Raw earth and uprooted shrubs were all that remained. Bursting into tears, she ran back to the stream and crumpled into a sobbing heap near the muddy water. But the damp banks of the stream offered no refuge from the restless planet. Another aftershock, this time more severe, shuddered the ground. She gasped with surprise at the splash of cold water on her naked body. Panic returned. She sprang to her feet. She had to get away from this terrifying place of shaking, devouring earth. But where could she go? There was no place for seeds to sprout on the rocky beach, and it was clear of brush, but the upstream banks were choked with shrubs just sending forth new leaves. Some deep instinct told her to stay near water, but the tangled brambles looked impenetrable. Through wet eyes that blurred her vision, she looked the other way, at the forest of tall conifers. Thin beams of sunlight filtered through the overlapping branches of dense evergreens crowding close to the stream. The shaded forest was nearly devoid of undergrowth. But many of the trees were no longer upright. A few had fallen to the ground. More leaned at awkward angles, supported by neighbors still firmly anchored. Beyond the jumble of trees, the boreal forest was dark and no more inviting than the brush upstream. She didn't know which way to go, and glanced first one way, then the other with indecision. A tremble beneath her feet while she was looking downstream set her in motion. Casting one last yearning look at the vacant landscape, childishly hopeful that somehow the lean-to would still be there, she ran into the woods. Urged on by occasional grumbling as the earth settled, the child followed the flowing water, stopping only to drink in her hurry to get far away. Conifers that had succumbed to the quaking earth lay prostrate on the ground, and she skirted craters left by the circular tangle of shallow roots, moist soil and rock still clinging to their exposed undersides. She saw less evidence of disturbance toward evening, fewer uprooted trees and dislodged boulders, and the water cleared. She stopped when she could no longer see her way and sank down on the forest floor, exhausted. Exercise had kept her warm while she was moving, but she shivered in the chill night air, burrowed into the thick carpet of fallen needles, and curled up in a tight little ball, throwing handfuls over herself for a cover. But as tired as she was, sleep did not come easily to the frightened little girl. While busy making her way around obstacles near the stream, she was able to push her fear to the back of her mind. Now it overwhelmed her. She lay perfectly still, eyes wide open, watching the darkness thicken and congeal around her. She was afraid to move, almost afraid to breathe. She had never been alone at night before, and there had always been a fire to hold the black unknown at bay. Finally she could hold back no longer. With a convulsive sob, she cried out her anguish. Her small body shook with sobs and hiccups, and with the release, she eased into sleep. A small nocturnal animal nosed her in gentle curiosity, but she wasn't aware of it. She woke up, screaming. The planet was still restless, and distant rumbling from deep within brought back her terror in a horrifying nightmare. She jerked up, wanted to run, but her eyes could see no more wide open than they could behind closed lids. She couldn't remember where she was at first. Her heart pounded. Why couldn't she see? Where were the loving arms that had always been there to comfort her when she woke in the night? Slowly, the conscious realization of her plight seeped back into her mind, and shivering with fear and cold, she huddled down and burrowed into the needle-carpeted ground again. The first faint streaks of dawn found her asleep. Daylight came slowly to the depths of the forest. When the child awoke, it was well into the morning, but in the thick shade it was difficult to tell. She had wandered away from the stream as daylight faded the previous evening, and an edge of panic threatened as she looked around her at nothing but trees. Thirst made her aware of the sound of gurgling water. She followed the sound and felt relieved when she saw the small river again. She was no less lost near the stream than she was in the forest, but it made her feel better to have something to follow, and she could quench her thirst as long as she stayed near it. She had been glad enough for the flowing water the day before, but it did little for her hunger. She knew greens and roots could be eaten, but she didn't know what was edible. The first leaf she tasted was bitter and stung her mouth. She spit it out and rinsed her mouth to remove the taste, but it made her hesitant to try another. She drank more water for the temporary feeling of fullness and started downstream again. The deep woods frightened her now, and she stayed close to the stream where the sun was bright. When night fell, she dug a place out of the needled ground and curled up in it again. Her second night alone was no better than her first. Cold terror lay in the pit of her stomach along with her hunger. She had never been so terrified. She had never been so hungry. She had never been so alone. Her sense of loss was so painful, she began to block out the memory of the earthquake and her life before it. And thoughts of the future brought her so close to panic, she fought to push those fears from her mind as well. She didn't want to think about what might happen to her. Who would take care of her? She lived only for the moment, getting past the next obstacle, crossing the next tributary, scrambling over the next log. Following the stream became an end in itself, not because it would take her anywhere, but because it was the only thing that gave her any direction, any purpose, any course of action. It was better than doing nothing. After a time, the emptiness in her stomach became a numb ache that deadened her mind. She cried now and then as she plodded on, her tears painting white streaks down her grubby face. Her small, naked body was caked with dirt, and hair that had once been nearly white and as fine and soft as silk was plastered to her head in a tangle of pine needles, twigs, and mud. Traveling became more difficult when the evergreen forest changed to more open vegetation, and the needle-covered forest floor gave way to obstructing brush, herbs, and grasses, the characteristic ground cover beneath small-leafed deciduous trees. When it rained, she huddled in the lee of a fallen log or large boulder or overhanging outcrop, or simply slogged through the mud, letting the rain wash over her. At night, she piled dry, brittle leaves left over from the previous season's growth into mounds and crawled into them to sleep. The plentiful supply of drinking water kept dehydration from making its dangerous contribution to hypothermia, the lowering of body temperature that brought death from exposure, but she was getting weak. She was beyond hunger. There was only a constant dull pain and an occasional feeling of lightheadedness. She tried not to think about it, or about anything except the stream, just following the stream. Sunlight penetrating her nest of leaves woke her. She got up from the snug pocket warmed by her body heat and went to the river for a morning drink, damp leaves still clinging to her. The blue sky and sunshine were welcome after the rain of the day before. Shortly after she started out, the bank on her side of the river gradually began to rise. By the time she decided to stop for another drink, a steep slope separated her from the water. She started down carefully, but lost her footing and tumbled all the way to the bottom. She lay in a scraped and bruised heap in the mud near the water, too tired, too weak, too miserable to move. Large tears welled up and streamed down her face, and plaintive wails rent the air. No one heard. Her cries became whimpers, begging someone to come and help her. No one came. Her shoulders heaved with sobs as she cried her desperation. She didn't want to get up. She didn't want to go on. But what else could she do? Just stay there, crying in the mud? After she stopped crying, she lay near the water's edge. When she noticed a root beneath her jabbing uncomfortably in her side and the taste of dirt in her mouth, she sat up. Then wearily, she stood up and went to the stream for a drink. She started walking again, doggedly pushing aside branches, crawling over moss-covered logs, splashing in and out of the edge of the river. The stream, already high from earlier spring floods, had swelled to more than double from tributaries. The child heard a roar in the distance, long before she saw the waterfall cascading down the high bank at the confluence of a large stream with a small river, a river about to double again. Beyond the waterfall, the swift currents of the combined watercourse bubbled over rocks as it flowed into the grassy plains of the steppes. The thundering cataract rushed over the lip of the high bank in a broad sheet of white water. It splashed into a foaming pool worn out of the rock at the base, creating a constant spray of mist and whirlpools of countercurrents where the rivers met. At some time in the distant past, the river had carved deeper into the hard stone cliff behind the waterfall. The ledge over which the water poured jutted out beyond the wall behind the falling stream, forming a passageway between. The girl edged in close and looked carefully into the damp tunnel, then started behind the moving curtain of water. She clutched at the wet rock to steady herself as the continuous falling of the flowing stream made her dizzy. The roar was deafening, rebounding from the stone wall in back of the tumultuous flow. She looked up fearfully, anxiously aware that the stream was above the dripping rocks over her head, and crept forward slowly. She was nearly to the other side when the passageway ended, gradually narrowing until it was a steep wall again. The undercut in the cliff did not go all the way. She had to turn around and go back. When she reached her starting place, she looked at the torrent surging over the edge and shook her head. There was no other way. The water was cold as she waded into the river, and the currents strong. She swam out to the middle and let the flow of the water carry her around the falls, then angled back to the bank of the widened river beyond. The swimming tired her, but she was cleaner than she had been for some time, except for her matted and tangled hair. She started out again, feeling refreshed, but not for long. The day was unseasonably warm for late spring, and when the trees and brush first gave way to the open prairie, the hot sun felt good. But as the fiery ball rose higher, its burning rays took their toll of the small girl's meager reserves. By afternoon, she was staggering along a narrow strip of sand between the river and a steep cliff. The sparkling water reflected the bright sun up at her, while the almost white sandstone bounced light and heat down, adding to the intense glare. Across the river and ahead, small herbaceous flowers of white, yellow, and purple, blending into the half-grown grass, bright green with new life, extended to the horizon. But the child had no eyes for the fleeting spring beauty of the steppes. Weakness and hunger were making her delirious. She started hallucinating.
"I said I'd be careful, Mother. I only swam a little ways. But where did you go?" she muttered. "Mother, when are we going to eat? I'm so hungry, and it's hot. Why didn't you come when I called you? I called and called, but you never came. Where have you been? Mother, Mother, don't go away again. Stay here. Mother, wait for me. Don't leave me."
She ran in the direction of the mirage as the vision faded, following the base of the cliff. But the cliff was pulling back from the water's edge, veering away from the river. She was leaving her source of water. Running blindly, she stubbed her toe on a rock and fell hard. It jarred her back to reality. Almost. She sat rubbing her toe, trying to collect her thoughts. The jagged sandstone wall was pockmarked with dark holes of caves and streaked with narrow cracks and crevices. Expansion and contraction from extremes of searing heat and sub-zero cold had crumbled the soft rock. The child looked into a small hole near the ground in the wall beside her, but the tiny cave made little impression. Far more impressive was the herd of aurochs grazing peacefully on the lush new grass between the cliff and the river. In her blind rush to follow a mirage, she hadn't noticed the huge reddish-brown wild cattle, 6 feet high at the withers with immense curving horns. When she did, sudden fear cleared the last cobwebs from her brain. She backed closer to the rock wall, keeping her eye on a burly bull that had stopped grazing to watch her. Then she turned and started running. She glanced back over her shoulder and caught her breath at a swift blur of movement, and stopped in her tracks. An enormous lioness, twice as large as any feline who would populate savannas far to the south in a much later age, had been stalking the herd. The girl stifled a scream as the monstrous cat vaulted for a wild cow. In a flurry of snarling fangs and savage claws, the giant lioness wrestled the massive aurochs to the ground. With a crunch of powerful jaws, the terrified ball of the bovine was cut short as the huge carnivore tore out its throat. Spurting blood stained the muzzle of the four-legged hunter and sprayed her tawny fur with crimson. The auroch's legs jerked spasmodically, even as the lioness ripped open its stomach and tore out a chunk of warm, red meat. Stark terror charged through the girl. She fled in wild panic, carefully watched by another of the great cats. The child had stumbled into the territory of cave lions. Normally, the large felines would have disdained so small a creature as a 5-year-old human as prey, preferring a robust aurochs, oversized bison, or giant deer to satisfy the needs of a pride of hungry cave lions. But the fleeing child was approaching much too near to the cave that housed a pair of mewling newborn cubs. Left to guard the young while the lioness hunted, the shaggy-maned lion roared in warning. The girl jerked her head up and gasped at the gigantic cat crouched on a ledge ready to spring. She screamed, slid to a stop, falling and scraping her leg in the loose gravel near the wall, and scrambled to turn around. Spurred on by even greater fear, she ran back the way she had come. The cave lion leaped with languid ease, confident of his ability to catch the small interloper who dared to broach the sanctity of the cave nursery. He was in no hurry. She moved slowly compared with his fluid speed, and he was in the mood for a game of cat and mouse. In her panic, it was only instinct that led her to the small hole near the ground in the face of the cliff. Her side aching and gasping for breath, she squeezed through an opening barely big enough for her. It was a tiny, shallow cave, not much more than a crack. She twisted around in the cramped space until she was kneeling with her back to the wall, trying to melt into the solid rock behind her. The cave lion roared his frustration when he reached the hole and found his chase thwarted. The child trembled at the sound and stared in hypnotized horror as the cat snaked his paw, sharp, curved claws outstretched, into the small hole. Unable to get away, she watched the claw come at her and shrieked in pain as it sunk into her left thigh, raking it with 4 deep, parallel gashes. The girl squirmed to get out of his reach and found a small depression in the dark wall to her left. She pulled her legs in, scrunched up as tight as she could, and held her breath. The claw slowly entered the small opening again, nearly blocking the scant light that penetrated the niche, but this time found nothing. The cave lion roared and roared as he paced back and forth in front of the hole. The child remained in the small, cramped cave through the day, that night, and most of the following day. The legs swelled, and the festering wound was a constant pain, and the small space inside the rough-walled cave had little room to turn or stretch out. She was delirious most of the time from hunger and pain, and dreamed terrifying nightmares of earthquakes and sharp claws and lonely, aching fear. But it wasn't her wound or her hunger, or even her painful sunburn that finally drove her from her refuge. It was thirst. She looked fearfully out of the small opening. Sparse stands of wind-stunted willow and pine near the river cast long shadows of early evening. The child stared at the grass-covered stretch of land and the sparkling water beyond for a long time before gathering up enough courage to move beyond the entrance. She licked cracked lips with a parched tongue as she scanned the terrain. Only the wind-swept grass moved. The lion pride was gone. The lioness, anxious for her young and uneasy about the unfamiliar scent of the strange creature so near their cave, decided to find a new nursery. The child crept out of the hole and stood up. Her head throbbed, and spots danced dizzily before her eyes. Waves of pain engulfed her with every step, and her wounds began to ooze a sickly yellow-green down her swollen leg. She wasn't sure if she could reach the water, but her thirst was overpowering. She fell to her knees and crawled the last few feet, then stretched out flat on her stomach and gulped greedy mouthfuls of cold water. When her thirst was finally slaked, she tried to stand again, but she had reached the limit of her endurance. Spots swam before her eyes, her head whirled, and everything went dark as she slumped to the ground. A carrion bird, circling lazily overhead, spied the unmoving form and swooped lower for a closer look. Chapter 2. The band of travelers crossed the river just beyond the waterfall, where it widened and foamed around rocks jutting up through the shallow water. They were 20 in number, young and old. The clan had totaled 26 before the earthquake that destroyed their cave. 2 men led the way, far in front of a knot of women and children, flanked by a couple of older men. Younger men trailed behind. They followed the broad stream as it began its braided, meandering course across the flat steps, and watched the carrion birds circling. Flying scavengers usually meant that whatever had attracted their attention was still alive. The men in the lead hurried to investigate. A wounded animal was easy prey for hunters, providing no four-legged predators had similar ideas. A woman, midway along in her first pregnancy, walked in front of the rest of the women. She saw the 2 men in the lead glance at the ground and move on. It must be a meat-eater, she thought. The clan seldom ate carnivorous animals. She was just over 4.5 feet tall, large-boned, stocky and bow-legged, but walked upright on strong, muscular legs and flat, bare feet. Her arms, long in proportion to her body, were bowed like her legs. She had a large, beaky nose, a prognathous jaw jutting out like a muzzle, and no chin. Her low forehead sloped back into a long, large head, resting on a short, thick neck. At the back of her head was a bony knob, an occipital bun that emphasized its length. A soft down of short brown hair, tending to curl, covered her legs and shoulders, and ran along the upper spine of her back. It thickened into a head of heavy, long, rather bushy hair. She was already losing her winter pallor to a summer tan. Big, round, intelligent dark brown eyes were deep-set below overhanging brow ridges, and they were filled with curiosity as she quickened her pace to see what the men had passed by. The woman was old for a first pregnancy, nearly 20, and the clan thought she was barren until the life stirring within her started to show. The load she carried had not been lightened because she was pregnant, however. She had a large basket strapped to her back, with bundles tied behind, hanging below, and piled on top of it. Several drawstring bags dangled from a thong, which was wrapped around the pliable hide she wore in such a way as to produce folds and pouches for carrying things. One bag was particularly distinctive. It was made from an otter hide, obviously so because it had been cured with its waterproof fur, feet, tail, and head left intact. Rather than a slit in the skin of the animal's belly, only the throat had been cut to provide an opening to remove the innards, flesh, and bones, leaving a pouch-like bag. The head, attached by a strip of skin at the back, was the cover flap, and a red-dyed cord of sinew was threaded through holes punched around the neck opening, drawn tight, and tied to the thong at her waist. When the woman first saw the creature the men had left behind, she was puzzled by what appeared to be an animal without fur. But when she drew closer, she gasped and stepped back a pace, clutching the small leather pouch around her neck in an unconscious gesture to ward off unknown spirits. She fingered the small objects inside her amulet through the leather, invoking protection, and leaned forward to look closer, hesitant to take a step, but not quite able to believe she saw what she thought she was seeing. Her eyes had not deceived her. It was not an animal that had drawn the voracious birds. It was a child. A gaunt, strange-looking child. The woman looked around, wondering what other fearful enigmas might be nearby, and started to skirt the unconscious child, but she heard a moan. The woman stopped, and forgetting her fears, knelt beside the child and shook her gently. The medicine woman reached to untie the cord that held the otter-skin bag closed as soon as she saw the festering claw marks and swollen leg when the girl rolled over. The man in the lead glanced back and saw the woman kneeling beside the child. He walked back to them. "Iza, come," he commanded. "Cave lion tracks and scat ahead." "It's a child, Brun. Hurt but not dead," she replied. Brun looked at the thin young girl with the high forehead, small nose, and strangely flat face. "Not Clan," the leader gestured abruptly and turned to walk away. "Brun, she's a child. She's hurt. She'll die if we leave her here." Isa's eyes pleaded as she made the hand signals. The leader of the small clan stared down at the imploring woman. He was much bigger than she, over 5 feet tall, heavily muscled and powerful, with a deep-barreled chest and thick bowed legs. The cast of his features was similar, though more pronounced. Heavier supraorbital ridges, larger nose. His legs, stomach, chest, and upper back were covered with a coarse brown hair that was not enough to be called a pelt, but not far from it. A bushy beard hid his chinless, jutting jaw. His wrap was similar, too, but not as full, cut shorter, and tied differently, with fewer folds and pouches for holding things. He carried no burdens, only his outer fur wrap suspended on his back by a wide band of leather wrapped around his sloping forehead, and his weapons. On his right thigh was a scar, blackened like a tattoo, shaped roughly like a U, with the tops flaring outward, the mark of his totem, the bison. He needed no mark or ornament to identify his leadership. His bearing and the deference of the others made his position clear. He shifted his club, the long foreleg of a horse, from his shoulder to the ground, supporting the handle with his thigh, and Iza knew he was giving her plea serious consideration. She waited quietly, hiding her agitation, to give him time to think. He set his heavy wooden spear down and leaned the shaft against his shoulder with the sharpened, fire-hardened point up, and adjusted the bola he wore around his neck along with his amulet, so the 3 stone balls were more evenly balanced. Then he pulled a strip of pliable deerskin, tapered at the ends, with a bulge in the middle to hold stones for slinging, out of his waist thong, and pulled the soft leather through his hand, thinking. Brun didn't like making quick decisions about anything unusual that might affect his clan, especially now when they were homeless, and he resisted the impulse to refuse at once. I should have known Iza would want to help her, he thought. She's even used her healing magic on animals sometimes, especially young ones. She'll be upset if I don't let her help this child. Clan or others, it makes no difference. All she can see is a child who is hurt. Well, maybe that's what makes her a good medicine woman. But medicine woman or not, she is just a woman. What difference will it make if she's upset? Iza knows better than to show it, and we have enough problems without a wounded stranger. But her totem will know. All the spirits will. Would it make them more angry if she's upset? If we find a cave... No. When we find a new cave, Iza will have to make her drink for the cave ceremony. What if she's so upset she makes a mistake? Angry spirits could make it go wrong, and they're angry enough already. Nothing must go wrong with the ceremony for the new cave. Let her take the child, he thought. She'll soon get tired of carrying the extra load, and the girl is so far gone, not even my sibling's magic may be strong enough to save her. Brun tucked his sling back in his waist thong, picked up his weapons, and shrugged noncommittally. It was up to her. Iza could take the girl with them or not, as she pleased. He turned and strode off. Iza reached into her basket and pulled out a leather cloak. She wrapped it around the girl, hoisted her up, and secured the unconscious child to her hip with the aid of the supple hide, surprised at how little she weighed for her height. The girl moaned as she was lifted, and Iza patted her reassuringly, then fell into place behind the two men. The other women had stopped, holding back from the encounter between Iza and Brun. When they saw the medicine woman pick something up and take it with her, their hands flew in rapid motions, punctuated by a few guttural sounds, discussing it with excited curiosity. Except for the otter-skin pouch, they were dressed the same as Iza, and as heavily burdened. Among them they carried all the clan's worldly possessions, those that had been salvaged from the rubble after the quake. 2 of the 7 women carried babies in a fold of their wraps next to their skin, convenient for nursing. While they were waiting, one felt a drop of warm wetness, whipped her naked infant out of the fold, and held it in front of her until it was through wetting. When they weren't traveling, babies were often wrapped in soft swaddling skins. To absorb moisture and soft milky stools, any of several materials were packed around them. Fleece from wild sheep gathered from thorny shrubs when the mouflon were shedding, down from birds' breasts, or fuzz from fibrous plants. But while they traveled, it was easier and simpler to carry babies naked, and, without missing a step, let them mess on the ground. When they started out again, a 3rd woman picked up a young boy, supporting him on her hip with a leather carrying cloak. After a few moments, he squirmed to get down and run by himself. She let him go, knowing he would be back when he got tired again. An older girl, not yet a woman, but carrying a woman's load, walked behind the woman who followed Iza, glancing back now and then at a boy, very nearly a man, trailing the women. He tried to allow enough distance between himself and them so it would seem he was one of the 3 hunters bringing up the rear, and not one of the children. He wished he had game to carry too, and even envied the old man, one of the 2 flanking the women, who carried a large hare over his shoulders, felled by a stone from his sling. The hunters were not the only source of food for the clan. The women often contributed the greater share, and their sources were more reliable. Despite their burdens, they foraged as they traveled, and so efficiently it hardly slowed them down. A patch of daylilies was quickly stripped of buds and flowers, and tender new roots exposed with a few strokes of the digging sticks. Cattail roots, pulled loose from beneath the surface of marshy backwaters, were even easier to gather. If they hadn't been on the move, the women would have made a point of remembering the location of the tall, stocky plants, to return later in the season to pick the tender tails at the top for a vegetable. Later still, yellow pollen mixed with starch pounded from the fibers of old roots would make doughy, unleavened biscuits. When the tops dried, fuzz would be collected, and several of the baskets were made from the tough leaves and stalks. Now they gathered only what they found, but little was overlooked. New shoots and tender young leaves of clover, alfalfa, dandelion, thistles stripped of prickles before they were cut down, a few early berries and fruits. The pointed digging sticks were in constant use. Nothing was safe for them in the women's deft hands. They were used as a lever to overturn logs for newts and delectable fat grubs. Freshwater mollusks were fished out of streams and pushed closer to shore for easy reach, and a variety of bulbs, tubers, and roots were dug out of the ground. It all found its way to the convenient folds of the women's wraps or an empty corner of their baskets. Large green leaves were wrappers, some of them, such as burdock, cooked as greens. Dry wood, twigs and grass, and dung from grazing animals were collected too. Though the selection would be more varied later in the summer, food was plentiful, if one knew where to look. Iza looked up when an old man, past 30, hobbled up to her after they were on their way again. He carried neither burden nor weapon, only a long staff to help him walk. His right leg was crippled and smaller than the left, yet he managed to move with surprising agility. His right shoulder and upper arm were atrophied, and the shriveled arm had been amputated below the elbow. The powerful shoulder and arm and muscular leg of his fully developed left side made him appear lopsided. His huge cranium was even larger than those of the rest of the clan, and the difficulty of his birth had caused the defect that crippled him for life. He was also a sibling of Iza and Brun, firstborn, and would have been leader but for his affliction. He wore a leather wrap cut in the masculine style, and carried his warm outer fur, which was also used as a sleeping fur, on his back as the other men did. But he had several pouches hanging from his waist thong, and a cloak similar to the kind the women used, which held a large, bulging object to his back. The left side of his face was hideously scarred, and his left eye was missing, but his good right eye sparkled with intelligence, and something more. For all his hobbling, he moved with a grace that came from great wisdom and a sureness of his place within the clan. He was Mog-ur, the most powerful magician, most awesome and revered holy man of all the clans. He was convinced that his wasted body was given to him so that he could take his place as intermediary with the spirit world rather than at the head of his clan. In many ways, he had more power than any leader, and he knew it. Only close relatives remembered his birth name and called him by it. "Creb," Iza said in greeting, and acknowledged his appearance with a motion that meant she was pleased he had joined her. "Iza?" he questioned with a gesture toward the child she carried. The woman opened her cloak, and Creb looked closely at the small flushed face. His eye traveled down to the swollen leg and suppurating wound, then back to the medicine woman, and read meaning from her eyes. The girl moaned, and Kreb's expression softened. He nodded his approval. "Good," he said. The word was gruff, guttural. Then he made a sign that meant, "Enough have died." Creb stayed beside Iza. He didn't have to conform to the understood rules that defined each person's position and status. He could walk with anyone, including the leader if he chose. Mog-ur was above and aside from the strict hierarchy of the clan. Brun led them well beyond the spoor of cave lions before he stopped and studied the landscape. Across the river, as far as he could see, the prairie stretched out in low, rolling hills into a flat green expanse in the distance. His view was unobstructed. The few stunted trees, distorted by the constant wind into caricatures of arrested motion, merely put the open country in perspective and emphasized the emptiness. Near the horizon, a cloud of dust betrayed the presence of a large herd of hard-hoofed animals, and Brun sorely wished he could signal his hunters and take out after them. Behind him, only the tops of tall conifers could be seen beyond the smaller deciduous trees of the forest, already dwarfed by the vastness of the steppes. On his side of the river, the prairie ended abruptly, cut off by the cliff now some distance away and angling ever farther from the stream ahead. The rock face of the steep wall merged into the foothills of majestic glacier-topped mountains, looming near, their icy peaks vibrant with vivid pinks, magentas, violets, and purples reflecting the setting sun. Gigantic sparkling jewels crowning the sovereign summits. Even the practical leader was moved by the pageant. He turned away from the river and led his clan toward the cliff, which held out the possibility of caves. They needed a shelter, but almost more important, their protective totem spirits needed a home if they hadn't already deserted the clan. They were angry. The earthquake proved that. Angry enough to cause the death of 6 of the clan and destroy their home. If a permanent place for the totemic spirits was not found, they would leave the clan to the mercy of evil ones that caused illness and chased game away. No one knew why the spirits were angry, not even Mog-ur, though he conducted nightly rituals to appease their wrath and help relieve the clan's anxiety. They were all worried, but none more than Brun. The clan was his responsibility, and he felt the strain. Spirits, those unseen forces with unfathomable desires, baffled him. He was more comfortable in the physical world, hunting and leading his clan. None of the caves he had examined so far were suitable. They all lacked some condition that was essential, and he was getting desperate. Precious warm days when they should have been storing food for the next winter were being wasted in the search for a new home. Soon he might be forced to shelter his clan in a less than adequate cave and continue the search next year. That would be unsettling, physically and emotionally, and Brun fervently hoped it would not be necessary. They walked along the base of the cliff as the shadows deepened. When they reached a narrow waterfall bouncing down the rock wall, its spray a shimmering rainbow in the long rays of the sun, Brun called a halt. Wearily the women set down their burdens and fanned out along the pool at the bottom and its narrow outlet to find wood. Iza spread out her fur wrap and put the child on it, then hurried to help the other women. She was worried about the girl. Her breathing was shallow, and she hadn't roused. Even her moans came less frequently. Iza had been thinking about how to help the child, considering the dried herbs she carried in her otter-skin pouch, and while she gathered wood, she looked over the plants growing in the vicinity. To her, whether it was familiar or not, everything had some value, medicinal or nutritional, but there was little she couldn't identify. When she saw long stalks of iris ready to bloom on the marshy bank of the little creek, it settled one question, and she dug up its roots. The three-lobed hop leaves twining around one of the trees gave her another idea. But she decided to use the powdered, dry hops she had with her, since the cone-like fruit would not mature until later. She peeled smooth grayish bark from an alder shrub growing near the pool and sniffed it. It was strongly aromatic, and she nodded to herself as she put it in a fold of her wrap. Before she hurried back, she picked several handfuls of young clover leaves. When the wood was gathered and the fireplace set, Grad, the man who walked in front with Brun, uncovered a glowing coal wrapped in moss and stuffed it into the hollow end of an aurochs horn. They could make fire, but while traveling through unknown territory, it was easier to take a coal from one campfire and keep it alive to start the next one than to try to start a new fire each evening with possibly inadequate materials. Grad had nurtured the burning ember anxiously while they traveled. The hot coal from the fire of the night before had been started by a hot coal from the previous evening's fire, and could be traced back to the fire they had rekindled on the remains of the fireplace at the mouth of the old cave. For the rights to make a new cave acceptable for residents, they needed to start the fire from a coal they could trace back to their old home. Maintenance of the fire could only be entrusted to a male of high status. If the coal died out, it would be a sure sign that their protective spirits had deserted them, and Grad would be demoted from second in command to the lowest-ranked male position in the clan, a humiliation he did not care to suffer. His was a great honor and a heavy responsibility. While Grad carefully placed the bit of burning charcoal on a bed of dry tinder and blew it into flame, the women turned to other tasks. With techniques passed down for generations, they quickly skinned the game. A few moments after the fire was blazing well, meat skewered with sharp green sticks set over forked branches was roasting. The high heat seared it to hold in juices, and when the fire died down to coals, little was lost to the licking flames. With the same sharp stone knives they used to skin and cut the meat, the women scraped and sliced roots and tubers. Tightly woven waterproof baskets and wooden bowls were filled with water, and then hot stones were added. When cooled, the stones were put back in the fire, and new ones were put in the water until it boiled and the vegetables cooked. Fat grubs were toasted crisp, and small lizards roasted whole until their tough skins blackened and cracked, exposing tasty bits of well-cooked flesh. Iza made her own preparations while helping with the meal. In a wooden bowl that she had chipped out of a section of log many years before, she started water boiling. She washed the iris roots, chewed them to a pulp, and spit them into the boiling water. In another bowl, the cup-shaped piece from the lower jaw of a large deer, she crushed clover leaves, measured out a quantity of powdered hops into her hand, tore the alder bark into shreds, and poured boiling water over it. Then she ground hard, dry meat from their preserved emergency ration into a coarse meal between two stones, and mixed the concentrated protein with water from cooking vegetables in a third bowl. The woman who had walked behind Iza cast an occasional glance her way, hoping Iza would volunteer some comment. All the women and the men, though they tried not to show it, were bursting with curiosity. They had seen Iza pick the girl up, and everyone had found a reason to walk near Iza's fur after they made camp. Speculation ran high about how the child happened to be there, where the rest of her people were, and mostly why Brun had allowed Iza to take a girl along who was obviously born to the others. Abra knew better than anyone the strain Brun was feeling. She was the one who tried to massage the tension out of his neck and shoulders, and she was the one who bore the brunt of his nervous temper, so rare in the man who was her mate. Brun was known for his stoic self-control, and she knew he regretted his outbursts, though he would not compound his transgression by admitting it. But even Abra wondered why he had allowed the child to come with them, especially when any deviation from normal behavior might increase the anger of the spirits. As curious as she was, Abra asked no questions of Iza, and none of the other women had enough status to consider it. No one disturbed a medicine woman when she was obviously working her magic, and Iza was in no mood for idle gossip. Her concentration was directed at the child who needed her help. Creb was interested in the girl too, but Iza welcomed his presence. She watched with silent gratitude while the magician shuffled over to the unconscious child, looked at her thoughtfully for a while, then leaned his staff against a large boulder and made flowing one-handed motions over her, a request to benevolent spirits to assist in her recovery. Illness and accidents were mysterious manifestations of the war of the spirits, fought on the battleground of the body. Iza's magic came from protective spirits who acted through her, but no cure was complete without the holy man. A medicine woman was only an agent of the spirits. A magician interceded directly with them. Iza didn't know why she felt such concern for a child so different from the clan, but she wanted her to live. When Mog-ur was through, Iza lifted the girl in her arms and carried her to the small pool at the foot of the waterfall. She submerged all but her head and washed away dirt and caked mud from the thin little body. The cool water revived the youngster, but she was delirious. She tossed and writhed, calling out and mumbling sounds like none the woman had ever heard before. Iza held the girl close as she walked back with her, making soothing murmurs that sounded like soft growls. Gently, but with experienced thoroughness, Iza washed the wounds with an absorbent piece of rabbit skin dipped in the hot liquid in which the iris root had boiled. Then she scooped out the root pulp, put it directly on the wounds, covered it with the rabbit skin, and wrapped the child's leg in strips of soft deerskin to hold the poultice in place. She removed the mashed clover, the shredded alder bark, and stones from the bone bowl with a forked twig, and set it to cool beside the bowl of hot broth. Creb gestured inquiringly toward the bowls. It was not a direct query. Not even Mog-ur would question a medicine woman directly about her magic. It only indicated interest. Iza didn't mind her sibling's interest. He, more than anyone, appreciated her knowledge. He used some of the same herbs she did, for different purposes. Except for clan gatherings where there were other medicine women, talking to Creb was the closest she could come to a discussion with a professional colleague. "This destroys the evil spirits that make infection," Iza motioned, pointing to the antiseptic iris root solution. "A poultice of the root draws out poisons and helps the wound heal." She picked up the bone bowl and dipped in a finger to check the temperature. "Clover makes the heart strong to fight evil spirits, stimulates it." Iza used a few spoken words when she talked, but primarily for emphasis. The people of the clan could not articulate well enough for a complete verbal language. They communicated more with gestures and motions, but their sign language was fully comprehensive and rich with nuance. "Clover is food. We had it last night," Creb signed. "Yes," Iza nodded, "and we will tonight. The magic is in the way it's prepared. A large bunch boiled in little water extracts what is needed. The leaves are thrown out." Creb nodded with understanding, and she went on. "Alder bark cleans the blood, purifies it, drives out the spirits that poison it. You used something from your medicine bag, too. Powdered hops, the mature cones with the fine hairs to calm her and make her sleep restfully. While the spirits battle, she needs rest." Creb nodded again. He was familiar with the soporific qualities of hops that induced a mild state of euphoria in a different use. Though he was always interested in Iza's treatments, he seldom volunteered information about the ways he used herbal magic. Such esoteric knowledge was for Mog-urs and their acolytes, not women, not even medicine women. Iza knew more about the properties of plants than he did, and he was afraid she would deduce too much. It would be most unpropitious if she guessed much about his magic. "And the other bowl?" he asked. "That's just broth. The poor thing is half-starved. What do you suppose happened to her? Where did she come from? Where are her people? She must have been wandering alone for days." "Only the spirits know," Mog-ur replied. "Are you sure your healing magic will work on her? She's not Clan." "It should. The others are human, too. You remember Mother telling about the man with a broken arm? The one her mother helped. Clan magic worked on him, although Mother did say it took him longer to wake up from the sleeping medicine than expected." "It's a shame you never knew her, our mother's mother. She was such a good medicine woman. People came from other clans to see her. It's too bad she left to walk the spirit world so soon after you were born, Iza. She told me about that man herself. So did Mog-ur before me. He stayed for a while after he recovered and hunted with the clan. He must have been a good hunter. He was allowed to join a hunting ceremony. It's true, they are human, but different, too." Mog-ur stopped. Iza was too astute. He couldn't afford to say too much, or she might begin to draw some conclusions about the men's secret rituals. Iza checked her bowls again. Then, cradling the child's head on her lap, she fed her the contents of the bone bowl in small sips. It was easier to feed her the broth. The girl mumbled incoherently and tried to fight off the bitter-tasting medicine. But even in her delirium, her starving body craved food. Iza held her until she lapsed into a quiet sleep, then checked her heartbeat and breathing. She had done what she could. If the girl wasn't too far gone, she had a chance. It was up to the spirits now, and the inner strength of the child. Iza saw Brun walking toward her, eyeing her with displeasure. She got up quickly and ran to help serve the meal. He had dismissed the strange child from his mind after his initial consideration, but now he was having second thoughts. Though it was customary to avert the eyes to avoid seeing other people in conversation, he couldn't help noticing what his clan was saying. Their wondering at his allowing the girl to come with them made him begin to wonder, too. He began to fear the spirit's anger might be aroused more by the stranger in their midst. He veered to intercept the medicine woman, but Creb saw him and headed him off. "What's wrong, Brun? You look worried." "Iza must leave that child here, Mog-ur. She is not Clan. The spirits won't like it if she is with us while we're looking for a new cave. I never should have let Iza take her." "No, Brun," Mog-ur countered. "Protective spirits are not angered by kindness. You know Iza. She can't bear to see anything hurting without trying to help. Don't you think the spirits know her too? If they didn't want Iza to help her, the child would not have been put in her path. There must be a reason for it. The girl may die anyway, Brun. But if Ursus wants to call her to the spirit world, let the decision be his. Don't interfere now. She will surely die if she is left behind." Brun didn't like it. Something about the girl bothered him. But deferring to Mog-ur's greater knowledge of the spirit world, he acquiesced. Creb sat in contemplative silence after the meal, waiting for everyone to finish eating so he could begin the nightly ceremony, while Iza arranged his sleeping place and made preparations for the morning. Mog-ur had put a ban on men and women sleeping together until a new cave was found, so the men could concentrate their energies on the rituals, and so everyone would feel they were making an effort that would bring them closer to a new home. It didn't matter to Iza. Her mate had been one of those killed in the cave-in. She had mourned him with proper grief at his burial. It would have been unlucky to do otherwise, but she was not unhappy he was gone. It was no secret he had been cruel and demanding. There had never been any warmth between them. She didn't know what Brun would decide to do with her now that she was alone. Someone would have to provide for her and the child she carried. She only hoped she could still cook for Creb. He had shared their fire from the beginning. Iza sensed he hadn't liked her mate any more than she had, though he never interfered with the internal problems of her relationship. She had always felt it was an honor to cook for Mog-ur, but more, she had developed a bond of affection for her sibling, like many women grew to feel for their mates. Iza felt sorry for Creb sometimes. He could have had a mate of his own, had he wanted one. But she knew, for all his great magic and exalted position, no woman ever looked at his deformed body and scarred face without revulsion, and she was sure he knew it. He never took a mate, maintained a reserve. It added to his stature. Everyone, men included, with the possible exception of Brun, feared Mog-ur or regarded him with awe. Everyone but Iza, who had known his gentleness and sensitivity since her birth. It was a side of his nature he seldom showed openly. And it was that side of his nature that was occupying the mind of the great Mog-ur just then. Rather than meditating on that evening's ceremony, he was thinking about the little girl. He had often been curious about her kind, but people of the clan avoided the others as much as possible, and he had never seen one of their young before. He suspected the earthquake had something to do with her being alone, though it surprised him that any of her people were so close. They usually stayed much farther north. He noticed a few men start to leave the campsite and hauled himself up with his staff so he could supervise the preparations. The ritual was a masculine prerogative and duty. Only rarely were women allowed to participate in the religious life of the clan, and they were banned from this ceremony entirely. No disaster could be so great as that of a woman seeing the men's secret rites. It would not just bring bad luck, it would drive the protective spirits away. The whole clan would die. But there was little danger of that. It would never occur to a woman to venture anywhere near such an important ritual. They looked forward to it as a time to relax, relieved of the constant demands of the men and the need to behave with proper decorum and respect. It was hard on the women having the men around all the time, especially when the men were so nervous and took it out on their mates. Usually they would be gone for periods of time hunting. The women were just as anxious to find a new home, but there was little they could do. Brun chose the direction they traveled, and no advice was solicited from them, nor could they have given it. The women relied on their men to lead, to assume responsibility, to make important decisions. The clan had changed so little in nearly 100,000 years. They were now incapable of change, and ways that had once been adaptations for convenience had become genetically set. Both men and women accepted their roles without struggle. They were inflexibly unable to assume any other. They would no more try to change their relationship than they would try to grow an extra arm or change the shape of their brain. After the men left, the women gathered around Abra and hoped Iza would join them so they could satisfy their curiosity. But Iza was exhausted and didn't want to leave the girl. She lay down beside her as soon as Creb left and wrapped her fur around both of them. She watched the sleeping girl for a while by the dim light of the cooled fire. Peculiar-looking little thing, she thought. Rather ugly in a way. Her face is so flat with that high, bulging forehead and little stub of a nose. And what a strange, bony knob beneath her mouth. I wonder how old she is. Younger than I thought at first. She's so tall it's misleading. And so thin. I can feel her bones. Poor baby. I wonder how long it's been since she had anything to eat, wandering all alone. Iza put her arm around the girl protectively. The woman who had even helped young animals on occasion could not do less for the wretched, skinny little girl. The warm heart of the medicine woman went out to the vulnerable child. Mog-ur stood back as each man arrived and found his place behind one of the stones that had been arranged in a small circle within a larger circle of torches. They were on the open steps, away from the camp. The magician waited until all the men were seated, and a little longer, then stepped into the middle of the circle, carrying a burning brand of aromatic wood. He set the small torch into the ground in front of the vacant place that had his staff behind it. He stood up straight on his good leg in the middle of the circle and stared over the heads of the seated men into the dark distance with a dreamy, unfocused look, as though he were seeing with his one eye a world to which the others were blind. Wrapped in his heavy cave bear skin cloak that covered the lopsided bulges of his unsymmetrical frame, he was an imposing yet strangely unreal presence. A man, yet with his distorted shape, not quite a man. Not more or less, but other than. His very deformities imbued him with a supernatural quality that was never more awesome than when Mog-ur conducted a ceremony. Suddenly, with a magician's flourish, he produced a skull. He held it high over his head with his strong left arm and turned slowly around in a complete circle so each man could see the large, distinctive, high-domed shape. The men stared at the cave bear's skull glowing whitely in the flickering light of the torches. He placed it in front of the small torch in the ground and lowered himself down behind it, completing the circle. A young man sitting beside him got up and picked up a wooden bowl. He was past his 11th year, and his manhood ceremony had been held shortly before the earthquake. Gouv had been chosen as acolyte when he was a small boy, and he had often assisted Mog-ur in preparations. But acolytes were not allowed at an actual ceremony until they were men. The first time Gouv functioned in his new role was after they had begun their search, and he was still nervous. For Gouv, finding a new cave had a special meaning. It was his chance to learn the details of the seldom performed and difficult-to-describe ceremony that made a cave acceptable for residents, from the great Mog-ur himself. As a child he had feared the magician, though he understood the honor of being chosen. The young man had since learned the cripple was not only the most skilled Mog-ur of all the clans, but that he had a kind and gentle heart beneath his austere visage. Gouv respected his mentor and loved him. The acolyte had begun preparing the drink that was in the bowl as soon as Brun had called the halt. He started by pounding whole datura plants between two stones. The difficult part was estimating the quantity and proportion of leaves, stems, and flowers to use. Boiling water was poured over the crushed plants, and the mixture left to steep until the ceremony. Gouv had poured the strong datura tea into the special ceremonial bowl, straining it between his fingers just before Mog-ur stepped into the circle, and hoped anxiously to get the holy man's nod of acceptance. While Gouv held it, Mog-ur took a sip, nodded his approval, then drank, and Gouv breathed an inaudible sigh of relief. Then he took the bowl to each of the men according to rank, beginning with Brun. He held it while they drank, controlling the portion each one consumed, and took his drink last. Mog-ur waited for him to sit down, then gave a signal. The men began pounding the butt ends of their spears rhythmically on the ground. The dull thudding of the spears seemed to get louder until no other sound was heard. They got caught up in the steady beat, then stood up and began moving in time to the rhythm. The holy man stared at the skull, and his intense gaze drew the men's attention to the sacred relic as though he willed it. Timing was important, and he was a master of timing. He waited just long enough for the anticipation to build to a peak. Any longer, and the keen edge would have been gone. Then looked up at his sibling, the man who led the clan. Brun squatted down in front of the skull. "Spirit of bison, totem of Brun," Mog-ur began. He actually spoke only one word, Brun. The rest was said with his one-handed gestures, and he vocalized no other words. Formalized movements, the ancient unspoken language used to communicate with spirits and with other clans whose few guttural words and common hand signals were different, were all that followed. With silent symbols, Mog-ur implored the spirit of the bison to forgive them for any wrongs they might have done that offended him, and begged for his help. "This man has always honored the spirits, great bison, always kept the traditions of the clan. This man is a strong leader, a wise leader, a fair leader, a good hunter, a good provider, a self-controlled man, worthy of the mighty bison. Do not desert this man. Guide this leader to a new home, a place where the spirit of the bison will be content. This clan begs for the help of the totem of this man," the holy man concluded. Then he looked at the second in command. As Brun moved back, Grod squatted in front of the cave-bear skull. No woman could be allowed to see the ceremony, to know that their men, who led with such stoic strength, begged and pleaded with unseen spirits, just as the women begged and pleaded with the men. "Spirit of Brown Bear, totem of Grod," Mog-ur began once more, and went through a similar formal pleading with Grod's totem. Then all the rest of the men in turn. He continued to stare at the skull when he was through, while the men pounded their spears, letting the anticipation build again. They all knew what came next. The ceremony never changed. It was the same night after night, but still they anticipated. They were waiting for Mog-ur to call upon the spirit of Ursus, the great cave-bear, his own personal totem and most revered of all the spirits. Ursus was more than Mog-ur's totem. He was everyone's totem, and more than totem. It was Ursus that made them clan. He was the supreme spirit, supreme protector. Reverence for the cave-bear was the common factor that united them, the force that welded all the separate autonomous clans into one people, the clan of the cave-bear. When the one-eyed magician judged the time was right, he signaled. The men stopped pounding and sat behind their stones, but the heavy thudding rhythm coursed through their bloodstreams and still pounded inside their heads. Mog-ur reached into a small pouch and withdrew a pinch of dried club moss spores. Holding his hand over the small torch, he leaned forward and blew. At the same time, he let them drop over the flame. The spores caught fire and cascaded dramatically around the skull in a magnesium brilliance of light, in stark contrast to the dark night. The skull glowed, seemed to come alive, did, to the men whose perceptions were heightened by the effects of Datura. An owl in a nearby tree hooted, seemingly on command, adding his haunting sound to the eerie splendor. "Great Ursus, protector of the clan," the magician said with formal signs. "Show this clan to a new home as once the cave bear showed the clan to live in caves and wear fur. Protect your clan from Ice Mountain and the spirit of granular snow who begot him, and the spirit of blizzards, her mate. This clan would beg the great cave bear to let no evil come while they are homeless. Most honored of all spirits, your clan, your people, ask the spirit of mighty Ursus to join with them as they make the journey to the beginning." And then Mog-ur used the power of his great brain. All those primitive people with almost no frontal lobes and speech limited by undeveloped vocal organs, but with huge brains, larger than any race of man then living or future generations yet unborn, were unique. They were the culmination of a branch of mankind whose brain was developed in the back of their heads, in the occipital and the parietal regions that control vision and bodily sensation and store memory. And their memory made them extraordinary. In them, the unconscious knowledge of ancestral behavior called instinct had evolved. Stored in the back of their large brains were not just their own memories, but the memories of their forebears. They could recall knowledge learned by their ancestors, and under special circumstances, they could go a step beyond. They could recall their racial memory, their own evolution. And when they reached back far enough, they could merge that memory that was identical for all and join their minds telepathically. But only in the tremendous brain of the scarred, malformed cripple was the gift fully developed. Creb, gentle, shy Creb, whose massive brain caused his deformity, had, as Mog-ur, learned to use the power of that brain to fuse the separate entities seated around him into one mind and direct it. He could take them to any part of their racial heritage, to become in their minds any of their progenitors. He was the Mog-ur. His was a true power, not limited to tricks of lighting or drug-induced euphoria. That only set the stage and enabled them to accept his direction. In that still, dark night, lit by ancient stars, a few men experienced visions impossible to describe. They did not see them. They were them. They felt the sensations, saw with the eyes, and remembered the unfathomable beginnings. From the depths of their minds they found the undeveloped brains of creatures of the sea floating in their warm saline environment. They survived the pain of their first breath of air and became amphibians, sharing both elements. Because they venerated the cave bear, Mog-ur evoked a primordial mammal, the ancestor who spawned both species and a host of others, and merged the unity of their minds with the bear's beginning. Then down through the ages they became in succession each of their progenitors, and sensed those that diverged to other forms. It made them aware of their relationship with all life on the earth, and the reverence it fostered, even for the animals they killed and consumed, formed the basis of the spiritual kinship with their totems. All their minds moved as one, and only as they neared the present did they separate into their immediate forebears, and finally themselves. It seemed to take forever. In a sense it did, but little actual time elapsed. As each man reached himself again, he quietly got up and left to find his sleeping place and a deep, dreamless sleep, his dreams already spent. Mog-ur was the last. In solitude he meditated on the experience, and after a time felt a familiar uneasiness. They could know the past with the depth and grandeur that exalted the soul, but Creb sensed a limitation that never occurred to the others. They could not see ahead. They could not even think ahead. He alone had a bare inkling of the possibility. The clan could not conceive a future any different from the past, could not devise innovative alternatives for tomorrow. All their knowledge, everything they did, was a repetition of something that had been done before. Even storing food for seasonal changes was the result of past experience. There had been a time, long before, when innovation came easier. when a broken sharp-edged stone gave someone the idea to break a stone on purpose, to make a sharp edge, when the warm end of a twirled stick made someone twirl it harder and longer just to see how warm it could get. But as more memories built up, crowding and enlarging the storage capacity of their brain, changes came harder. There was no more room for new ideas that would be added to their memory bank. Their heads were already too large. Women had difficulty giving birth. They couldn't afford new knowledge that would enlarge their heads even more. The clan lived by unchanging tradition. Every facet of their lives, from the time they were born until they were called to the world of the spirits, was circumscribed by the past. It was an attempt at survival, unconscious and unplanned except by nature in a last-ditch effort to save the race from extinction, and doomed to failure. They could not stop change, and resistance to it was self-defeating anti-survival. They were slow to adapt. Inventions were accidental and often not utilized. If something new happened to them, it could be added to their backlog of information, but change was accomplished only with great effort, and once it was forced on them, they were adamant in following the new course. It came too hard to alter it again. But a race with no room for learning, no room for growth, was no longer equipped for an inherently changing environment, and they had passed beyond the point of developing in a different way. That would be left for a newer form, a different experiment of nature. As Mog-ur sat alone on the open plain, watching the last of the torches sputter and die, he thought of the strange girl Iza had found, and his uneasiness grew until it became a physical discomfort. Her kind had been met before, but only recently in his concept of reckoning, and not many of the chance meetings had been pleasant. Where they had come from was a mystery. Her people were newcomers to their land, but since they arrived, things had been changing. They seemed to bring change with them. Creb shrugged off his uneasiness, carefully wrapped the cave bear's skull in his cloak, reached for his staff, and hobbled to bed. Chapter 3. The child turned over and began to thrash.
"Mother,"
she moaned, flailing her arms wildly. She called out again, louder,
"Mother."
Iza held her, murmuring a soft, rumbling undertone. The warm closeness of the woman's body and her soothing sounds penetrated the girl's feverish brain and quieted her. She had slept fitfully through the night, awakening the woman often with her tossing and moaning and delirious mutterings. The sounds were strange, different from the words spoken by clan people. They flowed easily, fluently, one sound blending into another. Iza could not begin to reproduce many of them. Her ear was not even conditioned to hearing the finer variations. But that particular set of sounds was repeated so often, Iza guessed it was a name for someone close to the child, and when she saw that her presence comforted the girl, she sensed who that someone was. She can't be very old, Iza thought. She didn't even know how to find food. I wonder how long she's been alone. What could have happened to her people? Could it have been the earthquake? Has she been wandering by herself that long? And how did she escape from a cave lion with only a few scratches? Iza had treated enough maulings to know the girl's wounds were inflicted by the huge cat. Powerful spirits must protect her, Iza decided. It was still dark, though dawn was approaching, when the child's fever finally broke in a drenching sweat. Iza cuddled her close, adding her warmth and making sure she was well covered. The girl woke shortly afterward and wondered where she was, but it was too dark to see. She felt the reassurance of the woman's body next to her and closed her eyes again, drifting into a more restful sleep. As the sky lightened, silhouetting the trees against its faint glow, Iza crept quietly out of the warm fur. She stoked the fire, added more wood, then went to the small creek to fill her bowl and peel bark off a willow tree. She paused for a moment, clutched her amulet, and thanked the spirits for willow. She always thanked the spirits for willow, for its ubiquitous presence as well as for its pain-killing bark. She couldn't remember how many times she had peeled willow bark for a tea to relieve aches and pains. She knew of stronger painkillers, but they also dulled the senses. The analgesic properties of willow just dulled the pain and reduced fever. A few other people were beginning to stir as Iza sat hunched over the fire, adding small hot stones to the bowl of water and willow bark. When it was ready, she carried it back to the fir, carefully rested the bowl in a small depression scooped out of the ground, then slid in beside the child. Iza watched the sleeping girl, noting that her breathing was normal, intrigued by her unusual face. The sunburn had faded to tan, except for a little peeling skin across the bridge of her small nose. Iza had seen her kind once, but only from a distance. Women of the clan always ran and hid from them. Unpleasant incidents had been told at clan gatherings of chance encounters between the clan and the others, and clan people avoided them. Women especially were allowed little contact. But the experience of their clan had not been bad. Iza remembered talking with Creb about the man who had stumbled into their cave long before, nearly out of his head with pain, his arm badly broken. He had learned a little of their language, but his ways were strange. He liked to talk to women as well as men, and treated the medicine woman with great respect, almost reverence. It hadn't kept him from gaining the respect of the men. Iza wondered about the others, lying awake watching the child as the sky grew lighter. While Iza was looking at her, a shaft of sunlight fell on the child's face from the bright ball of flame just edging over the horizon. The girl's eyelids fluttered. She opened her eyes and looked into a pair of large brown eyes, deep set below heavy brow ridges in a face that protruded somewhat, like a muzzle. The girl screamed and squeezed her eyes shut again. Iza drew the child close to her, feeling her scrawny body shaking with fear, and murmured soothing sounds. The sounds were somehow familiar to the child, but more familiar was the warm, comforting body. Slowly, her shaking stilled. She opened her eyes a tiny crack and looked at Iza again. This time she didn't scream. Then she opened her eyes wide and stared at the frightening, totally unfamiliar face of the woman. Iza stared too, in wonder. She had never seen eyes the color of the sky before. For a moment she wondered if the child was blind. Eyes of older clan people sometimes grew a film over them, and as the film clouded the eyes to a lighter shade, sight grew dimmer. But the pupils of the child's eyes dilated normally, and there could be no doubt she had seen Iza. That light blue-gray color must be normal for her, Iza thought. The little girl lay perfectly still, afraid to move a muscle, her eyes wide open. When the child sat up with Iza's help, she winced in pain from the movement, and her memories came flooding back. She recalled the monstrous lion with a shudder, visualizing the sharp claw raking her leg. She remembered struggling to the stream, thirst overcoming her fear, and the pain in her leg. But she remembered nothing before. Her mind had blocked out all memory of her ordeal wandering alone, hungry and afraid, the terrifying earthquake, and the loved ones she had lost. Iza held the cup of liquid to the child's mouth. She was thirsty and took a drink, and made a face at the bitter taste. But when the woman put the cup back to her lips, she swallowed again, too frightened to resist. Iza nodded approval, then left to help the women prepare the morning meal. The little girl's eyes followed Iza, and she opened them wider when she saw for the first time a camp full of people who looked like the woman. The smell of cooking food brought pangs of hunger, and when the woman returned with a small bowl of meaty broth thickened with grain into a gruel, the child gulped it down ravenously. The medicine woman didn't think she was ready for solid food yet. It didn't take much to fill her shrunken stomach, and Iza put the remainder in a water skin for the child to drink while they traveled. When the girl was through, Iza laid her down and removed the poultice. The wounds were draining, and the swelling was down. "Good," Iza said aloud. The child jumped at the harsh guttural sound of the word, the first she had heard the woman speak. It didn't sound like a word at all, more like a growl or grunt of some animal to the girl's untutored ears. But Iza's actions were not animal-like. They were very human, very humane. The medicine woman had another mashed root ready, and while she was applying the new dressing, a misshapen, lopsided man hobbled toward them. He was the most fearsomely repulsive man the girl had ever seen. One side of his face was scarred, and a flap of skin covered the place where one of his eyes should have been. But all of these people were so alien and ugly to her, his forbidding disfiguration was only a matter of degree. She didn't know who they were, or how she happened to be among them, but she knew the woman was taking care of her. She had been given food, the dressing cooled and soothed her leg, and most of all, from the depths of her unconscious mind, she felt a relief from the anxiety that had filled her with aching fear. Strange as these people were, with them she was, at least, no longer alone. The crippled man eased himself down and observed the child. She returned his look with a frank curiosity that surprised him. The children of his clan were always a little afraid of him. They learned quickly that even their elders held him in awe, and his aloof manner didn't encourage familiarity. The gulf widened when mothers threatened to call Mog-ur if they'd misbehaved. By the time children were nearly adults, most of them, especially girls, really feared him. It wasn't until they gained the maturity of middle years that members of the clan came to temper their fear with respect. Creb's good right eye sparkled with interest at this strange child's fearless appraisal of him. "The child is better, Iza," he indicated. His voice was lower-pitched than the woman's, but the sounds he made were more like grunts than words to the girl. She didn't notice the accompanying hand signals. The language was totally alien to her. She only knew the man had communicated something to the woman. "She is still weak from hunger," Iza said, "but the wound is better. The gashes were deep, but not enough to seriously damage her leg, and the infection is draining. She was clawed by a cave lion, Creb. Have you ever known a cave lion to stop with a few scratches once it decided to attack? I'm surprised she's alive. She must have a strong spirit protecting her. But," Iza added, "what do I know of spirits?" It was certainly not a woman's place, not even his siblings, to tell Mog-ur about spirits. She made a deprecating gesture that also begged his forgiveness for her presumption. He didn't acknowledge her. She hadn't expected him to. But he looked at the child with greater interest as a result of her comment about a strong protecting spirit. He had been thinking much the same thing himself, and though he would never admit it, his sibling's opinion carried weight with him and confirmed his own thoughts. They broke camp quickly. Iza, loaded with her basket and bundles, reached down to hoist the girl up to her hip and fell in behind Brun and Grod. Riding on the woman's hip, the little girl looked around her with curiosity while they traveled, watching everything Iza and the other women did. She was particularly interested whenever they stopped to gather food. Iza often gave her a bite of a fresh bud or tender young shoot, and it brought a vague recollection of another woman who had done the same thing. But now the girl paid closer attention to the plants and began to notice identifying characteristics. Her days of hunger aroused in the young child a keen desire to learn how to find food. She pointed to a plant and was pleased when the woman stopped and dug up its root. Iza was pleased, too. The child is quick, she thought. She couldn't have known it before, or she would have eaten it. They stopped for a rest near midday, while Brun looked over a possible cave site. And after giving the youngster the last of the broth from the water skin, Iza handed her a strip of hard, dry meat to chew. The cave was not adequate for their needs. Later in the afternoon, the girl's leg began to throb as the effects of the willow bark wore off. She squirmed restlessly. Iza patted her and shifted her weight to a more comfortable position. The girl gave herself over completely to the woman's care. With total trust and confidence, she wrapped skinny arms around Iza's neck and rested her head on the woman's broad shoulder. The medicine woman, childless for so long, felt a surge of inner warmth for the orphaned girl. She was still weak and tired, and lulled by the rhythmic motion as the woman walked, she fell asleep. By the time evening approached, Iza was feeling the strain of the additional burden she carried and was grateful to let the child down when Brun called a halt for the day. The girl was feverish, her cheeks flushed and hot, her eyes glazed, and while the woman looked for wood, she also looked for plants to treat the child again. Iza didn't know what caused infection, but she did know how to treat it and many other ailments as well. Though healing was magic and couched in terms of spirits, it didn't make Iza's medicine less effective. The ancient clan had always lived by hunting and gathering, and generations of using wild plant life had, by experiment or accident, built up a store of information about it. Animals were skinned and butchered, and their organs observed and compared. The women dissected while preparing dinner and applied the knowledge to themselves. Her mother had shown Iza the various internal parts and explained their functions as part of her training. But it was only to remind her of something she already knew. Iza was born to a highly respected line of medicine women, and through a means more mysterious than training, knowledge of healing was passed on to a medicine woman's daughters. A fledgling medicine woman of an illustrious line had a higher rank than an experienced one of mediocre antecedents, with good reason. Stored in her brain at birth was the knowledge acquired by her ancestors, the ancient line of medicine women of which Iza was a direct descendant. She could remember what they knew. It was not much different from recalling her own experience. And once stimulated, the process was automatic. She knew her own memories primarily because she could also remember the circumstances associated with them. She never forgot anything. And she could only recall the knowledge in her memory bank, not how it was learned. And although Iza and her siblings had the same parents, neither Creb nor Brun had her medical knowledge. Memories in clan people were sex-differentiated. Women had no more need of hunting lore than men had of more than rudimentary knowledge of plants. The difference in the brains of men and women was imposed by nature and only cemented by culture. It was another of nature's attempts to limit the size of their brains in an effort to prolong the race. Any child with knowledge rightfully belonging to the opposite gender at birth lost it through lack of stimulation by the time adult status was reached. But nature's attempt to save the race from extinction carried with it the elements to defeat its own purpose. Not only were both sexes essential for procreation, but for day-to-day living. One could not survive for long without the other. And they could not learn each other's skills. They hadn't the memories for it. But the eyes and brain of people of the clan had also endowed both genders with acute and perceptive vision, though it was used in different ways. The terrain had been changing gradually as they traveled, and unconsciously Iza recorded each detail of the landscape they passed through, noting especially the vegetation. She could discern minor variations in the shape of a leaf or the height of a stalk from a great distance, and though there were some plants, a few flowers, an occasional tree or shrub she had never seen before, they were not unfamiliar. From a recess deep in the back of her large brain, she found a memory of them, a memory not her own. But even with that tremendous reservoir of information at her disposal, she had recently seen some vegetation that was completely unfamiliar as the countryside. She would have liked to examine it more closely. All women were curious about unknown plant life. Though it meant acquiring new knowledge, it was essential to immediate survival. Part of every woman's heredity was the knowledge of how to test unfamiliar vegetation, and like the rest, Iza experimented on herself. Similarities to known plants placed new ones in relative categories, but she knew the dangers of assuming similar characteristics meant identical properties. The procedure for testing was simple. She took a small bite. If the taste was unpleasant, she spit it out immediately. If it was agreeable, she held the tiny portion in her mouth, carefully noting any tingling or burning sensations or any changes in taste. If there were none, she swallowed it and waited to see if she could detect any effects. The following day, she took a larger bite and went through the same procedure. If no ill effects were noticed after a third trial, the new food was considered edible, in small portions at first. But Iza was often more interested when there were noticeable effects, for that indicated a possibility of a medicinal use. The other women brought anything unusual to her when they applied the same test for edibility, or anything that had characteristics similar to plants known to be poisonous or toxic. Proceeding with caution, she experimented with these, too, using her own methods. But such experimentation took time, and she stayed with plants she knew while they traveled. Near this campsite, Iza found several tall, wand-like, slim-stemmed hollyhocks with large, bright flowers. The roots of the multicolored flowering plants could be made into a poultice similar to iris roots to promote healing and reduce swelling and inflammation. An infusion of the flowers would both numb the child's pain and make her sleepy. She collected them along with her wood. After the evening meal, the little girl sat propped up against a large rock, watching the activities of the people around her. Food and a fresh dressing had refreshed her, and she jabbered at Iza, though she could tell the woman didn't understand her. Other clan members glanced disapprovingly in her direction, but the child was unaware of the meaning of the looks. Their underdeveloped vocal organs made precise articulation impossible for people of the clan. The few sounds they used as emphasis had evolved from cries of warning or a need to gain attention, and the importance attached to verbalizations was a part of their traditions. Their primary means of communication, hand signals, gestures, positions, and an intuition born of intimate contact, established customs, and perceptive discernment of expressions and postures, were expressive but limited. Specific objects seen by one were difficult to describe to others, and abstract concepts even more so. The child's volubility perplexed the clan and made them distrustful. They treasured children, reared them with gentle, fond affection and discipline which grew more stern as they grew older. Babies were pampered by women and men alike. Young children rebuked most often by simply being ignored. When children became aware of the higher status of older children and adults, they emulated their elders and resisted pampering as fit only for babies. Youngsters learned early to behave within the strict confines of established custom, and one custom was that superfluous sounds were inappropriate. Because of her height, the girl seemed older than her years, and the clan considered her undisciplined, not well brought up. Iza, who had been in much closer contact with her, guessed she was younger than she seemed. She was coming to a close approximation of the girl's true age, and she responded to her helplessness more leniently. She sensed, too, from her mutterings while she was delirious, that her kind verbalized more fluently and more frequently. Iza was drawn to the child whose life depended on her, and who had wrapped scrawny little arms around her neck in complete trust. There will be time, Iza thought, to teach her better manners. She was already beginning to think of the child as hers. Creb wandered over while Iza was pouring boiling water over the flowers of the hollyhocks, and sat down near the child. He was interested in the stranger, and since the preparations for the evening ceremony were not yet complete, he went to see how she was recovering. They stared at each other, the young girl and the crippled, scarred old man, studying each other with equal intensity. He had never been so close to one of her kind, and had never seen a young one of the others at all. She didn't even know of the existence of clan people until she woke up to find herself among them. But more than their racial characteristics, she was curious about the puckered skin of his face. In her limited experience, she had never seen a face so horribly scarred. Impetuously, with the uninhibited reactions of a child, she reached out to touch his face, to see if the scar felt different. Creb was taken aback as she lightly stroked his face. None of the children of the clan had ever reached out to him like that. No adults reached out to him either. They avoided contact with him as though they might somehow catch his deformity by touching him. Only Iza, who nursed him through his sieges of arthritis which attacked with greater severity every winter, seemed to have no compunction about it. She was neither repulsed by his misshapen body and ugly scars, nor in awe of his power and position. The little girl's gentle touch struck an inner chord in his lonely old heart. He wanted to communicate with her, and thought for a moment about how to begin. "Creb," he said, pointing to himself. Iza was watching quietly, waiting for the flowers to steep. She was glad Creb was taking an interest in the girl, and the use of his personal name was not lost on her. "Creb," he repeated, tapping his chest. The child cocked her head, trying to understand. There was something he wanted her to do. Creb said his name a third time. Suddenly she brightened, sat up straight, and smiled. "Creb?" she responded, rolling the R to mimic his sound. The old man nodded approval. Her pronunciation was close. Then he pointed at her. She frowned slightly, not quite sure what he wanted now. He tapped his chest, repeated his name, then tapped hers. Her wide smile of understanding looked like a grimace to him, and the polysyllabic word that rolled out of her mouth was not only unpronounceable, it was almost incomprehensible. He went through the same motions, leaning close to hear her better. She said her name. "Eir." He hesitated, shook his head, tried again. "El." "Ayla?" It was the best approximation he could make. There were not many in the clan who could have come as close. She beamed and nodded her head up and down vigorously. It was not exactly what she had said, but she accepted it, sensing even in her young mind that he could not say the word for her name any better. "Ayla," Creb repeated, getting used to the sound. "Creb?" the girl said, tugging at his arm to get his attention, then pointed at the woman. "Iza," Creb said. "Iza." "Iza," she repeated. She was delighted with the word game. "Iza, Iza," she reiterated, looking at the woman. Iza nodded solemnly. Name sounds were very important. She leaned forward and tapped the child's chest the way Creb had, wanting her to say her name word again. The girl repeated her full name, but Iza just shook her head. She couldn't begin to make that combination of sounds that the girl made so easily. The child was dismayed, then, glancing at Creb, said her name the way he had. Ayga, the woman tried. The girl shook her head and said it again. Ayya? Iza tried again. Not I, Creb said. Ayla. He repeated very slowly, so Iza could hear the unfamiliar combination of sounds. Ayla, the woman said carefully, struggling to make the word the way Creb had. The girl smiled. It didn't matter that the name wasn't exactly right. Iza had tried so hard to say the name Creb had given her, she accepted it as her own. She would be Ayla for them. Spontaneously, she reached out and hugged the woman. Iza squeezed her gently, then pulled away. She would have to teach the child that displays of affection were unseemly in public, but she was pleased nonetheless. Ayla was beside herself with joy. She had felt so lost, so isolated among these strange people. She had tried so hard to communicate with the woman who was caring for her, and she was so frustrated when all her attempts failed. It was only a beginning, but at least she had a name to call the woman, and a name to be called. She turned back to the man who had initiated the communication. He didn't seem nearly so ugly to her anymore. Her joy bubbled over. She felt a warmth toward him, and as she had done many times to another man, she remembered only vaguely. The little girl put her arms around the crippled man's neck, pulled his head down to her, and rested her cheek against his. Her gesture of affection unsettled him. He resisted an urge to return the hug. It would be totally improper to be seen hugging this strange little creature outside the boundary of a family hearth. But he allowed her to press her smooth, firm little cheek to his bushy, bearded face a moment longer before he gently removed her arms from around his neck. Creb picked up his staff and used it to pull himself up. As he limped away, he thought about the girl. I must teach her to speak. She should learn to communicate properly, he said to himself. After all, I can't entrust all her instruction to a woman. He knew, though, that he really wanted to spend more time with her. Without realizing it, he thought of her as a permanent part of the clan. Brun had not considered the implications of allowing Iza to pick up a strange child along the way. It was not a failing of him as a leader. It was the failing of his race. He could not have anticipated finding a wounded child who was not clan, and he could not foresee the logical consequences of rescuing her. Her life had been saved. The only alternative to letting her stay with them was to turn her out to wander alone again. She could not survive alone. That did not take foresight. It was fact. After saving her life, to expose her to death again, he would have to oppose Iza, who, although she had no power personally, did have a formidable array of spirits on her side. And now, Creb, the Mog-ur who had the ability to call upon any and all spirits. Spirits were a potent force to Brun. He had no desire to find himself at odds with them. To give him full credit, it was just that eventuality that bothered him about the girl. He hadn't been able to express it to himself, but the thought had been hovering. He didn't know it yet, but Brun's clan had increased to 21. When the medicine woman examined Ayla's leg the next morning, she could see the improvement. Under her expert care, the infection was nearly gone, and the 4 parallel gashes were closed and healing, though she would always carry the scars. Iza decided a poultice was no longer needed, but she made a willow bark tea for the child. When she moved her off the sleeping fur, Ayla tried to stand. Iza helped her and supported her while the girl gingerly tried to put her weight on the leg. It hurt, but after a few careful steps, it felt better. Standing up at her full height, the girl was even taller than Iza thought. Her legs were long, spindly with knobby knees and straight. Iza wondered if they were deformed. The legs of clan people were bowed in an outward curvature, but except for a limp, the child had no problem moving around. Straight legs must be normal for her too, Iza decided, like blue eyes. The medicine woman wrapped the cloak around her and lifted the child to her hip as the clan got underway. Her leg wasn't healed enough yet for her to walk any great distance. At intervals during the day's march, Iza let her down to walk for a while. The girl had been eating ravenously, making up for her long hunger, and Iza thought she could notice a weight gain already. She was glad to be relieved of the extra burden occasionally, especially since traveling was becoming more difficult. The clan left the broad, flat steppes behind, and for the next few days traversed rolling hills that grew progressively steeper. They were in the foothills of the mountains whose glistening ice caps drew closer every day. The hills were thickly forested, not with the evergreens of boreal forest, but with the rich green leaves and thick gnarled trunks of broad-leafed deciduous trees. The temperature had warmed much faster than the season usually progressed, which puzzled Brunn. The men had replaced their wraps with a shorter leather hide that left the torso bare. The women didn't change to their summer wear. It was easier to carry their loads with a full wrap that eased chafing. The terrain lost all resemblance to the cold prairie that had surrounded their old cave. Iza found herself depending more and more on knowledge of memories more ancient than her own as the clan passed through shaded glens and over grassy knolls of a full, temperate forest. The heavy brown barks of oak, beech, walnut, apple, and maple were intermixed with supple, straight, thin-barked willow, birch, hornbeam, aspen, and the high brush of alder and hazelnut. There was a tang to the air Iza couldn't readily identify that seemed to ride on the warm, soft breeze from the south. Catkins still clung to fully leafed birches. Delicate petals of pink and white drifted down, blown blossoms of fruit and nut trees, giving early promise of autumn's bounty. They struggled through brush and vines of the dense forest and climbed exposed faces. As they mounted rocky outcrops, the hillsides around them were resplendent with greens of every hue. The deep shades of pine reappeared as they climbed, along with silver fir. Higher up, blue spruce made an occasional appearance. The deeper colors of conifers intermingled with the rich primary greens of the broad-leafed trees and the limes and pale white greens of the small-leafed varieties. Mosses and grass added their shades to the verdant mosaic of lush growth and small plants, from oxalis, the clover-like wood sorrel, to tiny succulents clinging to exposed rock faces. Wildflowers were scattered through the woods, white trilliums, yellow violets, rose-pink hawthorn, while yellow jonquils and blue and yellow gentians dominated some of the higher meadows. In a few of the heavily shaded places, the last of the yellow and white and purple crocus, off to a later start, still bravely showed their heads. The clan stopped for a rest after reaching the top of a steep incline. Below, the panorama of wooded hillsides ended abruptly at the steps expanding to the horizon. From their vantage point, several herds could be seen in the distance, grazing on the tall grass already fading to summer gold. Fast-moving hunters, traveling light and unencumbered by heavily burdened women, could pick and choose among the several varieties of game and reach the steppes easily in far less than half a morning. The sky to the east, over the broad prairie, was clear, but scudding up fast from the south, thunderheads were brewing. If they continued to develop, the high mountain range to the north would cause the clouds to dump their load of moisture on the clan. Brunn and the men were having a meeting just out of range of the women and children, but the worried scowls and hand gestures left no doubt about the reason for the discussion. They were trying to decide if they should turn back. The countryside was unfamiliar, but more important, they were moving too far away from the steppes. Though they had caught glimpses of many animals in the wooded foothills, it was nothing like the tremendous herds supported by the plentiful fodder of the grassy plains below. Animals were easier to hunt out in the open, easier to see without the cover of forest to hide them, cover that hid their four-legged hunters as well. Plains animals were more social, tended to form in herds, not as isolated individuals or small family groups like the forest prey. Iza guessed they would probably turn back, making their struggle to climb the steep hills all in vain. The gathering clouds and threatening rain cast a dreary pall over the dispirited travelers. While they were waiting, Iza let Ayla down and eased off her heavy load. The child, enjoying the freedom of movement her healing leg allowed after being confined to the woman's hip, wandered off. Iza saw her as she moved out of sight beyond the nose of a jutting ridge just ahead. She didn't want the child to stray too far. The meeting might end at any time, and Brunn would not look with favor on the girl if she held up their departure. She went after her, and rounding the ridge, Iza saw the child. But what she saw beyond the girl made her heart race. She hurried back, casting quick glances over her shoulder. She didn't dare interrupt Brunn and the men, and waited impatiently for the meeting to break up. Brunn saw her, and though he gave no indication of it, he knew something was bothering her. As soon as the men separated, Iza ran to Brunn, sat down in front of him, and looked at the ground, the position which meant she wanted to talk to him. He could grant an audience or not. The choice was his. If he ignored her, she would not be allowed to tell him what was on her mind. Brunn wondered what she wanted. He had noticed the girl exploring ahead. There was little about his clan that escaped his attention. But he had had more pressing problems. It must be about that girl, he thought, scowling, and was tempted to disregard Iza's petition. No matter what Mog-ur said, he didn't like the child traveling with them. Glancing up, Brun saw the magician watching him and tried to discern what the one-eyed man was thinking, but he could not read the impassive face. The leader looked back at the woman sitting at his feet. Her posture gave away her tense agitation. She's really disturbed, he thought. Brun was not an unfeeling man, and he held his sibling in high regard. Despite the problems she had had with her mate, she had always conducted herself well. She was an example to the other women, and seldom bothered him with insignificant requests. Perhaps he should let her speak. He did not have to act upon her request. He reached down and tapped her shoulder. Iza's breath exploded at the touch. She hadn't realized she had been holding it. He would let her speak. He had taken so long to decide she was sure he was going to ignore her. Iza stood up, and pointing in the direction of the ridge, she said one word. Cave. Chapter 4. Brun turned on his heel and strode toward the ridge. As he rounded the jutting nose, he stopped, held by the sight beyond. Excitement surged through his veins. A cave, and what a cave! From the first instant he saw it, he knew it was the cave he was looking for. But he fought to control his emotions, to keep his growing hopes in check. With conscious effort, he focused on the details of the cave and its setting. His concentration was so intense, he hardly noticed the little girl. Even from his vantage of a few hundred yards, the roughly triangular mouth hewn out of the grayish-brown rock of the mountain was large enough to promise a space inside more than adequate to accommodate his clan. The opening faced south, exposed to sunlight most of the day. As though confirming the fact, a beam of light, finding a chink in the clouds overhead, highlighted the reddish soil of the cave's broad front entrance. Brun scanned the area, making a quick survey. A large bluff to the north and a matching one to the southeast offered protection from winds. Water was close by, he thought, adding another positive feature to his growing mental list as he noticed the flowing stream at the foot of a gentle slope west of the cave. It was by far the most promising sight he had seen. He signaled to Clan and Creb, repressing his enthusiasm while he waited for them to join him to examine the cave more closely. The two men hurried toward their leader, followed by Iza, who went to fetch Ayla. She, too, took a more searching look at the cave and nodded her head with satisfaction before returning with the child to the knot of people gesturing excitedly. Brun's repressed emotion communicated itself. They knew a cave had been found, and they knew Brun thought it had good possibilities. Piercing the somber gloom of the overcast sky, bright rays of sun seemed to charge the atmosphere with hope, matched by the mood of the anxiously waiting clan. Brun and Grad gripped their spears as the three men approached the cave. They saw no signs of human habitation, but that was no guarantee the cave was uninhabited. Birds darted in and out of the large opening, twittering and chirping as they swooped and circled. Birds are a good omen, Mog-ur thought. As they neared, they walked cautiously, skirting the mouth, while Brun and Grad searched carefully for fresh tracks and droppings. The most recent were a few days old. The spoor and large tooth marks on heavy leg bones cracked by powerful jaws told their own story. A pack of hyenas had used the cave for temporary shelter. The carnivorous scavengers had attacked an aging fallow deer and dragged the carcass to the cave to finish their meal at leisure and in relative security. Off to one side, near the west end of the opening, nested in a tangle of vines and brush, was a spring-fed pool, its outlet a small rivulet trickling down the slope to the stream. While the others waited, Brun followed the spring to its source, rising out of the rock a short way up the steep, rugged, overgrown side of the cave. The sparkling water just outside the mouth was fresh and pure. Brun added the pool to the benefits of the location and rejoined the others. The site was good, but the cave itself would contain the decision. The two hunters and the crippled magician prepared to enter the large, dark opening. Returning to the east end, the men looked up at the apex of the triangular entrance high overhead as they passed into the hole in the mountain. All senses alert, they proceeded warily into the cave, keeping close to the wall. When their eyes grew accustomed to the dim interior, they gazed around in wonder. A high vaulted ceiling domed an enormous room, large enough for many times their number. They inched along the rough rock wall, watching for openings that might lead to deeper recesses. Near the back, a second spring oozed out of the wall, forming a small dark pool that melted into the dry dirt floor a short distance beyond. Just past the pool, the cave wall turned sharply toward the entrance. Following the west wall back to the mouth, they saw in the gradually increasing light a dark crack outlined by the dim gray wall. At Brun's signal, Creb stopped his shuffling walk, while Grad and the leader approached the fissure and looked inside. They saw absolute blackness. "Grad!" Brun commanded, adding a gesture that signified his need. The second-in-command dashed outside, while Brun and Creb waited tensely. Grad scanned the vegetation growing nearby, then headed toward a small stand of silver fir. Clumps of hard, resinous pitch exuded through the bark, made shiny patches on the trunks. Grad pried the bark loose. Fresh, sticky sap beaded up in the white scar left on the tree. He broke off dead, dry branches still clinging below the living, green-needled boughs, then withdrew a stone hand-axe from a fold of his wrap, hacked off a green branch, and quickly stripped it. He wrapped the pitchy bark and dry twigs with tough grass to the end of the green branch, and carefully removing the live coal from the aurochs horn at his waist, he held it to the pitch and began to blow. Soon he ran back into the cave with a blazing torch. With Grad holding the light high over his head and Brun in the lead gripping his club in readiness, the two men entered the dark crack. They crept silently along a narrow passage that turned abruptly after a few steps, doubling back toward the rear of the cave, and just beyond the turn opened into a second cave. The room, much smaller than the main cave, was nearly circular, and piled against the far wall, a heap of bones glowed whitely in the flickering torchlight. Brun moved in closer to get a better look, and his eyes flew open. He struggled to maintain control of himself, signaled Grad, and both of them quickly retreated. Mog-ur waited anxiously, leaning heavily on his staff. As Brun and Grad stepped out of the dark opening, the magician was surprised. It was not usual for Brun to be so agitated. At a gesture, Mog-ur followed the two men back into the dark passage. When they reached the small room, Grad held up the torch. Mog-ur's eyes narrowed as he saw the pile of bones. He rushed forward, his staff clattering to the floor as he dropped to his knees. Scrambling through the pile, he saw a large oblong object, and pushing the other bones aside, he picked up a skull. There was no doubt. The high domed frontal arch of the skull matched the one Mog-ur carried in his cloak. He sat back, held the huge cranium up to eye level, and looked into the dark eye holes with disbelief and reverence. Ursus had used this cave. From the quantity of bones, cave bears had hibernated here for many winters. Now Mog-ur understood Brun's excitement. It was the best of all possible signs. This cave had been the dwelling place of the great cave bear, the essence of the massive creature whom the clan revered above all others, honored above all others, permeated the very rock of the cave walls. Luck and good fortune were assured to the clan that lived there. From the age of the bones, it was clear the cave had been uninhabited for years, just waiting for them to find it. It was a perfect cave, well situated, spacious, with an annex for secret rituals that could be used winter and summer, an annex that breathed with the supernatural mystery of the clan's spiritual life. Mog-ur was already envisioning ceremonies. This small cave would be his domain. Their search was over. The clan had found a home, providing the first hunt was successful. As the three men left the cave, the sun was shining, the clouds in rapid retreat, blown away by a sharp wind that came from the east. Brun took it as a good sign. It wouldn't have mattered if the clouds had split asunder in a deluge of rain complete with lightning and thunder. He would have taken it as a good sign. Nothing could have dampened his elation or dispelled his feeling of satisfaction. He stood on the terrace in front of the cave and looked out at the view from the mouth. Ahead, between a cleft formed by two hills, he could see a broad, shimmering expanse of open water. He hadn't realized they were so close, and it triggered a memory that solved the puzzle of the rapidly warming temperature and unusual vegetation. The cave was in the foothills of a chain of mountains at the southern tip of a peninsula that jutted halfway into a mid-continent inland sea. The peninsula was connected in two places to the mainland. The primary connection was a broad neck to the north, but a narrow strip of salt marsh formed a tie to the high mountainous land to the east. The salt marsh was also a swampy outlet channel for a smaller inland sea on the northeastern edge of the peninsula. The mountains at their back protected the coastal strip from the frigid winter cold and fierce winds generated by the continental glacier to the north. Maritime winds, moderated by unfreezing waters of the sea, created a narrow temperate belt at the protected southern tip, and provided enough moisture and warmth for the dense hardwood forest of broad-leaf deciduous trees common to cold temperate regions. The cave was in an ideal location. They had the best of both worlds. Temperatures were warmer than any that prevailed in the surrounding area, and there was an abundance of wood to supply fuel for warmth during the freezing winter months. A large sea was close at hand, filled with fish and seafood, and cliffs along the shore were home to a nesting colony of seabirds and their eggs. The temperate forest was a forager's paradise of fruits, nuts, berries, seeds, vegetables, and greens. They had easy access to fresh water from springs and streams. But most important, they were within easy reach of the open steppes, whose extensive grasslands sustained the massive herds of large grazing animals that supplied not only meat, but clothing and implements. The small clan of hunter-gatherers lived off the land, and this land held an overwhelming abundance. Brun hardly noticed the ground beneath his feet as he walked back to the waiting clan. He couldn't imagine a more perfect cave. The spirits have returned, he thought. Maybe they never left us. Maybe they just wanted us to move to this larger, finer cave. Of course, that must be it. They were tired of the old cave. They wanted a new home, so they made an earthquake to make us leave it. Maybe the people who were killed were needed in the spirit world, and to make up for it, they led us to this new cave. They must have been testing me, testing my leadership. That's why I couldn't decide if we should turn back. Brun was glad his leadership had not been found wanting. If it hadn't been entirely improper, he would have run back to tell the others. As the three men came into view, there was no need to tell anyone they were through traveling. They knew. Of those waiting, only Iza and Ayla had seen the cave, and only Iza could appreciate it. She had been sure Brun would claim it. He can't make Ayla leave now, Iza thought. If it hadn't been for her, Brun would have turned back before we found it. Her totem must be powerful, and lucky, too. She's even lucky for us. Iza looked at the little girl beside her, oblivious to the excitement she had caused. But if she's so lucky, why did she lose her people? Iza shook her head. I'll never understand the ways of the spirits. Brun was looking at the child, too. As soon as he saw Iza and the girl, he remembered it was Iza who told him about the cave, and she would never have seen it if she hadn't gone after Ayla. The leader had been annoyed when he saw the child wander off by herself. He had told everyone to wait. But if she hadn't been so undisciplined, he would have missed the cave. Why would the spirits lead her to it first? Mog-ur was right. He's always right. The spirits weren't angered by Iza's compassion, weren't upset that Ayla was with them. If anything, they favored her. Brun glanced at the deformed man who should have been leader in his place. We're lucky that my brother is our Mog-ur. Strange, he thought. I haven't thought of him as my brother for a long time, not since we were children. Brun always used to think of Creb as his brother when he was young and fighting for the self-control necessary to males of the clan, especially to one destined to be leader. His older sibling had fought his own battle, against pain and ridicule because he couldn't hunt, and he seemed to know when Brun was close to tears. The crippled man's gentle look had a calming effect even then, and Brun always felt better when Creb sat next to him offering the solace of silent understanding. All children born to the same woman were siblings, but only children of the same sex referred to each other with the more intimate term of brother or sister, and then only when they were young or in rare moments of special closeness. Males did not have sisters, as females did not have brothers. Creb was Brun's sibling and his brother. Iza was only sibling, and she had no sisters. There was a time when Brun felt sorry for Creb, but he had long since forgotten the man's affliction in respect for his knowledge and his power. He had almost ceased seeing him as a man at all, only as the great magician whose sage counsel he often sought. Brun didn't think his brother ever regretted not being leader, but sometimes he wondered if the cripple ever regretted not having a mate and her children. Women could be trying at times, but they often brought warmth and pleasure to a man's fire. Creb never had a mate, never learned to hunt, never knew the joys or the responsibilities of normal manhood, but he was Mog-ur, the Mog-ur. Brun knew nothing about magic and little about spirits, but he was leader, and his mate had given birth to a fine son. He glowed with pleasure, thinking of Braud, the boy he was training to take his place someday. I will take him on the next hunt, Brun suddenly decided, the hunt for the cave feast. That can be his manhood hunt. If he makes his first kill, we can include his manhood rites in the cave ceremony. Wouldn't that make Abra proud? Braud is old enough, and he's strong and brave. A little too headstrong sometimes, but he is learning to control his temper. Brun needed another hunter. Now that the clan had a cave, they had work ahead of them to prepare for the next winter. The boy was nearly 12, more than old enough for manhood. Broud can share the memories for the first time in the new cave, Brun thought. They will be especially good. Iza will make the drink. Iza. What am I going to do about Iza? And that girl. Isa's already attached to her, strange as she is. It must be because she's been childless for so long. But she will have one of her own soon, and she has no mate to provide for her now. With the girl, there will be 2 children to worry about. Iza isn't young anymore, but she is pregnant, and she has her magic and her status, which would bring honor to a man. Maybe one of the hunters would take her as a second woman, if it weren't for that strange one. The strange one that the spirits favor. I might really make them angry if I turn her away now. They might make the earth shake again. Brun shuddered. I know Iza wants to keep her, and she did tell me about the cave. She deserves to be honored for it, but it must not be obvious. If I let her keep the girl, that would show her honor. But the girl isn't Clan. Would the Clan spirits want her? She doesn't even have a totem. How can she be allowed to stay with us if she has no totem? Spirits. I don't understand spirits. Creb, Brun called. The magician turned at the sound, surprised to hear Brun address him by his personal name, and limped toward the leader when he signaled that he wanted to talk privately. That girl, the one Iza picked up. You know she is not Clan, Mog-ur. Brun started, a little unsure of how to begin. Creb waited. You were the one who said I should allow Ursus to decide if she should live. Well, it looks like he has, but what do we do with her now? She is not Clan. She has no totem. Our totems won't even allow someone from another clan at the ceremony to make a cave ready for them. Only those whose spirits will live in it are permitted. She's so young. She'd never survive alone, and you know Iza wants to keep her. But what about the cave ceremony? Creb had been hoping for just such an opening. He was prepared. The child has a totem, Brun. A strong totem. We just don't know what it is. She was attacked by a cave lion. Yet all she has to show for it are a few scratches. A cave lion? Few hunters would get away that easy. Yes, and she wandered alone for a long time. She was near starvation, yet she didn't die. She was put in our path for Iza to find. And don't forget, you didn't prevent it, Brun. She is young for such an ordeal, Mog-ur continued. But I think she was being tested by her totem to see if she is worthy. Her totem is not only strong, it's lucky. We could all share her luck. Maybe we already are. You mean the cave? It was shown to her first. We were ready to turn back. You led us so close, Brun. The spirits led me, Mog-ur. They wanted a new home. Yes, of course they led you, but still, they showed the cave to the girl first. I've been thinking, Brun, there are 2 babies who don't know what their totems are. I haven't had time. Finding a new cave was more important. I think we should include a totem ceremony for those babies when we sanctify the cave. It would bring them luck and please their mothers. What does that have to do with the girl? When I meditate for the totems of the 2 babies, I will ask for hers, too. If her totem reveals himself to me, she can be included in the ceremony. It wouldn't require much of her, and we can accept her into the clan at the same time. Then there won't be any problem with her staying. Accept her into the clan? She's not Clan. She was born to the others. Who said anything about accepting her into the clan? It wouldn't be allowed. Ursus wouldn't like it. It's never been done before, Brun objected. I wasn't thinking of making her one of us. I only wondered if the spirits would allow her to live with us until she gets older. Iza saved her life, Brun. She carries part of the girl's spirit now. That makes her part Clan. She came close to walking in the next world, but she's alive now. That's almost the same as being born again, born to the clan. Creb could see the leader setting his jaw against the idea, and he hurried on before Brun could say anything. People of one clan join other clans, Brun. There's nothing unusual about that. There was a time when the young of many clans joined together to make new clans. Remember at the last clan gathering, didn't 2 small clans decide to join to make one? Both kept dwindling. Not enough children were born, and of those who were, not enough lived past their birth year. Taking someone into a clan isn't new, Creb reasoned. It's true, sometimes people of one clan join another, but the girl isn't Clan. You don't even know if her totem spirit will talk to you, Mog-ur. And if it does, how do you know you'll understand it? I can't even understand her. Do you really think you can do it? Discover her totem? I can only try. I will ask Ursus to help me. Spirits have a language of their own, Brun. If she is meant to join us, the totem that protects her will make himself understood." Brun considered for a moment. "But even if you can discover her totem, what hunter will want her? Iza and her baby will be burden enough, and we don't have as many hunters. We lost more than Iza's mate in the earthquake. The son of Grod's mate was killed, and he was a young, strong hunter. Aga's mate is gone, and she has 2 children, and her mother was sharing that fire." A hint of pain touched the leader's eyes at the thought of the deaths in his clan. "And Olga," Brun continued. "First her mother's mate was gored, and right afterward her mother died in the cave-in. I told Abra to keep the girl with us. Olga is nearly a woman. When she's old enough, I think I will give her to Braud. That should please him." Brun mused, distracted for a moment by the thoughts of his other responsibilities. "There are burdens enough for the men who are left, without adding the girl, Mog-ur. If I accept her into the clan, who can I give Iza to?" "Who were you going to give her to until the girl would be old enough to leave us, Brun?" the one-eyed man asked. Brun looked uncomfortable, but Creb continued before Brun could respond. "There's no need to burden a hunter with Iza or the child, Brun. I will provide for them." "You?" "Why not? They are female. There are no boys to train, at least not yet. Am I not entitled to the Mog-ur's portion of every hunt? I never claimed it all. I never needed it. But I can. Wouldn't it be easier if all the hunters gave me the full share allotted to Mog-ur, so I can provide for Iza and the girl, rather than have one hunter burdened with them? I planned to talk to you about setting up my own hearth when we found a new cave anyway, to provide for Iza, unless another man wants her. I've shared a fire with my sibling for many years. It would be difficult for me to change after so long. Besides, Iza helps my arthritis. If her child is a girl, I will take her too. If it is a boy, well, we can worry about it then." Brun mulled the idea over in his mind. Yes, why not? It would make it easier on everyone. But why does Creb want to do it? Iza would take care of his arthritis no matter whose fire she shared. Why does a man his age suddenly want to be bothered with small children? Why would he want to take on the responsibility of training and disciplining a strange girl? Maybe that's it. He feels responsible. Brun didn't like the idea of taking the girl into his clan. He wished the problem had never come up at all. But he liked even less the idea of having someone live with them who was an outsider, and outside of his control. Perhaps it was best to accept her and train her properly, as a woman should be. It might be easier for the rest of the clan to live with, too. And if Creb was willing to take them, Brun couldn't think of any reason not to allow it. Brun made a gesture of acquiescence. "All right. If you can discover her totem, we'll take her into the clan, Mog-ur. And they can live at your hearth, at least until Iza has her child." For the first time in his life, Brun found himself hoping that an expected child would be a girl rather than a boy. Once the decision was made, Brun felt a sense of relief. The problem of what to do with Iza had been bothering him, but he had put it aside. He had more important problems to worry about. Kreb's suggestion not only offered a solution to a knotty decision he had to make as leader of the clan, but it solved a much more personal problem as well. Try as he might, ever since the earthquake that killed her mate, he could think of no other alternative than to take Iza and her expected baby, and probably Creb as well, to his own hearth. He was already responsible for Braud and Abra, and now Olga. The addition of more people would create frictions in the one place he could relax and let down his guard a little. His mate might not have been too happy about it either. Abra got along well enough with his sibling, but at the same fire? Though nothing had ever been said openly, Brun knew Abra was jealous of Iza's status. Abra was mated to the leader. In most clans, she would have been the highest-ranked woman. But Iza was a medicine woman who could trace her lineage back in an unbroken line of the most respected, prestigious medicine women of the clan. She had status in her own right, not through her mate. When Iza picked up the girl, Brun thought he'd have to take her in, too. It hadn't occurred to him that Mog-ur might take responsibility, not only for himself, but for Iza and her children, too. Creb could not hunt, but Mog-ur had other resources. With the problem solved, Brun hurried toward his clan, who were eagerly awaiting word from their leader to confirm what they had already guessed. He gave the signal. "We travel no more. A cave has been found." "Iza," Creb said as she was preparing a tea of willow bark for Ayla, "I will not be eating tonight." Iza bowed her head in acknowledgement. She knew he was going to meditate in preparation for the ceremony. He never ate before meditating. The clan was camped beside the stream at the foot of the gentle slope leading to the cave. Not until it had been consecrated by the proper rituals would they move in. Though it would be unpropitious to seem too anxious, each member of the clan found some pretext to get close enough to look inside. Foraging women made a point of searching near the mouth, and men followed the women, ostensibly to watch them. The clan was keyed up, but in a happy mood. The anxiety they had felt ever since the earthquake had vanished. They liked the look of the large new cave. Though it was difficult to see very far inside the dim, unlighted cavern, they could see enough to know it was spacious, much roomier than their former cave. The women pointed with delight at the still pond of spring water just outside. They wouldn't even have to go as far as the stream for water. They looked forward to the cave ceremony, one of the few rituals in which women had their own part, and everyone was anxious to move in. Mog-ur headed away from the busy campsite. He wanted to find a quiet place where he could think undisturbed. As he walked alongside the swiftly running stream rushing to its meeting with the inland sea, a warm breeze blew from the south again, ruffling his beard. Only a few distant clouds marred the crystal clarity of the late afternoon sky. The undergrowth was thick and lush. He had to pick his way around obstructions, but he hardly noticed, his mind deep in concentration. A noise from the brush nearby brought him up short. This was strange country, and his only defense was his stout walking stick, but in his one powerful hand it could be a formidable weapon of defense. He held it in readiness, listening to the snorting and grunting coming from the dense underbrush, and the sounds of snapping branches from the direction of moving bushes. Suddenly, an animal burst through the screen of thick growth, its large, powerful body supported by short, stocky legs. Wickedly sharp lower canines protruded like tusks along both sides of its snout. The animal's name came to him, though he had not seen one before. A boar. The wild pig glared belligerently at him, shuffled indecisively, then ignored him, and burrowing his snout into the soft earth, headed back into the brush. Creb breathed a sigh of relief, then continued downstream. He stopped at a narrow sandy bank, spread out his cloak, put the skull of the cave bear on it, and sat down facing it. He made formalized gestures, asking Ursus for assistance, then cleared his mind of all thoughts except for the babies who needed to know their totems. Children had always intrigued Creb. Often when he sat in the midst of the clan, apparently lost in thought, he was observing the children without anyone being aware of it. One of the youngsters was a robust, strapping boy, about halfway into his first year, who had howled belligerently at his birth and many times since, especially when he wanted to be fed. From the very first, Borg was always nuzzling his mother, burrowing into her soft breast until he found the nipple and making little grunting noises of pleasure as he nursed. It reminded him, Creb thought with humor, of the boar he had just seen grunting as he burrowed into the soft earth. The boar was an animal worthy of respect. It was intelligent. The vicious canines could inflict serious damage when the beast was aroused, and the short legs could move with amazing speed when it decided to charge. No hunter would disdain such a totem, and it will be suitable for this new place. Its spirit will rest easy in the new cave. A boar it is, he decided, convinced the boy's totem had shown himself so the magician would be reminded of him. Mog-ur felt satisfied with the choice and turned his attention to the other baby. Ona, whose mother had lost her mate in the earthquake, had been born not long before the cataclysm. Vorn, her 4-year-old sibling, was the only male around that fire now. Aga will need another mate soon, the magician mused. One who will take Abba, her old mother, too. But that's Brun's worry. It's Ona I need to think about, not her mother. Girls needed gentler totems. They could not be stronger than a male totem, or they would fight off the impregnating essence, and the woman would bear no children. Thought about Iza. Her saga antelope had been too much for her mate's totem to overcome for many years. Or had it? Mog-ur often wondered about that. Iza knew more magic than many people realized, and she was not happy with the man to whom she had been given. Not that he blamed her in many ways. She had always conducted herself properly, but the strain between them was apparent. Well, the man is gone now, Creb thought. Mog-ur will be her provider, if not her mate. As her sibling, Creb could never mate Iza. It would be against all tradition. But he had long since lost his desire for a mate. Iza was a good companion. She had cooked for him and cared for him for many years, and it might be more pleasant around the hearth now without the constant undertone of animosity. Ayla might make it more so. Creb felt a flush of gentle warmth, remembering her little arms reaching out to hug him. Later, he said to himself. First, Ona. She was a quiet, contented baby who often stared at him solemnly with her large, round eyes. She watched everything with silent interest, missing nothing, or so it seemed. The picture of an owl flashed in his mind. Too strong? The owl is a hunting bird, he thought, but it only hunts small animals. When a woman had a strong totem, her mates needed to be much stronger. No man with weak protection could mate a woman with an owl totem, but perhaps she will have need of a man with strong protection. An owl, then, he decided. All women need mates with strong totems. Is that why I never took a mate? Creb thought. How much protection can a roe deer give? Iza's birth totem is stronger. Creb hadn't thought of the gentle, shy roe deer as his totem for many years. It too inhabited these thick forests, like the boar, he suddenly remembered. The magician was one of the few who had two totems. Kreb's was the roe deer. Mog-ur's was Ursus. Ursus spilaeus, the cave bear, massive vegetarian towering over his omnivorous cousins by nearly twice their standing height. With a gigantic shaggy bulk of 3 times their weight, the largest bear ever known, was normally slow to anger. But one nervous she-bear attacked a defenseless, crippled boy who wandered, lost in thought, too close to a young cub. It was the lad's mother who found him, torn and bleeding, his eye ripped away with half his face, and she who nursed him back to health. She amputated his useless, paralyzed arm below the elbow, crushed by the huge creature's enormous strength. Not long afterward, Mog-ur before him selected the deformed and scarred child as acolyte, and told the boy Ursus had chosen him, tested him, and found him worthy, and took his eye as a sign that Creb was under his protection. His scars should be worn with pride, he was told. They were the mark of his new totem. Ursus never allowed his spirit to be swallowed by a woman to produce a child. The cave bear offered his protection only after testing. Few were chosen. Fewer survived. His eye was a great price to pay, but Creb was not sorry. He was the Mog-ur. No magician ever had his power, and that power, Creb was sure, was given to him by Ursus. And now Mog-ur asked for his totem's help. Clutching his amulet, he implored the spirit of the great bear to bring forth the spirit of the totem that protected the girl born to the others. This was a true test of his ability, and he wasn't at all sure the message would come through to him. He concentrated on the child and what little he knew of her. She is fearless, he thought. She had been openly affectionate to him, showing fear neither of him nor of the censure of the clan. Rare for a girl. Girls usually hid behind their mothers when he was around. She was curious and learned quickly. A picture started to form in his mind, but he pushed it aside. No, that's not right. She's female. That's not a female totem. He cleared his mind and tried again. But the picture returned. He decided to let it play out. Perhaps it was leading to something else. He envisioned a pride of cave lions lazily warming themselves in the hot summer sun of the open steppes. There were 2 cubs. One was leaping playfully in the tall sere grass, poking her nose curiously into the holes of small rodents and growling in mock attack. It was a she-cub. It was she who would grow into a lioness, the primary hunter of the pride. It was she who would bring her kill to her mate. The cub bounded up to a shaggy-maned male and tried to entice him to play. Fearlessly, she reached up with a paw and batted the adult cat's massive muzzle. It was a gentle touch, almost a caress. The huge lion pushed her down and held her with a heavy paw, then began washing the cub with his long, rough tongue. Cave lions rear their young with affection and discipline, too, he thought, wondering why this scene of feline domestic felicity came to him. Mog-ur tried to clear his mind of the picture, tried once more to concentrate on the girl, but the scene would not shift. Ursus, he motioned. A cave lion? It can't be. A female cannot have so powerful a totem. What man could she ever mate with? No man in his clan had a cave lion totem. Not many men in all the clans did. He visualized the tall, skinny child, straight arms and legs, flat face with a large bulging forehead, pale and washed out. Even her eyes were too light. She will be an ugly woman, Mog-ur thought honestly. What man is likely to want her anyway? The thought of his own repulsiveness crossed his mind, and the way women had avoided him, especially when he was younger. Perhaps she will never mate. She would need the protection of a strong totem if she had to live out her life with no man to protect her. But a cave lion? He tried to remember if there had ever been a woman of the clan with a huge cat for a totem. She is not really clan, he reminded himself, and there was no doubt her protection was strong, or she wouldn't be alive. She would have been killed by that cave lion. Thought crystallized in his mind. The cave lion. It attacked her, but it did not kill. Or did it attack? Was it testing her? Then another thought burst through, and a chill of recognition crept up his spine. All doubt was swept out of his mind. He was sure. Not even Brunn can doubt it, he thought. The cave lion had marked her with 4 parallel grooves in her left thigh, scars she would carry for the rest of her life. At a manhood ceremony, when Mog-ur carved the mark of a young man's totem on his body, the mark for a cave lion was 4 parallel lines carved into the thigh. On a male, they are marked on the right thigh, but she is female, and the marks are the same. Of course, why hadn't he realized it before? The lion knew it would be difficult for the clan to accept, so he marked her himself, but so clearly no one could mistake it, and he marked her with clan totem marks. The cave lion wanted the clan to know. He wants her to live with us. He took her people, so she would have to live with us. Why? The magician was jarred by a feeling of uneasiness, the same feeling he had experienced after the ceremony the day she was found. If he'd had a concept for it, he would have called it a sense of foreboding, yet tinged with a strange, unnerving hope. Mog-ur shook it off. Never had a totem come so strongly to him before. That was what unnerved him, he thought. The cave lion is her totem. He chose her, just as Ursus chose me. Mog-ur looked into the dark, empty eye sockets of the skull in front of him. With profound acceptance, he marveled at the ways of the spirits once they were understood. It was all so clear now. He was relieved and overwhelmed. Why should this small girl have need of such powerful protection? Chapter 5. Black-leafed trees waved and fluttered in the twilight breeze, dancing silhouettes against a darkening sky. The camp was quiet, settling down for the night. By the dim glow of hot coals, Iza checked the contents of several small pouches spread out in orderly rows on her cloak, glancing up now and then in the direction she had seen Creb leave. She was concerned about him, off by himself in unfamiliar woods, without weapons to defend himself. The child was already asleep, and the woman grew more worried as the daylight waned. Earlier, she had inspected the vegetation growing around the cave, wanting to know the availability of plants to replenish and enlarge her pharmacopoeia. She always carried certain things with her in the otter-skin bag, but to her, the small pouches of dried leaves, flowers, roots, seeds, and barks in her medicine bag were only first aid. In the new cave, she would have room for greater quantity and variety. She never went far without her medicine bag, though. It was as much a part of her as her wrap. More. She would have felt naked without her medicines, not without a wrap. Iza finally saw the old magician hobbling back, and relieved, she jumped up to put the food saved for him on the fire to warm, and started water boiling for his favorite herb tea. He shuffled up, then eased himself down by her side as she was putting her small pouches into the larger one. "How is the child tonight?" he motioned. "Resting easier. Her pain is nearly gone." "She asked for you," Iza replied. Creb grunted, inwardly pleased. "Make an amulet for her in the morning, Iza." The woman bowed her head in acknowledgement. Then she jumped up again to check the food and water. She had to move. She was so happy she couldn't sit still. Ayla is going to stay. Creb must have talked to her totem, Iza thought, her heart beating with excitement. The mothers of the 2 babies had made amulets that day. They were very obvious about it, so everyone would know their children would learn their totems at the cave ceremony. It presaged good luck for them, and the 2 women were almost strutting with pride. Was that why Creb was gone so long? It must have been difficult for him. Iza wondered what Ayla's totem was, but repressed an urge to ask. He wouldn't tell her anyway, and she would find out soon enough. She brought her sibling his food and tea for both of them. They sat quietly together, a comfortable, affectionate warmth between them. When Creb finished, they were the only ones still awake. "The hunters will go out in the morning," Creb said. If they make a good kill, the ceremony will be the next day. You will be prepared?" I checked the bag. There were enough roots. I will be ready, Iza motioned, holding up a small pouch. It was different from the others. The leather had been dyed a deep brownish red, with fine powdered red ochre mixed into the bear fat that had been used to cure the cave bear skin it was made from. No other woman had anything colored the sacred red, although everyone in the clan carried a piece of red ochre in their amulets. It was the holiest relic Iza possessed. "I will purify myself in the morning." Again Creb grunted. It was the usual non-committal comment used by men when responding to a woman. It carried only enough meaning to indicate the woman had been understood, without acknowledging too much significance in what she said. They remained quiet for a while. Then Creb put his small tea bowl down and looked at his sibling. "Mog-ur will provide for you and the girl, and your child if it is a girl. You will share my fire in the new cave, Iza," he said, then reached for his staff to help himself up and hobbled to his sleeping place. Iza had started to get up, but sat back down, thunderstruck by his announcement. It was the last thing she expected. With her mate gone, she knew some other man would have to provide for her. She had tried to put thoughts of her fate out of her mind. It made no difference how she felt. Brun would not consult her. But she couldn't help thinking about it sometimes. Of the possible options, some didn't appeal to her, and the rest she thought were unlikely. There was Drug. Since Guv's mother had been killed in the earthquake, he was alone now. Iza respected Drug. He was the best maker of tools in the clan. Any of them could chip flakes from a flint boulder to make a rough hand axe or scraper, but Drug had a real talent for it. He could pre-shape the stone so that the flakes he napped off would have the size and shape he wanted. His knives, scrapers, all his tools were highly prized. If the choice were hers, of all the men in the clan, Iza would choose Drug. He had been good to the acolyte's mother. There had been a genuine fondness in their relationship. It was more likely, though, Iza knew, that Aga would be given to him. Aga was younger, and already the mother of 2 children. Her son, Vorn, would soon need a hunter to be responsible for his training, and the baby, Ona, needed a man to provide for her until she grew up and made it herself. The toolmaker would probably be willing to take her mother, Abba, too. The old woman needed a place as well as her daughter. Taking on all those responsibilities would make quite a change in the life of the quiet, orderly toolmaker. Aga could be a little difficult at times, and she didn't have the understanding Guv's mother had had. But Guv would be setting up his own hearth soon, and Drug needed a woman. Guv as a mate for her was entirely out of the question. He was too young, just barely a man, and hadn't even made it for the first time. Brun would never give him an old woman, and Iza would feel more like his mother than his mate. Iza had thought about living with Grad and Uka, and the man who had been mated to Grad's mother, Zaug. Grad was a stiff, laconic man, but never cruel, and his loyalty to Brun was beyond question. She wouldn't have minded living with Grad, even though she'd be second woman. But Uka was Abra's sister, and had never quite forgiven Iza her status that had usurped her sibling's place. And since the death of her son, when he had not yet even moved to his own hearth, Uka was grieving and withdrawn. Not even Ovra, her daughter, was able to soften the woman's pain. There's too much unhappiness at that hearth, Iza had thought. She had hardly considered Krug's fire. Ika, his mate, and the mother of Borg, was an open, friendly young woman. That was just the trouble. They were both so young, and Iza had never gotten along very well with Dorv, the old man who had been the mate of Ika's mother, who shared their fire. That left Brun, and she could not even be second woman at his hearth. He was her sibling. Not that it mattered. She had her own status. At least she wasn't like the poor old woman who had finally found her way to the world of the spirits during the earthquake. She had come from another clan. Her mate had died long before. She never had any children, and had been traded off from fire to fire, always a burden. A woman with no status, no value. But the possibility of sharing a hearth with Creb, of his providing for her, hadn't even entered her mind. There was no one in the clan of whom she was fonder, man or woman. He even likes Ayla, she thought. I'm sure of it. It's a perfect arrangement. Unless I have a boy. A boy needs to live with a man who can train him to be a hunter, and Creb can't hunt. I could take the medicine to make me lose it, she thought for a moment. Then I could be sure I wouldn't have a boy. She patted her stomach and shook her head. No, it's too late. There could be problems. She realized she wanted the baby, and despite her age, her pregnancy had progressed without difficulty. The chances were good that the child would be normal and healthy, and children were too precious to give up lightly. I will ask my totem again to make the baby a girl. He knows I've wanted a girl all along. I promised I'd take care of myself so the baby he allowed to start would be healthy. If only he'd make it a girl. Iza knew women of her years could have problems, and she ate foods and medicines that were helpful to pregnant women. Though never a mother, the medicine woman knew more about pregnancy, delivery, and nursing than most women. She had helped deliver all the youngsters in the clan, and she dispensed her knowledge with her medication freely to the women. But there was some magic, passed down from mother to daughter, that was so secret, Iza would have died before revealing it, especially to a man. Any man who found out about it would never permit its use. The secret had been kept only because no one, man or woman, asked a medicine woman about her magic. The custom of avoiding direct queries was so long-standing it had become tradition, almost law. She could share her knowledge if someone indicated an interest, but Iza never discussed her special magic, because if a man had thought to ask, she could not have refused to answer. No woman could refuse to answer a man, and it was impossible for people of the clan to lie. Their form of communication, dependent for subtle nuance on barely perceptible changes in expressions, gestures, and postures, made any attempt immediately detectable. They didn't even have a concept for it. The closest they could come to untruth was to refrain from speaking. And that was usually discerned, though often allowed. Iza never mentioned the magic she had learned from her mother, but she had been using it. The magic prevented conception, prevented the spirit of a man's totem from entering her mouth to start a child. It never occurred to the man who had been her mate to ask her why she had not conceived a child. He assumed her totem was too strong for a woman. He often told her so, and bemoaned the fact to the other man as the reason his totem's essence was not able to overcome hers. Iza used the plants to prevent conception because she wanted to shame her mate. She wanted the clan and him to think the impregnating element of his totem was too weak to break down the defenses of hers, even though he beat her. The beatings were given, supposedly, to force her totem into submission, but Iza knew he enjoyed it. At first, she hoped her mate would give her to some other man if she produced no children. She hated the strutting braggart, even before she was given to him. And when she found out who her mate was to be, she could do nothing but cling to her mother in desperation. Her mother could offer only consolation. She had no more say in the matter than her daughter. But her mate did not give her away. Iza was medicine woman, the highest-ranked woman in the clan, and it gave him a feeling of manliness to have control over her. When the strength of his totem and his manhood was in question because his mate produced no offspring, the physical power he had over her compensated for it. Though the beatings were allowed in the hope that they would result in a child, Iza sensed that Brun disapproved. She was sure if Brun had been leader at the time, she would not have been given to that particular man. A man did not prove his manhood in Brun's opinion by overcoming women. Women had no alternative but to submit. It was unworthy of a man to pit himself against a lesser adversary or to allow his emotions to be provoked by a woman. It was a man's duty to command women, to maintain discipline, to hunt and provide, to control his emotions, and to show no sign of pain when he was suffering. A woman might be cuffed if she was lazy or disrespectful, but not in anger, and not with joy, only to discipline. Though some men struck women more often than others, few men made a habit of it. Only Iza's mate had made it a regular practice. After Creb joined their fire, her mate was even more reluctant to give her away. Iza was not only medicine woman, she was the woman who cooked for Mog-ur. If Iza left his fire, Mog-ur would too. Her mate had imagined that the rest of the clan thought he was learning secrets from the great magician. In truth, Creb was never more than properly polite in all the time they shared the same hearth, and hardly deigned to notice the man on many occasions. Especially, Iza was sure, when Creb noticed a particularly colorful bruise. For all the beatings, Iza continued to make use of her herbal magic. Yet when she found herself pregnant, she resigned herself to her fate. Some spirit had finally overcome both her totem and her magic. Perhaps it was his, but Iza thought if the vital principle of his totem had finally prevailed, why had the spirit deserted him when the cave collapsed? She held out one last hope. She wished for a daughter, a girl to detract from his newly gained esteem, and a girl to carry on her line of medicine women, though she had been ready to end the line with herself rather than have a child while she lived with her mate. If she gave birth to a son, her mate would have been fully vindicated. A girl would still leave something to be desired. Now Iza wanted a girl even more, not to deny her dead mate's posthumous prestige, but to allow her to live with Creb. Iza put her medicine bag away and crawled into her fur beside the peacefully sleeping child. Ayla must be lucky, Iza thought. There's the new cave, and she's going to be allowed to stay with me, and we're going to share Creb's fire. Maybe her luck will bring me a daughter, too. Iza put her arm around Ayla and snuggled close to her warm little body. After breakfast the next morning, Iza beckoned to the child and headed upstream. As they walked beside the water, the medicine woman looked for certain plants. After a few moments, Iza saw a clearing on the other side and crossed over. Growing on the open ground were several plants, about a foot high, with dull green leaves attached to long stalks tipped with spikes of small, densely packed green flowers. Iza dug up the red-rooted pigweed and headed for a marshy area beside sluggish backwater, and found scouring rush horsetail ferns, and farther upstream, soaproot. Ayla, following her, watched with interest, wishing she could communicate with the woman. Her head was full of questions she couldn't ask. They went back to the campsite, and Ayla watched her fill a tightly woven basket with water and add the stalky ferns and hot rocks from the fire. Ayla squatted beside the woman while Iza cut a circular piece with a sharp flake of stone out of the cloak she had used to carry the girl. Though soft and pliable, the fat-cured leather was tough, but the stone knife cut it with ease. With another stone tool, chipped to a point, Iza pierced several holes around the edge of the circle. Then she twisted tough, stringy bark from a low-growing shrub into a cord and threaded it through the holes and pulled it tight to make a pouch. With a quick flick of her knife, one made by Droog and a tool Iza treasured, she cut off a piece of the long thong that held her wrap closed, first measuring it around Ayla's neck. The entire process took only a few moments. When the water in the cooking basket was bubbling, Iza gathered up the other plants she had collected, along with the watertight wicker bowl, and went back to the stream. They walked along the bank until they came to a place where it eased into the water in a gradual slope. Finding a round stone she could hold easily in her hand, Iza pounded the soaproot with water in a saucer-like depression of a large, flattish rock near the stream. The roots sudsed into a rich saponin-filled lather. Taking stone tools and other small items from the folds, Iza unwound the thong and removed her wrap. She slipped her amulet over her head and carefully placed it on top. Ayla was delighted when Iza took her hand and led her into the stream. She loved the water. But after a thorough wetting, the woman picked her up, sat her on the rock, and lathered her from head to foot, including her stringy, matted hair. After dunking her in the cool water, the woman made a motion and squeezed her eyes shut. Ayla didn't understand the motion, but when she mimicked the woman, Iza nodded, and she understood the woman wanted her to close her eyes. The child felt her head being bent forward, then the warm liquid from the bowl of ferns poured over her. Her head had been itching, and Iza had noticed tiny crawling vermin. The woman massaged in the lice-killing liquid extracted from the horsetail fern. After a second rinsing in the cold stream, Iza crushed the pigweed root together with its leaves and lathered it into her hair. A final dunking followed. Then Iza performed the same ablutions on herself while the child played in the water. While they were sitting on the bank, letting the sun dry them, Iza peeled the bark off a twig with her teeth and used it to pull snarls out of their hair as it dried. She was astonished at the fine, silky softness of Ayla's near-white hair. Certainly unusual, Iza thought, but rather nice. It's really her best feature. She looked at the child without making it obvious. Though suntanned, the child was still lighter than she, and Iza thought the skinny, pale little girl with her light eyes was amazingly unattractive. Unusual-looking people, there's no doubt they're human, but so ugly. Poor child. How will she ever find a mate? If she doesn't mate, how will she have any status? She could be like the old woman who died in the earthquake, Iza thought. If she were my real daughter, then she'd have her own status, too. I wonder if I could teach her some healing magic. That would give her some value. If I have a girl, I could train them both. And if I have a boy, there won't be another woman to carry on my line. The clan will need a new medicine woman someday. If Ayla knew the magic, they might accept her. Some man might even be willing to mate her. She's going to be accepted into the clan. Why can't she be my daughter? Iza already thought of the girl as hers, and her musings planted the germ of an idea. She looked up, noticed the sun was much higher, and realized it was getting late. I must finish her amulet and then prepare to make the drink from the root, Iza said to herself, suddenly remembering her responsibilities. Ayla! She called to the child who had wandered toward the stream again. The girl came running. Looking at her leg, Iza saw the water had softened the scabs, but it was healing well. Hurrying back into her wrap, Iza led the child toward the ridge, stopping first to get her digging stick and the small pouch she had made. She had noticed a ditch of red soil just on the other side of it, near the place they had stopped before Ayla showed them the cave. When they reached it, she poked with her stick until several small chunks of red ochre broke loose. Picking up a few small pieces, she held them out to Ayla. The girl looked at them, not sure what was expected, then tentatively touched one. Iza took the small lump, put it in the pouch, and tucked the pouch in a fold. Before turning to go back, Iza looked out over the view and saw small figures moving across the plains below. The hunters had left early in the morning. Many ages before, men and women far more primitive than Brun and his 5 hunters learned to compete for game with 4-legged predators by watching and copying their methods. They saw, for example, how wolves working together could bring down prey many times larger and more powerful than themselves. Over time, using tools and weapons rather than claws and fangs, they learned that by cooperating, they too could hunt the large beasts that shared their environment. It prodded them along their evolutionary journey. With a need for silence so as not to warn the game they were stalking, they developed hunting signals that evolved into the more elaborate hand signals and gestures used to communicate other needs and desires. Warning cries changed in pitch and tone to include greater informational content. Though the branch of the tree of man that led to the people of the clan did not include sufficiently developed vocal mechanisms to evolve a full verbal language, it did not impair their ability to hunt. The 6 men started out at first light. From their vantage point near the ridge, they watched the sun sending its beams ahead as scouts, creep tentatively over the edge of the earth, then blazon forth in full command of the day. Toward the northeast, a vast cloud of soft lowest dust shrouded an undulating mass of shaggy brown movement, accented by curving black spikes. A broad trail of trampled earth, entirely devoid of vegetation, followed the slowly moving herd of bison defacing the golden green plains. No longer slowed by women and children, the hunters covered the distance to the steppes quickly. Leaving the foothills behind, they fell into a ground-eating dog trot, approaching the herd downwind. As they drew close, they crouched low in the tall grass, watching the huge beasts. Gigantic hump-backed shoulders, tapering to narrow flanks behind, supported massive woolly heads bearing enormous black horns that spanned well over a yard in mature animals. The rangy, sweaty smell of the close-packed multitude assaulted their nostrils, and the earth vibrated with the movement of thousands of hooves. Brun, holding up a hand to shade his eyes, studied each individual creature that passed, waiting for the right animal in the right circumstances. To look at the man, it was impossible to tell the unbearable tension the leader kept under tight control. Only his pulsing temples above locked jaws betrayed his nervously pounding heart and raw-edged nerves. This was the most important hunt of his life. Not even his first kill that had elevated him to the status of manhood matched this one, for on it rested the final condition for residence in the new cave. A successful hunt would not only bring meat for the feast that would be part of the cave ceremony, but would assure the clan that their totems did indeed favor their new home. If the hunters returned empty-handed from their first hunt, the clan would be required to search further for a cave more acceptable to their protective spirits. It was their totem's way of warning them that the cave was unlucky. When Brun saw the huge herd of bison, he was encouraged. They were the embodiment of his own totem. Brun glanced at his hunters, waiting anxiously for his signal. Waiting was always the hardest part, but a premature move could have disastrous results, and if it was humanly possible, Brun was going to make sure nothing went wrong with the hunt. He caught the worried expression on Braud's face and almost regretted, for a fleeting moment, his decision to let the son of his mate make the kill. Then he remembered the boy's shining eyes filled with pride when the leader told him to prepare himself for his manhood hunt. It's normal for the boy to be nervous, Brun thought. It's not only his manhood hunt, the clan's new home may depend on his strong right arm. Braud noticed Brun's glance and quickly controlled the expression that gave away his inner turmoil. He hadn't realized how huge a living bison was. Standing up straight, the hump at the shoulders of the lumbering beast was a foot or more above his head, or how overpowering a full herd of them could be. He would have to make at least the first telling wound to be credited with the kill. What if I miss? What if I strike wrong and he gets away? Braud's thoughts were in turmoil. Gone was the lad's feeling of superiority, strutting in front of Olga, making practice thrusts while she looked on with adoration. He pretended not to notice. She was only a child, a girl child at that. But it would not be long before she was a woman. Olga might not be a bad mate when she grows up, Braud thought. She'll need a strong hunter to protect her now that both her mother and her mother's mate are gone. Braud liked the way she took special pains to wait on him since she had come to live with him, eagerly running to obey his every wish, even though he wasn't even a man yet. But what will she think of me if I don't make the kill? What if I can't become a man at the cave ceremony? What would Brun think? What would the whole clan think? What if we have to leave the beautiful new cave already blessed by Ursus? Braud clutched his spear tighter and reached for his amulet in a pleading gesture to the woolly rhinoceros to give him courage and a strong arm. There was little chance of the animal getting away, if Brun could help it. He let the lad think the fate of the clan's new cave rested on him. If he was going to be leader someday, he might as well learn the weight of responsibility of the position now. He would give the boy his chance, but Brun planned to be nearby to make the kill himself if necessary. He hoped for the boy's sake he wouldn't have to. The lad was proud. His humiliation would be great, but the leader had no intention of sacrificing the cave to Braud's pride. Brun turned back to watching the herd. Shortly, he sighted a young bull straggling away from the throng. The animal was nearly full-grown, but still young and inexperienced. Brun waited until the bison drifted farther away from the rest, for a moment when he was a solitary creature away from the security of the herd. Then he signaled. The men darted off instantly, fanning out, Braud leading off. Brun watched as they spaced themselves at regular intervals, anxiously keeping an eye on the straying young bison. He signaled again, and the men sprang toward the herd, yelping and shouting and waving their arms. Startled animals near the edge began to run into the main body of the herd, closing the gaps and nudging the ones near the edge toward the center. At the same time, Brun dashed between them and the young bull, veering him away. While the frightened beasts at the periphery plowed into the milling multitude, Brun pounded after the one he had singled out. He poured every ounce of energy into the chase, driving the bull as fast as his thick, muscular legs could move. The dry earth of the steppes filled the air with fine, silty soil, churned up by the horde of hard-hoofed bison as the movement at the edge rippled through the throng. Brun squinted and coughed, blinded by the swirling dust that clogged his nostrils and choked his breath. Gasping, nearly spent, he saw Grad pick up the chase. The bull veered again at Grad's fresh spurt. The men were moving in, forming a large circle that would bring the beast back to Brun as he jogged, still panting, to close the circle. The vast herd was in full stampede, charging across the prairie, their unreasoned fear multiplied by the movement itself. Only the young bull was left, running in panic from a creature with a fraction of his strength, but with more than enough intelligence and determination to compensate for the difference. Grad pummeled after him, refusing to give in though his pounding heart threatened to burst. Sweat made rivulets in the film of dust that covered his body and gave his beard a dun cast. Grad finally stumbled to a halt, just as Droog took his place. The hunter's endurance was great, but the strong young bison pushed ahead with untiring energy. Droog was the tallest man in the clan, his legs a shade longer. Urging the beast forward, Droog bore down on him with a fresh burst of speed, heading him off when he tried to follow the trail of the departing herd. By the time Krug took over from the exhausted Droog, the young animal was visibly winded. Krug was fresh, and he pushed the beast on, forcing a new spurt of energy from the flagging bison with a touch of his sharp spear on the flank. When Goov jumped into the relay, the huge, shaggy creature was slowing. The bull ran blindly, doggedly, followed closely by Goov, constantly prodding him to drain the last drop of strength remaining to the young animal. Braud saw Brun moving in as he let out a yelp and took his turn racing after the massive beast. His sprint was short-lived. The bison had had enough. He slowed, then stopped altogether and refused to move, his hide lathered, his head drooping, his mouth foaming. With his spear held ready, the boy approached the exhausted bull. With a judgment born of experience, Brun made a quick appraisal. Was the lad unusually nervous for a first kill? Or over-anxious? Was the beast completely drained? Some wily old bison stopped short of total exhaustion, and a last-minute charge could kill or seriously injure a hunter, especially an inexperienced one. Should he use his bola to trip the animal and knock him down? The brute's head nearly dragged the ground. His heaving sides left no doubt. The bison was spent. If he used his bola, the boy's first kill would have less distinction. Brun decided to allow Braud the full honor. Quickly, before the bison regained his wind, Braud stepped up to the enormous shaggy animal and lifted his spear. With a last-minute thought of his totem, he pulled back and lunged. The long, heavy spear bit deep into the young bull's side. Its fire-hardened point pierced the tough hide and cracked a rib in the swift, fatal thrust. The bison bellowed with pain, turning to gore his attacker even as his legs buckled. Brun saw the motion and jumped to the young man's side, and with the full force of his powerful muscles, crashed his club down on the great head. His blow added impetus to the creature's fall. The bison fell over on his side. His sharp hooves pawed the air in final death throes. Then he lay still. Braud was stunned at first and a little overwhelmed. Then his sharp cry burst into the air as the young man screamed his triumph. He did it. He made his first kill. He was a man. Braud was exultant. He reached for his deeply embedded spear sticking upright out of the animal's side. Yanking it free, he felt a warm spurt of blood on his face and tasted its salty flavor. Brun clapped Braud on the shoulder, pride in his eyes. "Well done," the jester eloquently said. Brun was glad to add another strong hunter to his ranks, a strong hunter who was his pride and joy, the son of his mate, the son of his heart. The cave was theirs. The ritual ceremony would cement it, but Braud's kill had assured it. The totems were pleased. Braud held up the bloody point of his spear as the rest of the hunters ran toward them, joy in their steps at the sight of the downed beast. Brun's knife was out, ready to slit open the belly and gut the bison before they carried it back to the cave. He removed the liver, cut it into slices, and gave a piece to each hunter. It was the choicest part, reserved for men alone, imparting strength to muscle and eye needed for hunting. Brun cut out the heart of the great shaggy creature, too, and buried it in the ground near the animal, a gift he had promised his totem. Braud chewed the warm, raw liver, his first taste of manhood, and thought his heart would burst with happiness. He would become a man at the ceremony to sanctify the new cave. He would lead the hunt dance. He would join the men in the secret rituals to be held in the small cave. And he would gladly have given his life just to see that look of pride on Brun's face. This was Braud's supreme moment. He anticipated the attention that would be his after his manhood rites at the cave ceremony. He would have all the clan's admiration, all their respect. All their talk would be of him and his great hunting prowess. It would be his night, and Olga's eyes would shine with unspoken devotion and worshipful homage. The men tied the legs of the bison together well above the knee joints. Grad and Drug bound their spears together. Krug and Guv did the same, making 2 reinforced poles of the 4 spears. One was passed between the forelegs, the other between the hind legs, horizontally across the great beast. Brun and Braud stepped to either side of the shaggy head and gripped the horn, leaving one hand free to hold their spears. Grad and Drug each grabbed one end of the pole on each side of the forelegs, while Krug went to the left and Guv to the right of the hind legs. At a signal from their leader, all 6 men heaved forward, half dragging and half lifting the huge animal along the grassy plains. The journey back to the cave took much longer than the trip out. The men, for all their strength, strained under the load as they skidded the bison across the steppes and up the foothills. Olga was watching for them and saw the returning hunters far down on the plains below. When they neared the ridge, the clan was waiting for them and trooped out to accompany the hunters the last part of the way back to the cave, walking beside them in silent acclaim. Braud's position, in front of the victorious men, announced his kill. Even Ayla, who couldn't understand what was going on, was caught up in the excitement that hung palpably in the air. Chapter 6. "The son of your mate did well, Brun. It was a good, clean kill," Zaug said as the hunters eased the great beast down in front of the cave. "You have a new hunter to be proud of." He showed courage and a strong arm, Brunn gestured. He laid his hand on the young man's shoulder, his eyes glowing with pride. Braud basked in the warm praise. Zaug and Dorv examined the mighty young bull with admiration tinged with nostalgia for the excitement of the chase and the thrill of success, forgetting the dangers and disappointments that were part of the arduous adventure of hunting big game. No longer able to hunt with the younger men, but not wanting to be left out, the two old men had spent the morning scouting the wooded hillsides for smaller prey. "I see you and Dorv put your slings to good use. I could smell the meat cooking halfway up the hill," Brunn continued. "When we get settled in the new cave, we'll have to find a place to practice. The clan would benefit if all the hunters had your skill with the slings, Zaug, and it won't be long before Vorn will need to be trained." The leader was aware of the contribution the older men still made to the sustenance of the clan and wanted them to know it. The hunters were not always successful. More than once, meat was supplied by the efforts of the older men, and during the heavy snows of winter, occasional fresh meat was often more easily brought down with a sling. It provided a welcome change from their winter diet of dried, preserved meat, especially later in the season when the frozen supplies from late fall hunts ran out. "Nothing like the young bison there, but we got a few rabbits and a fat beaver." "The food is ready. We've just been waiting for you," Zaug motioned. "I did notice a level clearing not far away that might make a good practice field." Zaug, who had lived with Grad since the death of his mate, had worked to improve his skill with the sling after he retired from the ranks of Brunn's hunters. It and the bola were the most difficult weapons for the men of the clan to master. Though their muscular, heavy-boned, and slightly bowed arms were tremendously powerful, they could perform functions as delicate and precise as knapping flint. The development of their arm joints, particularly the way muscles and tendons were attached to bones, gave them precise manual dexterity coupled with unbelievable strength. But there was a penalty. That same joint development restricted arm movement. They could not make a full, free-swinging arc, which limited their ability to hurl objects. Not fine control, but leverage was the price they paid for strength. Their spear was not a javelin thrown across a distance, but rather a lance thrust at close range with great force. Training with spear or club was little more than developing powerful muscles, but learning to use a sling or a bola took years of practice and concentration. The sling, a strip of flexible leather held together at both ends and whirled around the head to gain momentum before flinging the round pebble held in the bulging cup at the middle, took great effort. And Zaug was proud of his ability to sling a stone accurately. He was equally proud that Brunn called upon him to train young hunters in the use of that weapon. While Zaug and Dorv ranged the hillsides hunting with slings, the women had foraged over the same terrain, and the tantalizing aroma of cooking food whetted the appetites of the hunters. It made them realize that hunting was hungry work. They did not have long to wait. The men relaxed after the meal, replete with satisfaction, retelling the incidents of the exciting hunt for their own pleasure and the benefit of Zaug and Dorv. Braud, glowing with his new status and the hearty congratulations of his new peers, noticed Born looking at him with unabashed admiration. Until that morning, Braud and Born had been equals, and Born had been his only male companion among the children of the clan since Guv had become a man. Braud remembered hanging around hunters just returned from the hunt, as Born was doing. No more would he have to stand on the fringes, ignored by the men, as he eagerly watched them tell their stories. No more would he be subject to the commands of his mother and the other women calling him away to help with the chores. He was a hunter now, a man. His manhood status lacked only the final ceremony, and that would be part of the cave ceremony, which would make it especially memorable and lucky. When that happened, he would be the lowest-ranked male, but it mattered little to him. It would change. His place was foreordained. He was the son of the maid of the leader. Someday the mantle of leadership would fall to him. Vorn had been a pest sometimes, but now Braud could afford to be magnanimous. He walked over to the 4-year-old boy, not unaware that Vorn's eyes lit up with eager anticipation when he saw the new hunter approaching. "Vorn, I think you're old enough." Braud motioned a little pompously, trying to seem more manly. "I will make a spear for you. It's time you began training to be a hunter." Vorn squirmed with delight, pure adulation shining out of his eyes as he looked up at the young man who so recently gained the coveted status of hunter. "Yes," he nodded in vigorous agreement. "I'm old enough, Braud." The youngster motioned shyly. He gestured toward the stout staff with a dark blood-stained point. Could
I touch it?
Proud laid the point of his spear on the ground in front of the boy. Born reached out a tentative finger and touched the dried blood of the huge bison that now lay on the ground in front of the cave.
Were you scared, Broud?
He asked. Brund says all hunters are nervous on their first hunt, Proud replied, not wanting to admit his fears.
Born, there you are. I should have guessed. You're supposed to be helping Olga collect wood,
Aga said, seeing her son who had slipped away from the women and children. Born straggled after his mother, glancing back over his shoulder at his new idol. Brun had been watching the son of his mate with approval. It is the sign of a good leader, he thought, not to forget the boy just because he is still a child. Some day Vorn will be a hunter, and when Broud is leader, Vorn will remember a kindness shown to him as a child. Broud watched Vorn trail behind his mother, dragging his feet. Just the day before, Abra had come for him to help with the chores, he remembered. He glanced at the women digging a pit, and had an urge to sneak away so his mother wouldn't see him. But then he noticed Olga looking in his direction. My mother can't tell me what to do anymore. I'm not a child, I'm a man. She has to obey me now, Broud thought, puffing up his chest a little. She does, doesn't she? And Olga is watching. Abra, bring me a drink of water, he commanded imperiously, swaggering toward the women. He half expected his mother to tell him to get wood. Technically, he wouldn't be a man until after his manhood ceremony. Abra looked up at him, and her eyes filled with pride. That was her baby boy who had discharged his mission so effectively, her son who had reached the exalted status of manhood. She jumped up, went to the pool near the cave, and returned quickly with water, glancing haughtily at the other women as if to say, Look at my son. Isn't he a fine man? Isn't he a brave hunter? His mother's alacrity and her look of pride eased his defensiveness and disposed him to favor her with a grunt of acknowledgment. Abra's response pleased him almost as much as the demurely bowed head of Olga and the look of adoration he noticed as her eyes followed him when he turned to leave. Olga had been grief-stricken over the death of her mother, following so soon after the death of her mother's mate. As the only child of the pair, even though she was a girl, she had been dearly loved by both. Brun's mate was kind to her when she went to live with the leader's family, sitting with them when she ate, and walking behind Abra while they were searching for a cave. But Brun frightened her. He was more stern than her mother's mate had been. His responsibility lay heavily on his shoulders. Abra's main concern was for Brun, and no one had much time for the orphaned girl while they were traveling. But Broud had seen her sitting alone, staring dejectedly into the fire one evening. Olga was overwhelmed with gratitude when the proud boy, almost a man, who had seldom paid attention to her before, sat down beside her and put an arm around her shoulder as she softly keened her grief. From that moment on, Olga lived with one desire. When she became a woman, she wanted to be given to Broud as his mate. The late afternoon sun was warm in the motionless air. Not the hint of a breeze stirred the least leaf. The expectant hush was disturbed only by the drone of flies taking their turn at the remains of the repast and the sounds of the women digging a roasting pit. Ayla was sitting beside Iza as the medicine woman searched in her otter-skin pouch for the red bag. The child had been tagging behind her all day, but now there were certain rituals Iza had to perform with Mog-ur in preparation for the important role she had to play in the cave ceremony the next day, now that they were certain there would be one. She led the tow-headed girl toward the group of women excavating a deep hole not far from the cave mouth. It would be lined with rocks, with a large fire built inside that would burn all night. In the morning, the skinned and quartered bison, wrapped in leaves, would be lowered into the pit, covered with more leaves and a layer of soil, and left to cook in the stone oven until late afternoon. The excavation was a slow and tedious process. Pointed digging sticks were used to break up the soil that was scooped out by throwing handfuls on a leather cloak, which was hauled up out of the pit and dumped. But once the pit was dug, it could be used many times, only requiring an occasional cleaning out of ashes. While the women dug, Olga and Vorn, under the watchful eye of Ukka's unmated daughter Ovra, were collecting wood and bringing stones up from the stream. As Iza approached holding the child's hand, the women stopped. I must see Mog-ur, Iza said with a gesture. Then she gave Ayla a little shove toward the group. Ayla started to follow Iza as she turned to go, but the woman shook her head and pushed her back toward the women, then hurriedly left. It was Ayla's first contact with anyone in the clan besides Iza and Creb, and she felt lost and shy without Isa's comforting presence. She stood rooted to the spot, nervously staring at her feet, glancing up apprehensively now and then. Against all propriety, everyone stared at the thin, long-legged girl with the peculiar flat face and bulging forehead. They had all been curious about the child, but this was their first opportunity to get a close look at her. Abra finally broke the spell. "She can gather wood," the leader's mate indicated with an unspoken motion to Ovra, then started digging again. The young woman walked toward a patch of trees and fallen logs. Olga and Vorn could hardly tear themselves away. Ovra beckoned to the two children impatiently, then beckoned to Ayla as well. The girl thought she understood the gesture, but she wasn't sure what was expected of her. Ovra motioned again, then turned and headed for the trees. The two clan members who were closest to Ayla's age reluctantly trailed after Ovra. The girl watched them go, then took a few hesitant steps after them. When she reached the trees, Ayla stood around for a while, watching Olga and Vorn pick up dried branches, while Ovra hacked away at a good-sized fallen log with her stone hand-axe. Olga, returning from depositing a load of wood near the pit, started dragging toward the woodpile a section of the log Ovra had detached. Ayla saw her struggling and walked over to help. She bent over to pick up the opposite end of the log, and as they both stood up, she looked into Olga's dark eyes. They stopped and stared at each other for a moment. The two girls were so different, yet so provocatively similar. Sprung from the same ancient seed, the progeny of their common ancestor took alternate routes, both leading to a richly developed, if dissimilar, intelligence. Both sapient, for a time both dominant, the gulf that separated them was not great, but the subtle differences created a vastly different destiny. With each holding an end of the log, Ayla and Olga carried it to the pile of wood. As they walked back side by side, the women stopped their work again and watched them go. The two girls were near the same height, though the taller was nearly twice the age of the other. One was slender, straight-limbed, fair-haired. The other stocky, bow-legged, darker. The women compared them, but the young girls, as with children everywhere, soon forgot their differences. Sharing made the task easier, and before the day was through, they found ways to communicate and to add an element of play into the chore. That evening they sought each other out and sat together while they ate, enjoying the pleasure of company closer to their own size. Iza was happy to see that Olga was accepting Ayla and waited until dark before she went to get the child for bed. They stared after each other as they parted. Then Olga turned away and walked to her fur beside Abra. The women and men still slept separately. Mog-ur's prohibition would not be lifted until they moved into the cave. Iza's eyes were open with a first glimmer of early light. She lay still, listening to the melodious cacophony of birds chirping, warbling, twittering, and trilling in greeting to the new day. Soon, she was thinking, she would open her eyes to stone walls. She didn't mind sleeping outside as long as the weather was pleasant, but she looked forward to the security of walls. Her thoughts made her remember everything she had to do that day, and thinking about the cave ceremony with growing excitement, she quietly got up. Creb was already awake. She wondered if he had slept at all. He was still sitting in the same place she left him the night before, staring in contemplative silence at the fire. She started heating water, and by the time she brought him his morning tea of mint, alfalfa, and nettle leaves, Ayla was up and sitting beside the crippled man. Iza brought the child a breakfast of leftovers from the previous evening's meal. The men and women would not eat that day until the ritual feast. By late afternoon, delicious smells were drifting away from the several fires where food was cooking and pervading the area near the cave. Utensils and other cooking paraphernalia that had been salvaged from their former cave and carried in the bundles by the women had been unpacked. Finely made, tightly woven waterproof baskets of subtle texture and design created by slight alterations in weaving were used to dip water from the pool and as cooking pots and containers. Wooden bowls were used in similar ways. Rib bones were stirrers. Large flat pelvic bones were plates and platters along with thin sections of logs. Jaw and head bones were ladles, cups, and bowls. Birch bark glued together with balsam gum, some reinforced with a well-placed knot of sinew, were folded into shapes for many uses. In an animal hide hung from a thong-lashed frame set over a fire, a savory broth bubbled. Careful watch was kept to make sure the liquid didn't boil down too far. As long as the level of boiling broth was above the level reached by the flames, it kept the temperature of the skin pot too low to burn. Ayla watched Uka stir up chunks of the meat and bone from the neck of the bison that were cooking with wild onion, salty coltsfoot, and other herbs. Uka tasted it, then added peeled thistle stalks, mushrooms, lily buds and roots, watercress, milkweed buds, small immature yams, cranberries carried from the other cave, and wilted flowers from the previous day's growth of daylilies for thickening. The hard, fibrous old roots of cattails had been crushed, and the fibers separated and removed. Dried blueberries they had carried with them and parched ground grains were added to the resulting starch that settled in the bottom of the baskets of cold water. Lumps of the flat, dark, unleavened bread were cooking on hot stones near the fire. Pigweed greens, lamb's quarter, young clover, and dandelion leaves seasoned with coltsfoot were cooking in another pot, and a sauce of dried, tart apples mixed with wild rose petals and a lucky find of honey steamed near another fire. Iza had been especially pleased when she saw Zaug returning from a trip to the steppes with a clutch of ptarmigan. The low-flying, heavy birds, easily brought down with stones from the marksman's sling, were Creb's favorite. Stuffed with herbs and edible greens that nested their own whole eggs, and wrapped in wild grape leaves, the savory fowl were cooking in a smaller stone-lined pit. Hares and giant hamsters, skinned and skewered, were roasting over hot coals, and mounds of tiny, fresh wild strawberries glistened bright red in the sun. It was a feast worthy of the occasion. Ayla wasn't sure she could wait. She'd been wandering aimlessly around the fringes of the cooking area all day. Both Iza and Creb were off somewhere most of the time, and when Iza was around, she was busy. Olga, too, was busily working with the women preparing the feast, and no one had time or inclination to bother with the girl. After a few gruff words and not-so-gentle nudges from the harried women, she tried to stay out of the way. As the long shadows of the late afternoon sun lay across the red soil that fronted the cave, a hush of anticipation descended on the clan. Everyone gathered around the large pit in which the haunches of bison were cooking. Abra and Uka began removing the warm soil from the top. They pulled back limp, scorched leaves and exposed the sacrificial beast in a cloud of mouth-watering steam. So tender it almost fell from the bones, the meat was carefully raised. To Abra, as the leader's mate, fell the duty of carving and serving, and her pride was obvious when she gave the first piece to her son. Proud evidenced no false modesty as he stepped forward to receive his due. After all the men were served, the women received their share, and then the children. Ayla was last, but there was more than enough for everyone, with leftovers to spare. The next hush that descended was the result of the hungry clan busily devouring the meal. It was a leisurely feast, with one person or another going back to pick at a bit more bison or a second helping of a favorite dish. The women had worked hard, but their reward was not only the comments from the satisfied clan. They would not have to cook again for a few days. They all rested afterward, getting ready for a long evening. When the lengthening shadows merged into the dull gray half-light of approaching darkness, the mood of the lazy afternoon subtly altered, became charged with expectation. At a glance from Brunn, the women quickly cleared away the remains of the feast and took up places around an unlit fireplace at the mouth of the cave. The random look of the group belied the formality of their positions. The women stood in relation to each other according to their status. The men who gathered on the other side fell into a pattern according to their hierarchical place within the clan, but Mog-ur was not in sight. Brunn, closest to the front, signaled Grad, who stepped forward with slow dignity, and from his aurochs horn produced a glowing coal. It was the most important in the long line of coals that began with the fire lighted in the debris of the old cave. A continuation of that fire symbolized the continuation of the life of the clan. Lighting this fire at the entrance would lay claim to the cave, establish it as their place of residence. Controlled fire was a device of man, essential to life in a cold climate. Even smoke had beneficial properties. The smell alone evoked a feeling of safety and home. The smoke from the cave fire, filtering up through the cavern to the high vaulted ceiling, would find its way out through cracks and on drafts through the opening. It would take away with it any unseen forces that might be inimical to them, purge the cave, and permeate it with their essence, the essence of human. Lighting the fire was sufficient ritual to purify and lay claim to the cave, but certain other rituals were performed so often along with it, they were almost considered a part of the cave ceremony. One was familiarizing the spirits of their protective totems with their new home, usually done in private by Mog-ur, with an audience of men only. Women were allowed their own celebration, which gave Iza reason to make a special drink for the men. The successful hunt had already shown that their totems approved of the site, and the feast confirmed their intention to make it a permanent home, though the clan might be gone for extended periods at certain times. Totemic spirits traveled too, but as long as members of the clan had their amulets, their totems could track them from the cave and come when they were needed. Since the spirits would be present at the cave ceremony anyway, other ceremonies could be included, and often were. Any ceremony was enhanced by association with the establishment of a new home, and in turn added to the clan's territorial bond. Though each kind of ceremony had its own traditional ritual which never changed, ceremonial occasions had different characters depending upon which rituals were conducted. Mog-ur, usually in consultation with Brun, decided how the various parts would be put together to form the total celebration. But it was an organic thing that depended on how they felt. This one would include Braud's manhood ceremony and one to name the totems of certain youngsters, since that needed to be done, and they had a desire to please the spirits. Time was not an important factor. It would take as long as it took. But had they been harassed or in danger, simply lighting a fire would have made the cave theirs. With gravity befitting the importance of the task, Brad kneeled down, put the glowing ember on the dry tinder, and began to blow. The clan leaned forward anxiously and expelled their breath in one communal sigh as flaming tongues licked the dry sticks in their first fatal taste. The fire took hold, and suddenly, appearing from nowhere, a frightful figure was seen standing so close to the bonfire, its roaring flames seemed to envelop him in their midst. It had a bright red face, surmounted by an eerie white skull that appeared to hang within the fire itself, unscathed by the leaping tendrils of lambent energy. Ayla didn't see the fiery apparition at first, and gasped when she caught sight of it. She felt Iza squeeze her hand in reassurance. The child felt the vibrations of the dull thud of spear butts pounding the ground, and jumped back when the newest hunter leaped to the area in front of the flames, just as Dor beat a sharp tattoo in rhythmic counterpoint on a large wooden bowl-shaped instrument turned face down against a log. Braud crouched down and looked far into the distance, his hand shading his eyes from a non-existent sun, as other hunters leaped up to join him in a reenactment of the bison hunt. So evocative was their skill at pantomime, polished by generations of communicating by gesture and signal, the intense emotion of the hunt was recreated. Even the 5-year-old stranger was captivated by the impact of the drama. The women of the clan, perceptive of the fine nuances, were transported to the hot, dusty plains. They could feel the thundering hooves vibrating the earth, taste the choking dust, share the exultation of the kill. It was a rare privilege for them to be allowed this glimpse into the sacrosanct life of the hunters. From the first, Braud took command of the dance. It had been his kill, and it was his night. He could sense the empathetic emotions, feel the women quivering with fear, and he responded with more passionately intense dramatics. Braud was a consummate actor, and never more in his element than when he was the center of attention. He played on the emotions of his audience, and the ecstatic shudder that passed through the women as he replayed his final thrust had an erotic quality. Mog-ur, watching from behind the fire, was no less impressed. He often saw the men talk of hunting, but only during these infrequent ceremonies was he able to share the experience in anything close to its full range of excitement. The lad did well, the magician thought, moving around to the front of the fire. He earned his totem mark. Perhaps he deserves to swagger a little. The young man's final lunge brought him directly in front of the powerful man of magic as the dull thudding rhythm and the excited staccato counterpoint ended with a flourish. The old magician and the young hunter stood facing each other. Mog-ur knew how to play his role, too. The master of timing waited, letting the excitement of the hunt dance subside and a sense of expectancy rise. His hulking, lopsided figure, cloaked in a heavy bearskin, was silhouetted against the blazing fire. His ochre-reddened face was shadowed by his own frame, masking his features to an indefinable blur with the baleful, asymmetrical eye of a supernatural daemon. The stillness of the night was disturbed only by the crackling fire, a soft wind soughing through the trees, and the whooping cackle of a hyena in the distance. Braud was panting, and his eyes glittered, partly from the exertion of the dance, partly from the excitement and his pride, but more from a growing, disquieting fear. He knew what came next, and the longer it took, the more he fought to control a chill that wanted to be a tremble. It was time for Mog-ur to carve his totem mark into his flesh. He hadn't let himself think about it, but now that the time had come, Browd found himself dreading more than the pain. The magician projected an aura that filled the young man with a much greater fear. He was treading on the threshold of the spirit world, the place that encompassed beings far more terrifying than gigantic bison. For all their size and strength, bison were at least solid, substantial creatures of the physical world, creatures that a man could come to grips with. But the invisible yet far more powerful forces that could make the very earth shake were another matter entirely. Browd was not the only one present who stifled a shudder as thoughts of the recently experienced earthquake suddenly imploded on their minds. Only holy men, Mog-urs, dared to face that insubstantial plane, and the superstitious young man wished this greatest of all Mog-urs would hurry and get it over with. As though in answer to Browd's silent plea, the magician lifted his arm and stared up at the crescent moon. Then, with smooth flowing motions, he began an impassioned appeal. But his audience was not the mesmerized watching clan. His eloquence was directed to the ethereal, though no less real, world of the spirits, and his motions were eloquent. Using every subtle trick of posture, every nuance of gesture, the one-armed man had overcome his handicap to his own language. He was more expressive with his single arm than most men were with two. By the time he was through, the clan knew they were surrounded by the essence of their protective totems and a host of other unknown spirits, and Browd's chill became a shiver. Then quickly, with a suddenness that brought a gasp to a few lips, the magician whipped out a sharp stone knife from a fold of his wrap and held it high over his head. He brought the sharp tool down swiftly, plunging it toward Browd's chest. In a movement that was under absolute control, Mog-ur stopped short of fatal penetration. Instead, with quick strokes, he carved 2 lines into the young man's flesh. Both curved in the same direction and joined in a point like the great curved horn of a rhinoceros. Browd closed his eyes, but didn't flinch as the knife pierced his skin. Blood welled to the surface and overflowed, spilling down his chest in red rivulets. Guv appeared at the magician's side, holding a bowl of salve made from the rendered fat of the bison, mixed with antiseptic ashes from the wood of an ash tree. Mog-ur smeared the black grease into the wound, stopping the flowing blood and assuring that a black scar would form. The mark announced to all who saw him that Browd was a man forever under the protection of the spirit of the formidable, unpredictable, woolly rhinoceros. The young man returned to his place, acutely conscious of the attention focused on him and thoroughly enjoying it, now that the worst was over. He was sure his bravery and hunting skill, his evocative performance during the dance, his unflinching acceptance of his totem mark, would be the subject of animated talk of both men and women for a long time. He thought it might become a legend, a story repeated many times during the long cold winters that confined the clan to the cave, and retold at clan gatherings. If it wasn't for me, this cave wouldn't be ours, he said to himself. If I hadn't killed the bison, we wouldn't be having a ceremony. We'd still be looking for a cave. Browd had begun to feel the new cave and the whole eventful occasion were entirely due to him. Ayla watched the ritual with fear and fascination, unable to suppress a shudder as the fearsome hulking man stabbed Browd and drew blood. She hung back as Iza led her toward the frightening bear-cloaked magician, wondering what he would do to her. Aga, with Ona in her arms, and Ika carrying Borg, were also approaching Mog-ur. Ayla was glad when both women lined up in front of Iza and herself. Guv now held a tightly woven basket, dyed red from the many times it had been used to hold the sacred red ochre, ground to a fine powder and heated together with animal fat to make a richly colored paste. Mog-ur looked over the heads of the women standing in front of him at the sliver of moon overhead. He made gestures in the unspoken formal language, asking the spirits to gather close and observe the youngsters whose protective totems were to be revealed. Then, dipping a finger into the red paste, he drew a spiral on the hip of the male child, like the corkscrew tail of the wild pig. A low, gruff murmur rose from the clan, as they made gestures commenting on the appropriateness of the totem. "Spirit of the boar, the boy, Borg, is delivered into your protection," the magician's hand signal stated as he slipped a small pouch attached to a thong over the baby's head. Ika bowed her head in acquiescence, and the motion carried overtones that she was pleased. It was a strong, respectable spirit, and she felt the inherent rightness of the totem for her son. Then she stepped aside. The magician called upon the spirits again, and reaching into the red basket held by Guv, he drew a circle on Ona's arm with the paste. "Spirit of Auel," his gestures proclaimed, "the girl, Ona, is delivered into your protection." Then Mog-ur put the amulet her mother had made around the infant's neck. Once more there was an undercurrent of grunts as hands flashed in comment on the strong totem that protected the girl. Aga was happy. Her daughter was well protected, and it meant the man she mated could not have a weak totem. She only hoped it wouldn't make it too difficult for her to have children. The group strained forward with interest as Aga moved aside and Iza reached down to lift Ayla in her arms. The girl was no longer frightened. She realized now that she was closer that the imposing figure with the red-stained face was none other than Creb. There was a glow of warmth in his eye when he looked at her. To the clan's surprise, the magician's gestures were different when he called upon the spirits to attend this ritual. They were the gestures he used when he named a newborn child 7 days after its birth. The strange girl was not only going to have her totem revealed, she was going to be adopted by the clan. Dipping his finger into the paste, Mog-ur drew a line from the middle of her forehead, the place on people of the clan where the bony ridges overhanging their eyes met, to the tip of her small nose. "The child's name is Ayla," he said, pronouncing her name slowly and carefully so both the clan and the spirits would understand. Iza turned to face the watching people. Ayla's adoption was as much a surprise to her as it was to the rest, and the girl could feel her rapidly beating heart. "This must mean she is my daughter, my first child," she thought. "Only a mother holds the infant when it is named and recognized as a member of the clan. Has it been 7 days since I found her? I'm not sure. I'll have to ask Creb, but I think it has. She must be my daughter. Who else can be her mother now?" Each person filed past Iza, holding the 5-year-old girl in her arms like a baby, and each repeated her name with varying degrees of accuracy. Then Iza turned back to face the magician. He looked up and called upon the spirits to gather once more. The clan waited expectantly. Mog-ur was aware of their eager attention and used it to his advantage. With slow, deliberate movements, drawing out the moment to sustain the suspense, he scooped out a bit of the oily red paste and then painted one line directly over one of the healing claw marks on Ayla's leg. What can that mean? What totem is that? The watching clan was mystified. The holy man dipped into the red basket again and painted a second line over the next mark. The girl felt Iza begin to shake. None of the others moved, not a breath could be heard. With the third line, Brun, with an angry scowl, tried to catch Mog-ur's eye, but the magician evaded the look. When the fourth line was drawn, the clan knew, but they did not want to believe. It was, after all, the wrong leg. Mog-ur turned his head and looked straight at Brun as he made the final gesture. "Spirit of Cave Lion, the girl, Ayla, is delivered into your protection." The formalized movement removed the last shred of doubt. As Mog-ur put the amulet around her neck, hands flew in shocked surprise. Could it really be true? Could a girl's totem be one of the strongest of male totems? The cave lion? Creb's stare into the angry eyes of his brother was firm and uncompromising. For a moment they were locked in a silent battle of wills, but Mog-ur knew that the logic of a cave lion totem for the girl was implacable, no matter how illogical it seemed for a female to have the protection of so powerful a spirit. Mog-ur had only emphasized what the cave lion himself had done. Brun had never questioned the revelations of his crippled brother before, but for some reason he felt tricked by the magician. He didn't like it, but he had to admit he had never seen a totem so obviously corroborated. He was the first to look away, but he wasn't happy. The idea of taking the strange child into the clan had been difficult enough, but this totem of hers was too much. It was irregular, unconventional. Brun didn't like anomalies in his well-ordered clan. He clamped his jaw shut with determination. There would be no further deviations. If the girl was to be a member of his clan, she would conform, cave lion or no cave lion. Iza was stunned. Still holding the child in her arms, she lowered her head in acceptance. If Mog-ur decreed it, it must be so. She knew Ayla's totem was strong, but a cave lion? The thought made her apprehensive. A female with the mightiest of cats for a totem. Now Iza was sure the girl would never mate. It reinforced her decision to teach Ayla healing magic, so she would have some status of her own. Creb had named her, recognized her, and revealed her totem while the medicine woman held her. If that didn't make the girl her daughter, what did? Birth itself was no guarantee of acceptance. Iza suddenly remembered that if everything continued to go well, she would find herself standing in front of the magician again before long, with a baby in her arms. She who had been childless for so long would soon have two. The clan was in an uproar, amazement in their gestures and voices. Self-consciously, Iza returned to her place amid the astonished glances of both women and men. They tried not to stare at her and the girl. It was discourteous to stare, but one man was more than staring. The look of hatred in Broud's eyes as he glowered at the small girl frightened Iza. She tried to place herself between the two, to shield Ayla from the proud young man's malevolent glare. Broud could see he wasn't the center of attention. No one was talking about him anymore. Forgotten was his mighty deed that assured the cave was an acceptable home. Forgotten was his marvelous dance and his stoic courage when Mog-ur carved his totem mark into his chest. The astringent antiseptic ointment hurt worse than the cut. It still stung. But was anyone noticing how bravely he bore the pain? No one was noticing him at all. The rites of passage for boys becoming men occurred with ordinary regularity, even for those destined to be leader. They didn't compare with the wonder and unexpectedness of Mog-ur's unprecedented revelation about the strange girl. Broud saw people recalling that she had been led to the cave first. They were saying that the ugly girl found their new home. So what if her totem is the cave lion, Broud thought petulantly. Did she kill the bison? This was supposed to be his night. He was supposed to be the center of attention. He was supposed to be the object of the clan's admiration and awe. But Ayla had stolen his thunder. He glowered at the strange girl, but when he noticed Iza running toward the camp beside the stream, his attention was drawn back to Mog-ur. Soon, very soon, he would be allowed to participate in the secret rituals with the men. He didn't know what to expect. All he'd ever been told was that he would learn for the first time what memories really were. It was the final step that would make him a man. Beside the fireplace near the stream, Iza quickly removed her wrap and picked up a wooden bowl and red bag of dried roots she had set out. Stopping first to fill the bowl with water, she returned to the huge bonfire, soaring to brighter heights with the additional wood Grodd added. Iza's wrap had covered up part of the reason for her long absences earlier in the day. When the medicine woman stepped in front of the magician again, she was completely naked except for her amulet and the streaks of red painted on her body. A large circle accented the fullness of her stomach. Both breasts were circled too, with a streak drawn from the top of each over her shoulders and joining in a V at the small of her back. Red circles enclosed both cheeks of her buttocks. The enigmatic symbols, whose meaning was known only to Mog-ur, were for her protection as well as the men's. It was dangerous to have a woman involved in religious rituals, but for this she was necessary. Iza was standing close to Mog-ur, close enough to see beads of perspiration on his face from standing in front of the hot fire in his heavy bearskin. At an imperceptible signal from him, she held the bowl up and turned to face the clan. It was an ancient bowl, preserved for generations for use only during these special occasions. Some ancestral medicine woman had long and carefully chipped out the center and shaped the outside of a section of the trunk of a tree. Then, even longer, lovingly rubbed the bowl smooth with gritty sand and a round stone. A final smoothing with the abrasive stalks of the scouring rush fern gave it a silky, polished finish. The bowl was coated on the inside with a whitish patina from repeated use as the container for the ceremonial drink. Iza put the dried roots in her mouth and chewed them slowly, careful not to swallow any saliva as her large teeth and strong jaws began to break down the tough fibers. Finally, she spat the masticated pulp into the bowl of water and stirred the fluid until it turned a milky white. Only the medicine women of Iza's line knew the secret of the potent root. The plant was relatively rare, though not unknown, but the fresh root showed little evidence of its narcotic qualities. The root had been dried, aged for at least 2 years, and when hanging to dry, it had been suspended root down rather than top down, as was customary for most herbs. Though only a medicine woman was allowed to make the drink, by long-standing tradition, only men were allowed to drink it. There was an ancient legend, passed down from mother to daughter, along with the esoteric instructions for concentrating the effective component of the plant into the root, that at one time, long ago, only women used the potent drug. The ceremony and rituals associated with its use were stolen by the men, and women were forbidden to use it. but the men could not steal the secret of its preparation. The medicine women who knew it were so reluctant to share the secret with anyone except their own offspring that it had been lost to all but the woman who could claim a direct, unbroken line of descent into the depths of antiquity. Even now, the drink was never given without receiving something of like kind and value in return. When the drink was ready, Iza nodded her head, and Guv stepped forward with a bowl of datura tea prepared the way he usually did for the men, but this time for the women. With dignified formality, the bowls were exchanged. Then Mog-ur led the way as the men retreated into the small cave. After they left, Iza took the datura around to each of the women. The medicine woman often used the same drug as an anesthetic, painkiller, or soporific, and she had a different preparation of the datura plant ready as a sedative for the children. The women could relax completely only if they knew their youngsters would not come seeking attention, and yet would be safe. On the rare occasions when women allowed themselves the luxury of a ceremony, Iza made sure the children would be safe in the arms of sleep. Before long, the women began putting their drowsy children to bed, then returned to the fire. After tucking Ayla into her fur, Iza went to the overturned bowl Dorv had used during the hunt dance and began beating out a slow, steady rhythm, altering the tone by beating on the top with a stick, then closer to the rim. At first, the women sat unmoving. They were too accustomed to guarding their actions in the presence of men. But gradually, as the effects of the drug began to be felt, and with the knowledge that the men were out of sight, some of the women began to move to the stately rhythm. Abra was the first to jump up. She danced with intricate steps in a circle around Iza, and as the medicine woman increased the tempo, it stirred the senses of more of the women. Soon they all joined the leader's mate. As the rhythm became faster and more complex, the normally docile women threw off their wraps and danced with movements that were unrestrained and, frankly, erotic. They didn't notice when Iza stopped and joined them herself. They were too involved with dancing to their own internal rhythms. Their pent-up emotions, so repressed in everyday life, were released in the uninhibited motion. Tensions drained in a catharsis of freedom, a catharsis that allowed them to accept their restricted existence. In a whirling, jumping, stomping frenzy, the women danced until, near dawn, they dropped, exhausted, and slept where they fell. With the first light of the new day, the men started leaving the cave. Stepping over the bodies of prostrate women, they found their sleeping places, and soon drifted into dreamless slumber. The men's catharsis came from the emotional tension of the hunt. Their ceremony had a different dimension, more restrained, turned inward, much older, but no less exciting. As the sun broke over the ridge to the east, Creb hobbled out of the cave and surveyed the scene littered with bodies. He had, on one rare occasion, watched the women's celebration out of curiosity. With a deep inner sense, the wise old magician understood their need for release. He knew the men always wondered what they did that left them in such a state of exhaustion, but Mog-ur never enlightened them. The men would have been as shocked by the women's unrestrained abandon as the women would by their stoic mate's fervent supplications to the invisible spirits that shared their existence. Mog-ur had wondered occasionally if he could direct the minds of women back to the beginnings. Their memories were different, but they had the same ability to recall ancient knowledge. Did they have racial memories? Could they join a ceremony with the men? Mog-ur wondered, but he would never chance the ire of the spirits by attempting to find out. It would destroy the clan if a woman were included in such sacred ceremonies. Creb shuffled to the campsite and eased himself down on his sleeping fur. He saw the disarray of fine blonde hair on Iza's fur, and it set him to thinking about the events that had occurred since he had barely stumbled out in time before the old cave collapsed. How had the strange child charmed her way into his heart so quickly? He was disturbed by the undercurrent of bad feeling from Brunn about her, and he hadn't missed Braud's evil looks in her direction. The dissension in the close-knit group marred the ceremony and left him a bit uneasy. Braud will not let it rest, Creb thought. The woolly rhinoceros is a suitable totem for our future leader. Braud can be brave, but he's headstrong and too full of pride. One moment he's calm and rational, even gentle and kind, then the next, for some insignificant reason, he can charge with fury and a blind rage. I hope he doesn't turn on the girl. Don't be stupid, he chided himself. The son of Brunn's mate isn't going to let himself get upset over a girl. He's going to be leader, and besides, Brun would disapprove. Thraud is a man now. He will learn to control his temper. The crippled old man lay down and realized how tired he was. Tension had gripped him since the earthquake, but he could relax now. The cave was theirs. Their totems were firmly established in their new home, and the clan could move in when they woke up. The tired magician yawned and stretched out. Then he closed his eye. Chapter 7. A hushed feeling of awe at the cathedral spaciousness of the cave overcame the clan when they first walked into their new quarters, but they soon grew accustomed to it. Thoughts of the old cave and their anxious search receded quickly, and the more they learned about the environment of their new home, the more pleased they became with it. They settled into the usual routine of the short, hot summers, hunting, gathering, and storing food to carry them through the long, freezing cold which they knew from past experience lay ahead. They had a bountiful variety from which to choose. Silver trout flashed through the white spray of the riotous stream, tickled out of the water by hand with infinite patience as the unwary fish rested under overhanging roots and rocks. Giant sturgeon and salmon, often filled with a bonus of fresh black caviar or bright pink roe, hovered near the stream's mouth, while monstrous catfish and black cod swept the bottom of the inland sea. Seine nets, made from the long hair of animals, hand-twisted into cord, strained the large fish from the water as they darted away from waders herding them toward the barrier of knotted strands. They often hiked the 10 easy miles to the seacoast, and soon had a supply of salty fish dried over smoky fires stored away. Mollusks and crustaceans were collected for ladles, spoons, bowls, and cups, as well as for their succulent morsels. Craggy cliffs were scaled to collect eggs from the multitude of seabirds nesting on the rocky promontories facing the water, and an occasional well-aimed stone brought an added treat of gannet, gull, or great auk. Roots, fleshy stems and leaves, squashes, legumes, berries, fruits, nuts, and grains were each collected in their season as the summer ripened. Leaves and flowers and herbs were dried for teas and flavorings, and sandy chunks of salt left high and dry when the great northern glacier robbed moisture and caused coastlines to recede were carried back to the cave to season winter fare. The hunters went out often. The nearby steppes, rich in grasses and herbs and bereft of all but an occasional stand of stunted trees, abounded in herds of grazing animals. Giant deer ranged the grassy plains, their huge palmate antlers spreading as much as 11 feet in the larger animals, along with oversized bison with horn spreads of similar dimensions. Steppe horses seldom traveled so far south, but asses and onagers, the half-ass intermediate between horses and asses, roamed the open plains of the peninsula, while their massive, robust cousin, the forest horse, lived singly or in small family groups nearer the cave. The steppes also hosted infrequent smaller bands of the lowland-dwelling relative of the goat, the saga antelope. The parkland between prairie and foothills was home to aurochs, the dark brown or black wild cattle that were the ancestors of gentler domestic breeds. The forest rhinoceros, related to brush-browsing later tropical species, but adapted to cool temperate forests, overlapped only slightly the territory of another variety of rhinos that preferred the grass of the parkland. Both, with their shorter, upright snout horns and horizontal head carriage, differed from the woolly rhino, which, along with the woolly mammoths, were only seasonal visitors. They had a long anterior horn set at a forward-sloping angle and a downward head carriage useful for sweeping snow away from winter pastures. Their thick layer of subcutaneous fat and their deep red, long-haired overcoat and soft, woolly undercoat were adaptations that confined them to cold climates. Their natural habitat was the northern freeze-dried steppes, the lowest steppes. Only when glaciers were on the land could there be lowest steppes. The constant low pressure over the vast sheets of ice sucked moisture from the air, allowing little snow to fall in periglacial regions and creating a constant wind. Fine calcareous dust, loess, was picked up from the crushed rock at the edges of the glaciers and deposited for hundreds of miles. A short spring melted the scant snow, and the top layer of permafrost, enough for fast-rooting grasses and herbs to sprout. They grew quickly and dried into standing hay, thousands upon thousands of acres of fodder for the millions of animals that had adapted to the freezing cold of the continent. The continental steppes of the peninsula only beckoned the woolly beasts in late fall. The summers were too hot, and the heavy snows of winter were too deep to brush away. Many other animals were driven north in winter to the borders of the colder but drier loess. Most of them migrated back in summer. The forest animals who could browse on brush or bark or lichen stayed on the wooded slopes that offered seclusion and precluded large herds. Besides forest horses and forest rhinos, wild pigs and several varieties of deer found a home in the tree-filled landscape. Red deer, later called elk in other lands, in small herds, individuals and small groups of shy roe deer with simple three-pointed antlers, the slightly larger fawn and white dappled fallow deer, and a few elk, referred to as moose by those who call the red deer elk, all shared the wooded environment. Higher up the mountain, large horned sheep, mouflon, clung to crags and outcrops, feeding on alpine pastures, and higher still, ibex, the wild mountain goat, and chamois gamboled from precipice to precipice. Darting swift-winged birds lent color and song to the forest, if not often a meal. Their place on the menu was more easily satisfied by the fat, low-flying ptarmigan and willow grouse of the steppes brought down by swift stones, and the autumn visitations of geese and eider ducks snared by nets as they landed on marshy mountain ponds. Birds of prey and carrion eaters floated lazily on thermal updrafts, scanning the bountiful plains and woodlands below. A host of smaller animals filled the mountains and steppes near the cave, providing food and fur. Hunters, minks, otters, wolverines, ermines, martens, foxes, sables, raccoons, badgers, and the small wildcats that later gave rise to legions of domestic mouse chasers. And hunted, tree squirrels, porcupines, hares, rabbits, moles, muskrats, coypu, beavers, skunks, mice, voles, lemmings, ground squirrels, great jerboas, giant hamsters, pikas, and a few never named and lost to extinction. Larger carnivores were essential to thin the ranks of the abundant prey. There were wolves and their more ferocious relatives, the dog-like dholes. And there were cats, lynxes, cheetahs, tigers, leopards, mountain-dwelling snow leopards, and, twice as large as any, cave lions. Omnivorous brown bears hunted near the cave, but their overgrown cousins, the vegetarian cave bears, were now absent. The ubiquitous cave hyena filled out the complement of wildlife. The land was unbelievably rich, and man only an insignificant fraction of the multifarious life that lived and died in that cold, ancient Eden. Born too raw, without superior natural endowments for it, save one, his oversized brain, he was the weakest of the hunters. But for all his apparent vulnerability, lacking fang or claw or swift leg or leaping strength, the two-legged hunter had gained the respect of his four-legged competitors. His scent alone was enough to veer a far more powerful creature from a chosen path wherever the two lived in close proximity for very long. The capable, experienced hunters of the clan were as skilled in defense as they were in offense, and when the safety or security of the clan was threatened, or if they wanted a warm winter coat decorated by nature, they stalked the unsuspecting stalker. It was a bright, sunlit day, warm with the beginning fullness of summer. The trees were leafed out, but still a shade lighter than they would be later. Lazy flies buzzed around scattered bones from previous meals. A fresh breeze from the sea carried a hint of the life within it, and the moving foliage sent shadows chasing across the sunny slope in front of the cave. With the crisis of finding a new home over, Mog-ur's duties were light. All that was required of him was an occasional hunting ceremony or ritual to drive away evil spirits, or if someone was hurt or ill, to ask the assistance of beneficent ones to aid Iza's healing magic. The hunters were gone, and several of the women with them. They would not be back for many days. The women went along to preserve the meat after it was killed. Game was easier to bring home already dried for winter storage. The warm sun and ever-present wind on the steppes quickly desiccated meat cut into thin strips. Smoky fires of dried grass and dung were more for keeping away blowflies that laid eggs in fresh meat, making it rot. The women would also carry most of the load on the way back. Creb had spent time with Ayla nearly every day since they moved into the cave, trying to teach her their language. The rudimentary words, usually the more difficult part for clan youngsters, she picked up with ease, but their intricate system of gestures and signals was beyond her. He had tried to make her understand the meaning of gestures, but neither had a basis in each other's method of communicating, and there was no one to interpret or explain. The old man had racked his brain, but he had not been able to think of a way to get the meanings across. Ayla was equally frustrated. She knew there was something she was missing, and she ached to be able to communicate beyond the few words she knew. It was obvious to her that the people of the clan understood more than the simple words, but she just didn't know how. The problem was that she didn't see the hand signals. They were random movements to her, not purposeful motions. She simply hadn't been able to grasp the concept of talking with movement. That it was even possible had never occurred to her. It was totally beyond her realm of experience. Creb had begun to get an inkling of her problem, though he found it hard to believe. It has to be that she doesn't know the motions have meaning, he thought. Ayla, Creb called, beckoning to the girl. That must be the trouble, he thought, as they walked along a path beside the glinting stream. Either that, or she just isn't intelligent enough to comprehend the language. From his observations, he couldn't believe she lacked intelligence, for all that she was different. But she does understand simple gestures. He had assumed it would only be a matter of enlarging on them. Many feet starting out to hunt, forage, or fish in their direction had already beaten down grass and brush, forming a path along the line of least resistance. They came to a spot the old man favored, an open stretch near a large leafy oak whose high exposed roots offered a shaded, raised seat, easier for him to rest on than lowering himself to the ground. Starting the lesson, he pointed to the tree with his staff. Oak, Ayla quickly responded. Creb nodded approval, then he aimed his staff at the stream. Water, the girl said. The old man nodded again, then made a motion with his hand and repeated the word. Flowing water, river, the combined gesture and word stated. Water? The girl said hesitantly, puzzled that he had indicated her word was correct, but asked her again. She was getting a feeling of panic deep in her stomach. It was the same as before. She knew there was something more he wanted, but she didn't understand. Creb shook his head no. He had gone over the same kind of exercises with the child many times. He tried again, pointing to her feet. Feet, Ayla said. Yes, the magician nodded. Somehow I must make her see as well as hear, he thought. Getting up, he took her hand and walked a few steps with her, leaving his staff behind. He made a motion and said the word feet. Moving feet, walking, was the sense he was trying to communicate. She strained to listen, trying to hear if there was something she missed in his tone. Feet? The child said tremulously, sure it was not the answer he wanted. No, no, no. Walking, feet moving, he repeated again, looking directly at her, exaggerating the gesture. He moved her forward again, pointing at her feet, despairing that she would ever learn. Ayla could feel tears begin to well up in her eyes. Feet, feet. She knew it was the right word. Why did he shake his head no? Wish he'd stop moving his hand around in front of my face like that. What am I doing wrong? The old man walked her forward again, pointed at her feet, made the motion with his hand, said the word. She stopped and watched him. He made the gesture again, exaggerating it so much it almost meant something else, said the word again. He was bent over, looking her squarely in the face, making the motion directly in front of her eyes. Gesture, word. Gesture, word. What does he want? What am I supposed to do? She wanted to understand him. She knew he was trying to tell her something. Why does he keep moving his hand, she thought. Then the barest glimmer of an idea came to her. His hand. He keeps moving his hand. She lifted her hand hesitantly. Yes, yes, that's it. Kreb's vigorous affirmative nodding almost shouted. Make the signal. Moving feet, he repeated. With dawning comprehension, she watched his motion, then tried to copy it. Creb was saying yes. That's what he wants. The movement. He wants me to make the movement. She made the gesture again, saying the word, not understanding what it meant, but at least understanding that it was the gesture he wanted her to make when she said the word. Creb turned her around and headed back to the oak, limping heavily. Pointing to her feet again as she moved, he repeated the gesture-word combination once again. Suddenly, like an explosion in her brain, she made the connection. Moving on feet, walking. That's what he means, not just feet. The hand movement with the word feet means walking. Her mind raced. She remembered always seeing the people of the clan moving their hands. She could see Iza and Creb in her mind's eye, standing, looking at each other, moving their hands, saying few words, but moving their hands. Were they talking? Is that how they talked to each other? Is that why they say so little? Do they talk with their hands? Creb seated himself. Ayla stood in front of him, trying to calm her excitement. Feet, she said, pointing down to hers. Yes, he nodded, wondering. She turned and walked away, and as she approached him again, she made the gesture and said the word feet. Yes, that's it. That's the idea, he said. She has it. I think she understands. The girl paused for a moment, then turned and ran away from him. After running back across the small clearing, she waited expectantly in front of him again, a little out of breath. Running, he motioned as she watched carefully. It was a different movement, like the first, but different. Running, her hesitant motion mimicked. She does have it. Creb was excited. The movement was gross. It lacked the finesse of even the young children of the clan, but she had the idea. He nodded vigorously and was almost knocked off his seat as Ayla threw herself at him, hugging him in joyful understanding. The old magician looked around. It was almost instinctive. Gestures of affection were confined to the boundaries of the fire, but he knew they were alone. The crippled man responded with a gentle hug and felt a glow of warmth and satisfaction he had never felt before. A whole new world of comprehension opened up for Ayla. She had an innate dramatic flair and a talent for mimicry which she put to use with deadly earnest, copying Kreb's motions. But Kreb's one-handed speaking gestures were necessarily adaptations of normal hand signals, and it was Iza who taught her the finer details. She learned as a baby would, starting with expressions of simple needs, but she learned much faster. Too long had she been frustrated in her attempts to communicate. She was determined to make up for the lack as quickly as possible. As she began to understand more, the life of the clan sprang into vivid relief. She watched the people around her as they communicated, staring, in rapt attention, trying to grasp what they were saying to each other. At first, the clan was tolerant of her visual intrusion, treating her like a baby. But as time went on, disapproving glances cast in her direction made it obvious that such ill-mannered behavior would not be accepted much longer. Staring, like eavesdropping, was discourteous. Custom dictated that the eye should be averted when other people were in private discussion. The problem came to a head one evening in midsummer. The clan was inside the cave, gathered around their family fires after the evening meal. The sun had sunk below the horizon, and the last dim afterglow outlined the leafy silhouettes of dark foliage rustling in the gentle night breeze. The fire at the mouth of the cave, lit to fend off evil spirits, curious predators, and the damp night air, sent up wisps of smoke and shimmering heat waves, making the shadowed black trees and brush beyond undulate to the silent rhythm of the flickering flames. Its light danced with shadows on the rough rock wall of the cave. Ayla sat within the stones that outlined Kreb's territory, staring across at Brun's household. Braud was upset, and taking it out on his mother and Olga by exercising his prerogatives as an adult male. The day had started out badly for Braud and got worse. Long hours spent tracking and stalking were wasted when he missed his shot, and the red fox, whose pelt he had grandly promised to Olga, melted into the dense brush only warned by the swiftly slung stone. Olga's looks of understanding forgiveness just hurt his wounded pride more. He was the one who should be forgiving of her inadequacies, not the other way around. The women, tired from a busy day, were trying to finish their last chores, and Abra, exasperated by his constant interruptions, made a slight signal to Brun. The leader had been more than aware of the young man's imperious, demanding behavior. It was Braud's right, but Brun felt he should be more sensitive to them. It wasn't necessary to make them run for everything when they were already so busy and tired. Braud, let the women alone. They have enough to do, Brun signaled in silent reprimand. The rebuke was too much, especially in front of Olga and from Brun. Braud stomped off to the far edge of the territory of Brun's hearth near the boundary stones to sulk, and caught sight of Ayla staring directly at him. It didn't matter that Ayla had barely caught the drift of the subtle domestic squabble within the confines of the ancient household. As far as Braud was concerned, the ugly little interloper had seen him scolded just like a child. It was the final crushing blow to his tender ego. She doesn't even have the courtesy to look away, he thought. Well, she's not the only one who can ignore simple politeness. All the day's frustrations overflowed, and flaunting conventions on purpose, Braud directed a malevolent glare across the boundaries at the girl he detested. Creb was conscious of the mild spat at Brun's hearth, just as he was aware of all the people in the cave. Most of the time, like background noise, it was filtered out of his consciousness, but anything that involved Ayla sharpened his attention. He knew it had taken deliberate effort and supremely malignant intent for Brow to overcome the conditioning of his entire life and stare directly into the confines of another man's hearth. Brow feels too much animosity toward the child, Creb thought. For her sake, it is time to teach her some manners. Ayla, Creb commanded sharply. She jumped at the tone in his voice. Not look other people, he signaled. She was puzzled. Why not look? She queried. Not look, not stare. People not like, he tried to explain, aware that Brow was watching out of the corner of his eye, not even bothering to hide his gloating pleasure at the strong scolding the girl was receiving from Mog-ur. She is favored too much by the magician anyway, Brow thought. If she lived here, I'd show her soon enough how a female is supposed to behave. What learn talk? Ayla motioned, still puzzled and a little hurt. Creb knew full well why she had been watching, but she had to learn sometime. Perhaps it would ease Broud's hatred of her if he saw she was being rebuked for staring at them. Ayla not stare, Creb motioned with a severe look. Bad. Ayla not talk back when man talks. Bad. Ayla not look at people at their hearths. Bad. Bad. Understand? Creb was harsh. He wanted to make his point. He noticed Broud get up and return to the fireplace at Brun's call, obviously in a better mood. Ayla was crushed. Creb had never been harsh with her. She thought he was pleased that she was learning their language. Now he told her she was bad for watching people and trying to learn more. Confused and hurt, tears welled up, filled her eyes, and overflowed down her cheeks. Iza, Creb called, concerned. Come here, there's something wrong with Ayla's eyes. The eyes of clan people watered only when something got in them, or if they had colds or suffered from eye disease. He had never seen eyes overflowing with tears of unhappiness. Iza came running up. Look at that. Her eyes are watering. Maybe a spark got into one. You better take a look at them, he insisted. Iza was worried too. Lifting Ayla's eyelids, she peered closely into the child's eyes. Eye hurt? She asked. The medicine woman could see no sign of inflammation. Nothing appeared to be wrong with her eyes. They were just watering. No, not hurt, Ayla sniffled. She couldn't understand their concern about her eyes, but it made her realize they cared about her, even if Creb did say she was bad. Why Creb mad, Iza? She sobbed. Must learn, Ayla, Iza explained, looking at the girl seriously. Not polite to stare, not polite to look at other man's fire, see what other people say at fire. Ayla must learn, when man talk, woman look down, like this, Iza demonstrated. When man talk, woman do. No ask, only little ones stare, babies. Ayla big, make people angry at Ayla. Creb angry? Not care for me? She asked, bursting out in fresh tears. Iza was still mystified by the child's watering eyes, but she sensed the girl's confusion. Creb care for Ayla, Iza too. Creb teach Ayla. More to learn than talk. Must learn clan ways, the woman said, taking the girl in her arms. She held her gently while Ayla cried her hurt, then wiped the girl's wet, swollen eyes with a soft skin, and looked into them again to satisfy herself they were all right. What's wrong with her eyes? Creb asked. Is she sick? She thought you didn't like her. She thought you were mad at her. It must have given her a sickness. Maybe light eyes like hers are weak, but I can't find anything wrong, and she says they don't hurt. I think her eyes watered with sadness, Creb, Iza explained. Sadness? She was so sad because she thought I didn't like her? It made her sick? Made her eyes water? The astounded man could hardly believe it, and it filled him with mixed emotions. Was she sickly? She seemed healthy, but no one ever got sick because they thought he didn't like them. No one except Iza had ever cared for him in that way. People feared him, held him in awe, respected him, but no one had ever wanted him to like them so much their eyes watered. Maybe Iza is right. Maybe her eyes are weak, but her sight is fine. Somehow I must let her know it is for her own good that she learns to behave properly. If she doesn't learn the ways of the clan, Brun will turn her out. It is still within his power. But it doesn't mean I don't like her. I do like her, he admitted to himself. Strange as she is, I like her very much. Ayla shuffled slowly toward the crippled old man, nervously looking down at her feet. She stood in front of him, then looked up with sad round eyes still wet with tears. I not stare any more, she gestured. Creb not mad? No, he signaled. I'm not mad, Ayla, but you belong to the clan now. You belong to me. You must learn the language, but you must learn clan ways, too. Understand?"
"I belong, Creb? Creb care for me?" she asked.
"Yes, I like you, Ayla."
The girl broke into a smile, reached out and hugged him, then crawled into the lap of the disfigured, misshapen man and snuggled close.
Creb had always had an interest in children. In his function as Mog-ur, he seldom revealed a child's totem that wasn't immediately understood by the child's mother as appropriate. The clan attributed Mog-ur's skill to his magical powers, but his real skill lay in his powers of perceptive observation. He was aware of children from the day they were born and often saw women and men alike cuddling and comforting them. But the old cripple never knew the joy of cradling a child in his own arms. The little girl, worn out by her emotions, had fallen asleep. She felt secure with the fearsome magician. He had replaced in her heart a man she no longer remembered except in some unconscious corner. As Creb looked at the peaceful, trusting face of the strange girl in his lap, he felt a deep love flowering in his soul for her. He couldn't have loved her more if she were his own. "Iza," the man called out softly. The woman took the sleeping child from Creb, but not before he hugged her to him for a moment. "Her illness has made her tired," he said after the woman laid her down. "Make sure she rests tomorrow, and you'd better examine her eyes again in the morning." "Yes, Creb," she nodded. Iza loved her crippled sibling. She knew more than anyone the gentle soul that lived beneath the grim exterior. It made her happy that he had found someone to love, someone who loved him, too, and it made her feelings for the girl stronger. Not since she was a little girl herself could Iza remember being so happy. Only her nagging fear that the child she was carrying would be male marred her joy. A son born to her would have to be raised by a hunter. She was Brun's sibling. Their mother had been the maid of the leader before him. If something happened to Braud, or if the woman he mated produced no male offspring, the leadership of the clan would fall to her son if she had one. Brun would be forced to give her and the baby to one of the hunters, or take her in himself. Every day she asked her totem to make her unborn baby a girl, but she couldn't rid herself of her worry. As the summer progressed, with Kreb's gentle patience and Ayla's eager willingness, the girl began to understand not only the language but the customs of her adopted people. Learning to avert her eyes to allow the people of the clan the only privacy possible to them was only the first of many hard lessons. Much more difficult was learning to curb her natural curiosity and impetuous enthusiasm to conform to the customary docility of females. Creb and Iza were learning too. They discovered that when Ayla made a certain grimace, pulling back her lips and showing her teeth, often accompanied by peculiar aspirating sounds, it meant she was happy, not hostile. They never completely overcame their anxiety at the strange weakness of her eyes that made them water when she was sad. Iza decided the weakness was peculiar to light-colored eyes and wondered if the trait was normal for the others, or if only Ayla's eyes watered. To be safe, Iza flushed her eyes with a clear fluid from the bluish-white plant that grew deep in shaded woods. The corpse-like plant derived nourishment from decaying wood and vegetable matter, since it lacked chlorophyll, and its waxy-looking surface turned black when touched. But Iza knew of no better remedy for sore or inflamed eyes than the cool liquid that oozed from its broken stem, and applied the treatment whenever the child cried. She didn't cry often. Though tears quickly brought her attention, Ayla tried hard to control them. Not only were they disturbing to the two people she loved, but to the rest of the clan it was a sign of her differentness, and she wanted to fit in and be accepted. The clan was learning to accept her, but they were still wary and suspicious of her peculiarities. Ayla was getting to know the clan and accept them, too. Though the men were curious about her, it was beneath their dignity to show too much interest in a female child, no matter how unusual, and she ignored them as much as they ignored her. Brun showed more interest than the rest, but he frightened her. He was stern and not open to advances the way Creb was. She couldn't know that to the rest of the clan, Mog-ur appeared far more aloof and forbidding than Brun, and they were amazed at the closeness that developed between the awesome magician and the strange little girl. The one she especially disliked was the young man who shared Brun's fire. Braud always looked mean when he looked at her. It was the women she became familiar with first. She spent more time with them. Except when she was within the boundaries of Creb's hearthstones, or when the medicine woman took her along when she went to gather the plants unique to her own uses, she and Iza were usually with the female members of the clan. In the beginning, Ayla just followed Iza around and watched while they skinned animals, cured hides, stretched thongs cut in one spiral piece from a single hide, wove baskets, mats, or nets, gouged bowls out of logs, gathered wild foods, prepared meals, preserved meat and plant food for winter, and responded to the wishes of any man who called upon them to perform a service. But as they saw the girl's willingness to learn, they not only helped her with the language, they began to teach her those useful skills. She was not as strong as clan women or children. Her thinner frame couldn't support the powerful musculature of the heavy-boned clan, but she was surprisingly dexterous and limber. The heavy tasks were difficult for her, but for a child, she did well weaving baskets or cutting out thongs of uniform widths. She quickly developed a warm relationship with Ika, whose friendly nature made her easy to like. The woman let Ayla carry Borg around when she saw the girl's interest in the baby. Ovra was reserved, but she and Uka were especially kind to her. Their own grief at the loss of the young man in the cave-in made both sibling and mother sensitive to the child's loss of her family. But Ayla had no playmates. Her first flush of friendship with Olga cooled after the ceremony. Olga was torn between Ayla and Braud. The newcomer, although younger, was someone with whom she could have shared her girlish thoughts, and she felt empathetic toward the young orphan since she shared the same fate. But Braud's feelings about her were obvious. Olga reluctantly chose to avoid Ayla in deference to the man she hoped to mate. Except when they worked together, they seldom associated, and after Ayla's attempts at friendship were rebuffed several times, the girl withdrew and made no further efforts to socialize. Ayla didn't like playing with Vorn. Though a year her junior, his idea of playing usually involved ordering her around in conscious imitation of adult male behavior toward adult females, which Ayla still found hard to accept. When she rebelled, it brought down the wrath of both men and women upon her, especially from Aga, Vorn's mother. She was proud that her son was learning to behave just like a man, and she was no less aware of Braud's resentment of Ayla than the rest. Someday Braud would be leader, and if her son remained in his favor, he might be selected as second in command. Aga used every opportunity to increase her son's stature, to the point of picking on the girl when Braud was near. If she noticed Ayla and Vorn together when Braud was around, she quickly called her son away. Ayla's ability to communicate improved rapidly, especially with the help of the women. But it was by her own observation that she learned one particular symbol. She still watched people. She hadn't learned to close her mind to those around her, though she was less obvious about it. One afternoon, she watched Ika playing with Borg. Ika made a gesture to her son and repeated it several times. When the baby's random hand movement seemed to imitate the gesture, she called the other women's attention to it and praised her son. Later, Ayla saw Vorn run up to Aga and greet her with the same gesture. Even Ovra made the motion when beginning a conversation with Uka. That evening, she shyly approached Iza, and when the woman looked up, Ayla made the hand signal. Isa's eyes flew open. "Creb," she said, "when did you teach her to call me mother?" "I didn't teach her that, Iza," Creb responded. "She must have learned it herself." Iza turned back to the girl. "Did you learn that yourself?" she asked.
"Yes, Mother."
Ayla gestured, making the symbol again. She wasn't exactly sure what the hand signal meant, but she had an idea. She knew it was used by children to the women who cared for them. Though her mind had blocked out memories of her own mother, her heart had not forgotten. Iza had replaced that woman whom Ayla had loved and lost. The woman who had been childless for so long felt a surge of emotion. "My daughter," Iza said with a rare spontaneous hug. "My child. I knew she was my daughter from the first, Creb. Didn't I tell you? She was given to me. The spirits meant for her to be mine. I'm sure of it." Creb didn't argue with her. Perhaps she was right. After that evening, the child's nightmares decreased, though she still had them occasionally. Two dreams recurred most frequently. One was of hiding in a small, cramped cave, trying to get out of the way of a huge, sharp claw. The other was more vague and more disturbing. There was a sensation of the earth moving, a deep, rolling rumble, and an infinitely painful sense of loss. She cried out in her strange language, used less and less, when she awoke and clung to Iza. When she first came to them, she lapsed into her own tongue, sometimes without realizing it. But as she learned to communicate more in the way of the clan, it only came out in her dreams. After a time, it even left her dreams. But she never woke from the haunting nightmare of crumbling earth without a feeling of desolation. The short hot summer passed, and the light morning frosts of autumn brought a nip to the air and a brilliant splash of scarlet and amber to the verdant forest. A few early snows, sluiced away by heavy seasonal rains that stripped branches of their colorful cloaks, hinted at the coming cold. Later, when only a few tenacious leaves still clung to the bare branches of trees and shrubs, a brief interlude of bright sunshine brought a last reminder of summer heat before the harsh winds and bitter cold closed down most outside activities. The clan was out, savoring the sun. On the broad front exposure of the cave, the women were winnowing grain harvested from the grassy steppes below. A brisk wind kicked up an extravagance of dry leaves, lending a semblance of life to the whirling vestiges of summer's fullness. Taking advantage of the gusty air, the women tossed up the grain from wide, shallow baskets, letting the wind carry away the chaff before they caught the heavier seeds. Iza was leaning over behind Ayla, her hands over the girl's as she held the basket, showing her how to fling the grain high in the air without throwing it out with the husks and bits of straw. Ayla was conscious of Isa's hard, protruding stomach against her back and felt the strong contraction that made the woman stop suddenly. Shortly afterward, Iza left the group and went into the cave, followed by Abra and Uka. The girl shot an apprehensive glance at the knot of men who had stopped their conversation and followed the women with their eyes, expecting them to reprimand the three women for leaving while there was still work to be done. But the men were inexplicably permissive. Ayla decided to chance their displeasure and followed after the women. In the cave, Iza was resting on her sleeping fur with Abra and Uka on either side of her. Why is Iza lying down in the middle of the day, Ayla thought. Is she sick? Iza saw the girl's worried look and made a gesture of reassurance, but it didn't ease Ayla's concern. It grew when she saw her adopted mother's strained expression at the next contraction. Abra and Uka talked with Iza about ordinary things, all the food that was stored, the change in the weather. But Ayla had learned enough to pick up their concern from the expressions and posture of the women. Something was wrong, she was sure. Ayla decided nothing would make her leave Iza until she found out what it was, and she sat down near her feet to wait. Toward evening, Ika walked over with Borg on her hip. Then Aga brought her daughter, Ona, and both women sat and visited while they nursed, adding their moral support. Ovra and Olga were full of concern and curiosity when they crowded around Isa's bed. Though Uka's daughter was not mated yet, she was a woman, and Ovra knew she could bring forth life now. Olga would soon become a woman, and they were both intensely interested in the process Isa was going through. When Born saw Abba go over and sit beside her daughter, he wanted to know why all the women were at Mog-ur's fire. He wandered over and crawled on Aga's lap beside his sibling to see what was going on. But Ona was still nursing, so the old woman picked up the boy and held him on her lap. He couldn't see anything of great interest, just the medicine woman resting, so he wandered off again. The women started leaving not long afterward to begin preparing evening meals. Uka stayed with Iza, though Abra and Olga kept glancing over inconspicuously while they cooked. Abra served Creb as well as Brun, then brought food for Uka, Iza, and Ayla. Ovra cooked for her mother's mate, but she and Olga returned quickly when Grad went over to Brun's hearth to join the leader and Creb. They didn't want to miss anything, and sat down beside Ayla, who hadn't stirred from her place. Iza only sipped a little tea, and Ayla wasn't very hungry either. She picked at her food, unable to eat with the tight knot constricting her stomach. What's wrong with Iza? Why isn't she getting up to make Kreb's evening meal? Why isn't Creb here asking the spirits to make her well? Why is he staying with all the rest of the men at Brun's hearth? Iza was straining harder. Every few moments she took several quick breaths, then pushed hard, holding the hands of the two women. Every member of the clan kept vigil as the night wore on. The men were clustered around the leader's fire, apparently involved in some deep discussion, but the occasional surreptitious glances betrayed their real interest. The women visited periodically, checking on Isa's progress, sometimes staying for a while. They all waited, united in their encouragement and anticipation, while their medicine woman labored to give birth. It was well after dark. Suddenly there was a flurry of activity. Abra spread out a hide, while Uka helped Iza up into a squatting position. She was breathing hard, straining hard, crying out in pain. Ayla was trembling, sitting between Ovra and Olga, who groaned and strained in sympathy with Iza. The woman took a deep breath, and with a long, teeth-gritting, muscle-straining push, the round crown of the baby's head appeared in a gush of water. Another tremendous effort eased out the baby's head. The rest was easier as Iza delivered the wet, squirming body of a tiny infant. A final push brought forth a mass of bloody tissue. Iza lay down again, exhausted from her labor, while Abra picked up the baby, extracted a gob of mucus from its mouth with her finger, and laid the newborn on Isa's stomach. As she thumped the baby's feet, the infant's mouth opened, and a loud squall announced the first breath of life of Isa's first child. Abra tied a piece of red-dyed sinew around the umbilical cord and bit off the part still attached to the placental mass, then lifted the baby for Iza to see. She got up and went back to her own hearth to report the medicine woman's successful delivery and the gender of the child to her mate. She sat in front of Brun, bowed her head, and looked up at a tap on her shoulder. Chapter 8. "I am grieved to report," Abra said, making the customary gesture of sorrow, "Isa's baby is a girl." But the news was not received with sorrow. Brun was relieved, though he would never admit it. The arrangement of the magician providing for his sibling, especially with the addition of Ayla to the clan, was working out well, and the leader was reluctant to change it. Mog-ur was doing a creditable job of training the newcomer, much better than he expected. Ayla was learning to communicate and to behave within clan customs. Creb was not only relieved, he was overjoyed. In his old age, for the first time in his life, he had come to know the pleasures of a warm and loving family, and the birth of a girl to Iza assured it would remain together. And for the first time since they moved into the new cave, Iza could draw a breath free of anxiety. She was glad the birth had gone so well, as old as she was. She had attended many women who had had far more difficulty than she. Several came close to dying, a few did, and more than a few babies as well. It seemed to her that babies' heads were just too large for the women's birth passages. Her worry over the actual delivery had not been nearly as great as her concern over the sex of the child. Such insecurity about the future was almost unbearable for clan people. Iza lay back on her fur, relaxing. Uka wrapped the infant in a swaddling of soft rabbit fur and laid the babe in her mother's arms. Ayla hadn't moved. She was looking with longing curiosity at Iza. The woman saw her and beckoned. "Come here, Ayla. Would you like to see the baby?" Ayla approached shyly. "Yes," she nodded. Iza pulled back the covering so the girl could see the infant. The tiny replica of Iza had a light down of brown fuzz on her head, and the bony occipital knob at the back was more noticeable without the thick head of hair she would soon have. The baby's head was somewhat rounder than in adults, but still long, and her forehead sloped back sharply from her not quite fully developed brow ridges. Ayla reached out to touch the newborn's soft cheek, and the baby instinctively turned toward the touch, making small sucking noises. "She's beautiful," Ayla motioned, her eyes full of soft wonder at the miracle she'd seen. "Is she trying to talk, Iza?" the girl asked as the infant waved small clenched fists in the air. "Not yet, but she will soon, and you will have to help teach her," Iza replied. "Oh, I will. I'll teach her to talk just like you and Creb taught me." "I know you will, Ayla," the new mother said, covering her baby again. The girl stayed protectively close by while Iza rested. Abra had wrapped the afterbirth tissue in the hide that had been put down just before the delivery, and hid it in an inconspicuous corner until Iza could take it outside to bury it in a place only she would know. If the baby had been stillborn, it would have been buried at the same time, and no one would ever mention the birth, nor would the mother show her grief openly, but a subtle gentleness and sympathy would be extended. If the baby had been born alive but deformed, or if the leader of the clan decided the newborn was unacceptable for some other reason, the mother's task would have been more onerous. Then she would be required to take the baby away and bury it, or leave it exposed to the elements and carnivores. Rarely was a deformed child allowed to live. If it was female, almost never. If a baby was male, especially firstborn, and if the woman's mate wanted the child, He could, at the discretion of the leader, be allowed to remain with his mother for the first 7 days of his life as a test of his ability to survive. Any child still alive after 7 days, by clan tradition which had the force of law, had to be named and accepted into the clan. The first days of Creb's life had hung in just such a balance. His mother had barely survived his birth. Her mate was also the leader, and the decision of whether the newborn male would be allowed to live rested solely with him. But his decision was made more for the woman's sake than for the baby's, whose malformed head and unmoving limbs gave early indication of the damage the difficult birth had inflicted. She was too weak. She had lost too much blood. She hovered on the edge of death herself. Her mate could not require that she dispose of the child. She was too weak to do it. If the mother couldn't do it, or if she died, the task fell to the medicine woman. But Creb's mother was the medicine woman of the clan, so he was left with his mother, though no one expected him to survive. His mother's milk was slow to start. When he clung to life against all odds, another nursing woman took pity on the poor infant and fed Creb his first life-sustaining nourishment. In such tenuous circumstances, life began for Mog-ur, the holiest of holy men, the most skilled and powerful magician of the entire clan. Now the crippled man and his brother approached Iza and the baby. At a peremptory signal from Brun, Ayla quickly got up and moved away, but watched from a distance out of the corner of her eye. Iza sat up, unwrapped her baby, and held her up to Brun, careful not to look at either man. Both men examined the infant, wailing loudly at being taken from her mother's warm side and exposed to the cold air of the cave. They were just as careful not to look at Iza. "The child is normal," Brun's gesture announced gravely. "She may stay with her mother. If she lives until the naming day, she will be accepted." Iza really didn't have any fear that Brun would reject her child, but she was relieved nonetheless at the formal statement from the leader. Only one last twinge of worry remained. She hoped her daughter would not be unlucky because its mother had no mate. He had been alive, after all, at the time she became certain she was expecting, Iza reasoned, and Creb was like a mate, at least he provided for them. Iza put the thought out of her mind. For the next 7 days, Iza would be isolated, confined to the boundaries of Creb's fire, except for necessary trips to relieve herself and to bury the placenta. None of the clan officially recognized the existence of Iza's baby while she was in isolation, except those who shared the same hearth. But other women brought food for them so Iza could rest. It allowed a brief visit and an unofficial peek at the new baby. Beyond the 7 days, until she stopped bleeding, she would be under a modified woman's curse. Her contacts would be restricted to women, the same as during her menses. Iza spent her time nursing and caring for her child, and when she felt rested, reorganizing food areas, cooking areas, sleeping areas, and her medicine storage area within the boundary stones that define Creb's hearth, his territory inside the cave, now shared by 3 females. Because of Mog-ur's unique position in the clan hierarchy, his location was in a very favorable spot, close enough to the mouth of the cave to benefit from daylight and summer sun, but not so close that it was subject to the worst of the winter drafts. His hearth had an additional feature, for which Iza was particularly grateful for Creb's sake. An outcrop of stone extending from the side wall gave extra protection from winds. Even with the wind barrier and a constant fire near the opening, cold winds often blasted more exposed sites. The old man's rheumatism and arthritis were always much worse in winter, aggravated by the cold dampness of the cave. Iza had made sure that Creb's sleeping furs, resting on a soft layer of straw and grass packed into a shallow trench, were in the protected corner. One of the few tasks that had been required of the men, aside from hunting, was the construction of the wind barrier. Hides stretched across the entrance, supported by posts sunk into the ground. Another was paving the area around the mouth with smooth rocks brought up from the stream to keep rains and melting snows from turning the cave entrance into a quagmire of mud. The floor of the individual hearths was bare earth, with woven mats scattered around for sitting or serving food. 2 other shallow trenches filled with straw and covered with fur were near Creb's, and the top fur of each was the one also used as a warm outer cloak by the person who slept there. Besides Creb's bearskin, there was Iza's saga antelope hide and a new white fur from a snow leopard. The animal had been lurking near the cave, well below its usual haunts in the higher elevations of the mountain. Guv was credited with the kill, and he gave the pelt to Creb. Many of the clan wore skins or kept a piece of horn or tooth from the animal that symbolized their protective totem. Creb thought the snow leopard fur would be appropriate for Ayla. Although it was not her totem, it was a similar creature, and he knew it was unlikely that hunters would stalk a cave lion. The huge feline seldom strayed far from the steppes and posed little threat to the clan in their cave on the wooded slopes. They were not disposed to hunt the massive carnivore without good reason. Iza had just finished curing the hide and making new footwear for the girl before she started into labor. The child was delighted with it and looked for any excuse to go outside so she could wear it. Iza was making herself a wormseed tea to encourage the flow of milk and to relieve the painful cramps of her uterus contracting back to its normal shape. She had collected and dried the long, narrow leaves and small greenish flowers earlier in the year, in anticipation of the birth of her child. She glanced toward the cave entrance, looking for Ayla. The woman had just changed the absorbent leather strap she wore during her menstrual cycles and since her delivery, and she had wanted to go into the nearby woods to bury the soiled one. She was looking for the girl to keep an eye on the sleeping infant for the few moments she would be gone. But Ayla was nowhere near the cave. She was looking for small round stones along the stream. Iza had commented that she wanted more cooking stones before the stream iced over, and Ayla thought it would please her if she got some. The girl was on her knees on a rocky strand near the water's edge, searching for rocks of just the right size. She glanced up and noticed a small lump of white fur beneath a bush. Moving the leafless brush aside, she saw a half-grown rabbit lying on its side. Its leg was broken and crusted with dried blood. The wounded animal, panting with thirst, was unable to move. It looked at the girl with nervous eyes as she reached out and felt its warm, soft fur. A young wolf pup, just learning his hunting skills, had caught the rabbit, but it had managed to break free. Before the young carnivore could make another dash for his prey, his mother issued a yelping summons. The pup, who was not really hungry, turned in mid-stride in answer to the urgent call. The rabbit had dived for the thicket and froze, hoping not to be seen. By the time it felt safe enough to hop away, it couldn't, and had been lying beside the running water, dying of thirst. Its life was nearly drained. Ayla lifted the warm, furry animal and cuddled it in her arms. She had held Isa's new baby, wrapped in soft rabbit fur, and the bunny felt like the baby to her. She sat on the ground rocking it, then noticed the blood and the leg bent at an odd angle. Poor baby, your leg is hurt, the child thought. Maybe Iza can fix it. She fixed mine once. Forgetting her plan to find cooking stones, she got up and carried the wounded animal back to the cave. Iza was napping when Ayla walked in, but she woke at the sound of her step. The child held the rabbit out to the medicine woman, showing her its wounds. Iza had sometimes taken pity on small animals and applied a little first aid, but she had never brought one back to the cave. Ayla, animals don't belong in the cave, Iza motioned. Ayla's hopeful expectations dashed. She cuddled the rabbit to her, bowed her head sadly, and started to leave, tears starting to fill her eyes. Iza saw the little girl's disappointment. "Well, since you brought it, I might as well take a look at it," she said. Ayla brightened and handed the wounded animal to Iza. "This animal is thirsty. Get some water for it," Iza gestured. Ayla quickly poured clear liquid from a large water bag and brought a cup, full to the brim. Iza was slivering wood for a splint. Freshly cut strips of leather were on the ground to tie on the splint. "Take the water bag and bring in more water, Ayla. We're nearly out. Then we'll start some heating." "I'll need to clean the wound," the woman directed as she stirred up the fire and put some stones in it. Ayla snatched the bag and ran to the pool. The water had revived the small creature, and it was nibbling on seeds and grain Iza had given it when the child came back. Creb was astonished when he returned later and saw Ayla cuddling the rabbit while Iza was nursing her baby. He saw the splint on its leg and caught a look from Iza that said, "What else could I do?" While the girl was engrossed with her live doll, Iza and Creb spoke in silent signals. "What made her bring a rabbit into the cave?" Creb asked. "It was hurt. She brought it to me to heal it. She didn't know we don't bring animals into our home. But her feelings were not wrong, Creb. I think she has the instincts of a medicine woman. Creb," Iza paused, "I wanted to talk to you about her. She's not an attractive child, you know." Creb glanced in Ayla's direction. "She's appealing, but you're right. She's not attractive," he admitted. "But what does that have to do with the rabbit?" "What chance will she ever have to mate?
Any man with a totem strong enough for her would never want her. He could have his pick of women. What will happen to her when she becomes a woman? If she doesn't mate, she will have no status. I've thought about it, but what's to be done? If she were a medicine woman, she would have her own status, Iza suggested, and she's like a daughter to me. But she's not of your line, Iza. She was not born to you. Your daughter will carry on your line. I know. I have a daughter now, but why can't I train Ayla too? Didn't you name her as I held her in my arms? Didn't you announce her totem at the same time? That makes her my daughter, doesn't it? She was accepted. She's clan now, isn't she? Iza asked fervently, then rushed on, afraid Creb would answer unfavorably. I think she has a natural talent for it, Creb. She shows an interest. She's always asking me questions when I work the healing magic. She asks more questions than anyone I've ever met, Creb interjected. About everything. She must learn it is discourteous to ask so many questions, he added. But look at her, Creb. She sees a wounded animal and wants to heal it. That's the sign of a medicine woman if I ever saw one. Creb was silent, thoughtful. Acceptance into the clan doesn't change who she is, Iza. She was born to the others. How can she learn all the knowledge you have? You know she doesn't have the memories. But she learns quickly. You've seen that. Look how fast she learned to talk. You'd be surprised how much she's learned already. And she has good hands for it, a gentle touch. She held the rabbit while I put on the splint. It seemed to trust her. Iza leaned forward. Neither of us is young anymore, Creb. What will happen to her when we're gone to the world of the spirits? Do you want her to be traded from fire to fire, always a burden, always the lowest-ranked woman? Creb had worried about the same thing himself, but unable to come up with a solution, he put the thought out of his mind. Do you really think you can train her, Iza? He asked, still doubtful. I can start with that rabbit. I can let her take care of it. Show her how. I'm sure she can learn, Creb, even without the memories. I can teach her. There are not so many different illnesses and injuries. She's young enough. She can learn them. She doesn't need to have a memory of them. I will have to think about it, Iza, Creb said. The child was rocking and crooning to the rabbit. She saw Iza and Creb talking and remembered that she had often seen Creb make gestures calling on the spirits to help Iza's healing magic work. She brought the small furry animal to the magician. Creb, will you ask the spirits to make the rabbit well? She motioned after putting it down at his feet. Mog-ur looked into her earnest face. He had never asked for help from spirits to heal an animal, and he felt a little foolish about it, but he didn't have the heart to refuse her. He glanced around, then made a few quick gestures. Now it's sure to get well, Ayla gestured decisively. Then, seeing that Iza was through nursing, she asked, Can I hold the baby, Mother? The rabbit was a warm and cuddly substitute, but not when she could hold the real thing. All right, Iza said. Be careful with her, the way I showed you. Ayla rocked and crooned to the tiny girl as she had done with the rabbit. What will you name her, Creb? She asked. Iza was curious too, but she would never have asked him. They lived at Kreb's fire, were supported by him, and it was his right to name the children born to his hearth. I haven't decided yet, and you must learn not to ask so many questions, Ayla, Creb chided, but he was pleased at her trust in his magical skill, even with a rabbit. He turned to Iza and added, I suppose it wouldn't hurt if the animal stayed here until its leg is mended. It's a harmless creature. Iza made a gesture of acquiescence and felt a warm flush of pleasure. She was sure Creb wouldn't object if she began training Ayla, even if he never gave his explicit consent. All Iza really needed to know was that he wouldn't stop her. How does she make that sound in her throat, I wonder? Iza asked to change the subject, listening to Ayla's humming. It's not unpleasant, but it is unusual. It's another difference between clan and others, Creb motioned with an air of imparting a fact of great wisdom to an admiring student. Like not having the memories or the strange sounds she used to make. She doesn't make them much anymore since she has learned to talk properly. Ovra arrived at Kreb's hearth with their evening meal. Her amazement was no less than Kreb's at seeing the rabbit. It increased when Iza let the young woman hold her baby, and she saw Ayla pick up the rabbit and rock it as if it were a baby too. Ovra gave Creb a sidewise glance to check his reaction, but he seemed not to have noticed it. She could hardly wait to tell her mother. Imagine mothering an animal. Maybe the girl wasn't right in the head. Did she think the animal was human? Not long afterward, Brun strolled over and signaled Creb that he wanted to talk to him. Creb was expecting it.
They walked together toward the entrance fire, away from both hearths. "Mog-ur," the leader started, hesitantly. "Yes?" "I've been thinking, Mog-ur. It's time to have a mating ceremony. I've decided to give Ovra to Guv, and Drug has agreed to take Aga and her children, and will allow Abba to live with him, too," Brun said, not quite knowing how to bring up the subject of the rabbit at Kreb's fire. "I was wondering when you were going to decide to mate them," Creb answered, not offering any comment on the subject he knew Brun wanted to discuss. "I wanted to wait. I couldn't afford to have 2 hunters restricted while hunting was good. When do you think will be the best time?" Brun was having difficulty trying not to stare into Kreb's rock-outlined territory, and Creb was rather enjoying the leader's discomfiture. "I will be naming Isa's child soon. We could have the matings then," Creb offered. "I'll tell them," Brun said. He stood on one foot, then the other, looking up at the high vaulted ceiling and down at the ground, toward the rear of the cave, and then outside. Any place, except directly at Ayla holding the rabbit. Courtesy demanded that he refrain from looking into another man's hearth, yet for him to know about the rabbit, he obviously had to see it. He was trying to think of an acceptable way to broach the subject. Creb waited. "Why is there a rabbit at your fire?" Brun motioned quickly. He was at a disadvantage, and he knew it. Creb deliberately turned and looked at the people within the limits of his domain. Iza knew full well what was going on. She busied herself with the baby, hoping not to be drawn in. Ayla, the cause of the problem, was oblivious to the whole situation. "It's a harmless animal, Brun," Creb evaded. "But why is there an animal in the cave?" the leader retorted. "Ayla brought it in. Its leg is broken, and she wanted Iza to fix it," Creb said as though there was nothing unusual about it. "No one has ever brought an animal into the cave before," Brun said, frustrated that he couldn't find a stronger objection. "But what's the harm? It won't be around for long, just until its leg is healed," Creb returned, calmly reasonable. Brun couldn't think of a good reason to insist that Creb get rid of the animal as long as he was willing to keep it. It was within his hearth. There were no customs forbidding animals in caves. It just hadn't been done before. But that wasn't the real source of his distress. He realized the real problem was Ayla. Ever since Iza had picked up the girl, there had been too many unusual incidents associated with her. Everything about her was unprecedented, and she was still a child. What would he have to face when she got older? Brun had no experience, no set of rules to deal with her. But he didn't know how to tell Creb about his doubts either. Creb sensed his brother's uneasiness and tried to give him another reason to let the rabbit stay at his hearth. "Brun, the clan that hosts the gathering keeps a cave bear cub in their cave," the magician reminded him. "But that's different. That's Ursus. That's for the bear festival. Cave bears lived in caves even before people. But rabbits don't live in caves. The cub is an animal that is brought into a cave, though." Brun didn't have an answer, and Kreb's rationale seemed to offer some guidelines. But why did the girl have to bring the rabbit into the cave in the first place? If it wasn't for her, the problem would never have come up. Brun felt the firm basis of his objections sinking under him like quicksand, and he let the matter rest. The day before the naming ceremony was cold but sunny. There had been a few flurries, and Kreb's bones had been aching of late. He was sure a storm was on the way. He wanted to enjoy the last few days of clear weather before the snows began in earnest, and was walking along the path beside the stream. Ayla was with him, trying out her new footwear. Iza had made them by cutting out roughly circular pieces of aurochs hide, cured with the soft underlayer of hair left on, and rubbed with extra fat for waterproofing. She pierced holes around the edge in the manner of a pouch, and drew them up around the girl's ankles, with the fur side in for warmth. Ayla was pleased with him, and lifted her feet high as she strutted beside the man. Her snow leopard fur covered her inner wrap, and a soft furry rabbit skin was draped over her head, fur side in, covering her ears, and tied under her chin with the parts that had once served to cover the animal's legs. She scampered ahead, then ran back and walked beside the old man, slowing her exuberant pace to match his shuffle. They were comfortably silent for a while, each involved with their own thoughts. "I wonder what I should name Isa's baby," Creb was thinking. He loved his sibling and wanted to pick a name she would like. Not one from her mate's side, he thought. Thinking about the man who had been Isa's mate left a bad taste in his mouth. The cruel punishment her mate had inflicted on her made Creb angry. but his feelings went much further back. He remembered how the man had taunted him when he was a boy, calling him woman because he could never hunt. Creb guessed it was only his fear of Mog-ur's power that stopped the ridicule. I'm glad Iza had a girl, he thought. A boy would have given him too much honor. With the man no longer a thorn in his side, Creb enjoyed the pleasures of his hearth more than he ever thought possible. Being the patriarch of his own little family, being responsible for them, providing for them, gave him a sense of manhood he had never experienced. He detected a different kind of respect from the other men and found he had a greater interest in their hunting now that a portion of each fell to him. Before, he was more concerned about the hunt ceremonies. Now he had other mouths to feed. I'm sure Iza's happier too, he said to himself, thinking about the attention and affection she lavished on him, cooking for him, caring for him, anticipating his needs. In all ways but one, she was his mate, the closest he had ever come to having one. Ayla was a constant joy. The inherent differences he discovered kept him interested. Training her was a challenge like that which any natural teacher felt with a bright and willing but unusual pupil. The new baby intrigued him too. After the first few times, he got over his nervousness when Iza laid the infant in his lap, and watched her random hand movements and unfocused eyes in rapt attention, contemplating in wonder how something so tiny and undeveloped could grow into an adult woman. She assures the continuation of Iza's line, he thought, and it is a line worthy of its rank. Their mother had been one of the most renowned medicine women of the clan. People from other clans had sometimes come to her, bringing their sick if possible, or taking back medicine. Iza herself was of equal stature, and her daughter had every possibility of attaining the same eminence. She deserved a name in keeping with her ancient and distinguished heritage. Creb thought about Iza's line and remembered the woman who had been their mother's mother. She had always been kind and gentle with him, took care of him more than his mother after Brun was born. She, too, was famous for her healing skill. She had even healed that man born to the others, just as Iza healed Ayla. It's a shame Iza never knew her, Creb mused. Then he stopped. That's it. I'll give the baby her name, he thought, pleased with his inspiration. With a name for the infant decided, he turned his attention to the mating ceremonies. He thought about the young man who was his devoted acolyte. Guv was quiet, serious, and Creb liked him. His aurochs totem should be strong enough for Ovra's beaver totem. Ovra worked hard and seldom needed to be reprimanded. She would make him a good mate. There's no reason that she shouldn't produce children for him, and Guv is a good hunter. He will provide for her well. When he becomes Mog-ur, his share will compensate when his duties don't allow him to hunt. Will he ever be a powerful Mog-ur? Creb wondered. He shook his head. Much as he liked his acolyte, he realized Guv would never have the skill Creb knew he himself possessed. The crippled body that prevented normal activities like hunting and mating had allowed him time to concentrate all his awesome mental endowment into developing his renowned power. That was why he was the Mog-ur. He was the one that directed the minds of all the other Mog-urs at the clan gathering in the ceremony that was the holiest of the holy. Although he achieved a symbiosis of minds with the men of his clan, it did not compare with the blending of souls that happened with the trained minds of the other magicians. He thought about the next clan gathering, even though it was many years away. Clan gatherings were held once every 7 years, and the last one was the summer before the cave-in. If I live to the next, it will be my last, he suddenly realized. Creb brought his attention back to the mating ceremony, which would mate Drug and Aga, too. Drug was an experienced hunter who had long since proven his skill. His skill at tool-making was even greater. He was as quiet and serious as his dead mate's son, and he and Guv shared the same totem. They were much alike in other ways, and Creb was sure it was the spirit of Drug's totem that created Guv. It's a pity Drug's mate was called to the next world, he thought. There had been a fondness between the couple that would probably never develop with Aga. But both needed new mates, and Aga had already proven more prolific than Drug's first mate. It was a logical match. Creb and Ayla were startled out of their thoughts by a rabbit that dashed across their path. It made the girl think about the rabbit in the cave, and turned her mind back to what she had been thinking about all along, Iza's baby.
Creb, how did the baby get inside Iza?
The girl asked. A woman swallows the spirit of a man's totem,
Creb motioned casually, still lost in his own thoughts. It fights with the spirit of her totem. If the man's overcomes the woman's, it leaves a part of itself to start a new life. Ayla looked around her, wondering at the omnipresence of spirits. She could not see any, but if Creb said they were there, she believed it. "Can any man's spirit get inside the woman?" she asked next. "Yes, but only a stronger spirit can defeat hers. Often the totem of a woman's mate asks another spirit to help. Then the other spirit may be allowed to leave its essence. It's usually the spirit of a woman's mate that tries most. It's the closest one, but it often needs help. If a boy has the same totem as his mother's mate, it means he will be lucky," Creb explained carefully. "Can only women have babies?" she asked, warming to her subject. "Yes," he nodded. "Does a woman have to be mated to have a baby?" "No, sometimes she swallows a spirit before she is mated. But if she doesn't have a mate by the time the baby is born, the baby may be unlucky." "Could I have a baby?" was her next hopeful query. Creb thought about her powerful totem. Its vital principle was too strong. Even with the help of another spirit, it was not likely it would ever be defeated. But she will find that out soon enough, he thought. "You're not old enough yet," he evaded. "When will I be old enough?" "When you are a woman." "When will I be a woman?" Creb was beginning to think she would never run out of questions. "The first time your totem spirit battles with another spirit, you will bleed. That is the sign that it was wounded. Some of the essence of the spirit that fought with it is left behind to make your body ready. Your breasts will grow, and there will be some other changes. After that, your totem spirit will fight with other spirits regularly. When the time for blood to flow comes and there is none, it means the spirit you swallowed has defeated yours, and a new life has started." "But when will I be a woman?" "Perhaps when you have lived through the cycle of all the seasons 8 or 9 times. That's when most girls become women. Some as early as 7 years," he replied. "But how long will that be?" she insisted. The patient old magician heaved a sigh. "Come here. I'll see if I can explain," he said, picking up a stick and taking a flint knife from his pouch. He doubted that she would understand, but it might still her questions. Numbers were a difficult abstraction for people of the clan to comprehend. Most could not think beyond 3, you, me, and another. It was not a matter of intelligence. For example, Brun knew immediately when one of the 22 members of his clan was missing. He had only to think of each individual, and he could do it quickly, without being conscious of it. But to transfer that individual into a concept called one took effort few could master. How can this person be one, and another time that person also be one? They're different people, was the first question usually asked. The clan's inability to synthesize and abstract extended into other areas of their lives. They had a name for everything. They knew oak, willow, pine, but they had no generic concept for all of them. They had no word for tree. Every kind of soil, each kind of rock, even the different kinds of snow had a name. The clan depended on their rich memory and their ability to add to that memory. They forgot almost nothing. Their language was replete with color and description, but almost totally devoid of abstractions. The idea was foreign to their nature, their customs, the way they had developed. They depended on Mog-ur to keep track of those few things that needed to be counted. The time between clan gatherings, the ages of the members of the clan, the length of isolation after a mating ceremony, and the first 7 days of a child's life. That he could do so was one of his most magical of powers. Sitting down, Creb held the stick firmly wedged between his foot and a rock. "Iza says she thinks you are a little older than Vorn," Creb began. "Vorn has lived through his birth year, his walking year, his nursing year, and his weaning year," he explained, cutting a slash in the stick for each year as he said it. "I will make one more mark for you. This is how old you are now. If I take my hand and fit it in each mark, I will cover all of them with one hand. See?" Ayla looked with concentration at the slash marks, holding out the fingers of her hand. Then she brightened. "I'm as many years as this," she said, showing him her hand with all the fingers extended. "But how long before I can have a baby?" she asked, far more interested in reproduction than reckoning. Creb was thunderstruck. How had the girl been able to grasp the idea so quickly? She hadn't even asked what slash marks had to do with fingers, or what either had to do with years. It had taken many repetitions before Guv had understood. Creb made 3 more slash marks and put 3 fingers over them.
With only one hand, it had been especially difficult for him when he was learning. Ayla looked at her other hand and immediately held up 3 fingers, folding down her thumb and forefinger. "When I am this many?" she asked, holding out her 8 fingers again. Creb nodded affirmatively. Her next action caught him completely by surprise. It was a concept he had spent years mastering himself. She put down the first hand and held up only the 3 fingers. "I will be old enough to have a baby in this many years," she gestured with assurance, positive of her deduction. The old magician was rocked to his core. It was unthinkable that a child, a girl child at that, could reason her way to that conclusion so easily. He was almost too overwhelmed to remember to qualify the prediction. "That is probably the earliest time. It might not be for this many, or possibly this many," he said, making 2 more slashes on the stick. "Or perhaps even more. There's no way of knowing for sure." Ayla frowned slightly, held up her index finger, then her thumb. "How do I know more years?" she asked. Creb eyed her suspiciously. They were getting into a realm with which even he had difficulty. He was beginning to be sorry he had begun. Brunn would not like it if he knew this girl was capable of such potent magic, magic reserved only for Mog-urs. But his curiosity was piqued, too. Could she comprehend such advanced knowledge? "Take both your hands and cover all the marks," he instructed. After she had carefully fitted her fingers over all the slash marks, Creb made 1 more and put his little finger on it. "The next mark is covered by the small finger of my hand. After the first set, you must think of the first finger of the other person's hand, then the next finger of the other person's hand. Do you understand?" he motioned, watching her closely. The child hardly blinked. She looked at her hands, then at his hand, then made the grimace that Creb had come to understand meant she was happy. She nodded her head vigorously to indicate that she did understand. Then she made a quantum leap, a jump almost beyond Kreb's powers of comprehension. "And after that, another person's hands, and then another person's. Isn't that right?" she asked. The impact was too much. His mind reeled. With difficulty, Creb could count to 20. Numbers beyond 20 blurred into some indistinct infinity called many. He had, on a few rare occasions after deep meditation, caught a bare glimpse of the concept Ayla comprehended with such ease. His nod was almost an afterthought. He had a sudden understanding of the gulf between the mind of this girl and his own, and it shook him. He struggled to compose himself. "Tell me, what is the name of this?" he asked to change the subject, holding up the stick he had been using to mark. Ayla stared at it, trying to remember. "Willow," she said. "I think." "That's right," Creb answered. He put his hand on her shoulder and looked directly into her eyes. "Ayla, it would be best if you refrain from mentioning anything about these to anyone," he said, touching the marks on the stick. "Yes, Creb," she replied, sensing how important it was to him. She had learned to understand his actions and expressions more than anyone's, except Isa's. "It's time to go back now," he said. He wanted to be alone to think. "Do we have to?" she pleaded. "It's still nice out." "Yes, we do," he said, pulling himself up with the help of his staff. "And it's not proper to question a man when he has made a decision, Ayla." He chided gently. "Yes, Creb," she responded, bowing her head in acquiescence as she had learned. She walked silently beside him as they headed back to the cave, but soon her youthful exuberance took over, and she was running ahead again. She ran back, holding out sticks and rocks, telling Creb the names, or asking him if she couldn't remember. He answered absent-mindedly, finding it hard to pay attention for the tumult in his mind. The first light of dawn scattered the enveloping darkness of the cave, and the fresh crispness in the air smelled of snow on its way. Iza was lying in her bed, watching the familiar contours of the cave overhead take shape and definition in the gradually increasing light. This was the day her daughter would be named and accepted as a full member of the clan, the day she would be recognized as a living, viable human. She looked forward to the relaxation of her mandatory confinement, though her association with other members of the clan would still be limited to the women until she stopped bleeding. At the onset of menarche, girls were required to spend the duration of their first period away from the clan. If it occurred during the winter, the young woman stayed alone in an area set aside at the rear of the cave, but was still required to spend 1 menstrual period alone in spring. Living alone was both frightening and dangerous for a young, unarmed woman used to the protection and company of the whole clan. It was a trial that marked the passage of girls into womanhood, similar to the male's trial of making his first kill. But no ceremony marked her return to the fold. And though the young woman had fire for protection from carnivorous beasts, it was not totally unknown for a woman never to return, her remains usually found later by some hunting or foraging party. The girl's mother was allowed to visit her once a day to bring her food and reassurance. But if the girl disappeared or was killed, her mother was forbidden to mention it until a minimum number of days had elapsed. The battles waged by spirits within the bodies of women in the elemental struggle to produce life were deep mysteries to the men. While a woman bled, her totem's essence was powerful. It was winning, defeating some male essential principle, casting out his impregnating essence. If a woman looked at a man during that time, his spirit might be drawn into the losing battle. That was the reason female totems had to be less powerful than male totems, for even a weak totem gained strength from the life force that resided in females. Women drew on the life force. It was they who produced new life. In the physical world, a man was bigger, stronger, far more powerful than a woman. But in the fearful world of unseen forces, the woman was endowed with potentially more power. Men believed that a woman's smaller, weaker physical form that allowed them to dominate her was a compensating balance, and that no woman must ever be allowed to realize her full potential, or the balance would be upset. She was kept from full participation in the spiritual life of the clan to keep her ignorant of the strength the life force gave her. Young men were warned at their first manhood ceremony of the dire consequences that could result if a woman even glimpsed the esoteric rites of the men. And legends were told of the time when women were the ones who controlled the magic to intercede with the spirit world. The men had taken their magic from them, but not their potential. Many young men looked at women in a new light once they became aware of these possibilities. They assumed their male responsibilities with great seriousness. A woman had to be protected, provided for, and totally dominated, or the delicate balance of physical and spiritual forces would be disrupted and the continuing existence of the life of the clan destroyed. Because her spiritual forces were so much more powerful during menses, a woman was isolated. She had to stay with the women, was not allowed to touch any food that might be consumed by a man, and spent her time doing unimportant tasks like collecting wood or curing hides that could only be worn by women. The men did not acknowledge her existence, completely ignored her, did not even reprimand her. If a man's eye chanced to fall on her, it was as though she were invisible. He looked through her. It seemed a cruel penalty. The woman's curse resembled a death curse, the supreme punishment that was inflicted upon members of the clan if they committed a serious crime. Only the leader could command a Mog-ur to call down the evil spirits and lay a curse of death. The Mog-ur could not refuse, though it was dangerous for the magician and the clan. Once cursed, the criminal was neither spoken to nor seen by any member of the clan. He was ignored, ostracized. He no longer existed, just as though he were dead. Mate and family grieved his death. No food was shared. A few left the clan and were never seen again. Most simply stopped eating, stopped drinking, and fulfilled the malediction they too believed. Occasionally a death curse might be imposed for a limited period of time, but even that was often fatal, since a criminal gave up living for the duration of the curse. But if he lived through a limited death curse, he was admitted back into the clan as a full member, even to his previous status. He had paid his debt to society, and his crime was forgotten. Crimes were rare, though, and such punishment was rarely dealt. Though the woman's curse ostracized her partially and temporarily, most women welcomed the periodic respite from the unceasing demands and watchful eyes of the men. Iza was looking forward to the greater contact she would have after the naming ceremony. She was bored with staying within the stone boundary of Creb's fire, and looked with longing at the bright sunshine that streamed in through the mouth of the cave during the last few days before winter snows. She waited anxiously for Creb's signal that announced he was ready, and the clan all gathered. Namings were often held before breakfast, shortly after the sun rose, while the totems were still close by after protecting the clan during the night. When he beckoned, she hurried to join them and stood in front of Mog-ur, looking down at the ground while she uncovered her child. She held the babe up while the magician looked over her head, making the gestures that called the spirits to attend the ceremony. Then, with a flourish, he began. Dipping into the bowl Guv held, he drew a stripe from the point where the baby's brow ridges joined to the tip of her nose with the red ochre paste. Uba. The girl's name is Uba, Mog-ur said. The naked infant, assailed by the cold wind that whipped past the sunny front porch of the cave, voiced a healthy howl which drowned out the approving murmur of the clan. Uba, Iza repeated, cuddling her shivering baby in her arms. It's a perfect name, she thought, wishing she had known the Uba her daughter was named for. The members of the clan filed past, each repeating the name to familiarize themselves and their totems with this newest addition. Iza was careful to keep her head down so she would not inadvertently look upon any of the men who came forward to acknowledge her daughter. Afterward, she wrapped the infant in warm rabbit skins and put her inside her wrap next to her skin. The baby's cries abruptly ceased as she began nursing. Iza stepped back to her place among the women to make way for the mating rituals. For this ceremony, and this one alone, yellow ochre was used in the sacred ointment. Guv handed the bowl of yellow salve to Mog-ur, who held it firmly between the stump of his arm and his waist. Guv could not serve as acolyte at his own mating. He took his position in front of the holy man and waited for Grad to bring forth the daughter of his mate. Uka looked on with mixed emotions. Pride that her daughter had made a good match, and sorrow to see her leave the hearth. Ovra, dressed in a new wrap, watched her feet as she walked forward closely behind Grad, but a radiance emanated from her demurely lowered face. It was obvious she was not unhappy with the choice that had been made for her. She sat down cross-legged in front of Guv, keeping her eyes down. With silent, formal gestures, Mog-ur again addressed the spirits. Then he dipped his middle finger into the bowl of dun yellow paste and drew the sign of Ovra's totem over the scar of Guv's totem mark, symbolizing the union of their spirits. Dipping again into the ointment, he painted Guv's mark over hers, following the outline of the scar and blurring her mark, showing his dominance. Spirit of Aurochs, totem of Guv, your sign has overcome Spirit of Beaver, totem of Ovra, Mog-ur gestured. May Ursus allow that it will always be so. Guv, do you accept this woman? Guv answered by tapping Ovra on the shoulder and motioning to her to follow him into the cave to the place newly outlined with small boulders, that was now Guv's hearth. Ovra jumped up and followed behind her new mate. She had no choice, nor was she asked if she accepted him. The couple would remain isolated, confined to the hearth for 14 days, during which time they would sleep separately. At the end of the isolation, a ceremony would be held in the small cave by the men to cement the union. In the clan, the mating of two people was entirely a spiritual affair, begun with a declaration to the whole clan, but consummated by the secret ritual that included only the men. In this primitive society, sex was as natural and unrestrained as sleeping or eating. Children learned, as they learned other skills and customs, by observing adults, and they played at intercourse as they mimicked other activities from a young age. Often a boy who reached puberty but had not yet made his first kill and existed in a limbo between child and adult penetrated a girl child even before she reached her menarche. Hymens were pierced young, though males were a little fearful if blood was spilled and quickly ignored the girl if it happened. Any man could take any woman whenever he wished to relieve himself, with the exception, through long tradition, of his female sibling. Usually, once a pair were mated, they remained more or less faithful out of courtesy for another man's property, but it was counted worse for a man to restrain himself than to take the nearest woman. And a woman was not averse to making subtle, coy gestures that were understood as suggestive if a man appealed to her, inviting his advances. To the clan, a new life was formed by the ubiquitous essences of the totems, and any relationship between sexual activity and childbirth was beyond conception. A second ceremony was performed uniting Droog and Aga. Though the couple would be isolated from the clan, except for the other members of the hearth, the rest of those who now shared Droog's fire were free to come and go as they liked. After the second pair entered the cave, the women clustered around Iza and her baby. Iza, she's just perfect, Abra raved. I must admit I was a little worried when I learned you were pregnant after all this time. The spirits watched over me, Iza motioned. A strong totem helps to make a healthy child once it succumbs.
I was afraid the girl's totem might have a bad effect. She looks so different, and her totem is so powerful, it might have deformed the baby, Abba commented. Ayla's lucky. She brought me luck, Iza quickly countered, looking to see if Ayla had noticed. The child was watching Olga holding the baby and hovering close and beaming with pride as though Uba were her own. She hadn't been aware of Abba's comment, but Iza didn't like such thoughts aired openly. Hasn't she brought us all luck? But you were lucky enough to have a boy, Abba pressed her point. I wished for a girl, Abba, Iza said. Iza, how can you say such a thing? The women were shocked. They seldom admitted to preferring a girl. I don't blame her, Uka jumped to Iza's defense. You have a son. Take care of him, nurse him, raise him, then as soon as he's grown, he's gone. If he isn't killed hunting, he's killed some other way. Half of them are killed while they're still young men. At least Over may live for a few more years yet. They all felt sorry for the mother who had lost her son in the cave-in. They knew how she had grieved. Abra tactfully changed the subject. I wonder how winters will be at this new cave. Hunting has been good, and we've gathered so much and put it away there's plenty of food stored. The hunters are going out today, probably for their last time. I hope there'll be room enough in the cache so we can freeze it all, Ika said. And it looks like they're getting impatient. We'd better go make them something to eat. The women reluctantly left Iza and her baby and went to prepare the morning meals. Ayla sat down beside Iza, and the woman put her arm around the girl, holding the baby in the other. Iza was feeling good, glad to be outside on this brisk, cold, sunny, early winter day. Glad her child was born, and healthy, and a girl. Glad for the cave, and that Creb had decided to provide for her. And glad for the thin, blonde, strange girl beside her. She looked at Uba, and then Ayla. My daughters, the woman thought, and they are both my daughters. Everyone knows Uba will be a medicine woman, but Ayla will be one too. I'll make sure of that. Who knows? Maybe someday she will be a great medicine woman. Chapter 9. The spirit of light, dry snow took the spirit of granular snow as his mate, and after a time she gave birth to a mountain of ice far to the north. The sun spirit hated the glittering child, spreading across the land as he grew, keeping away his warmth so no grass could grow. The sun decided to destroy Ice Mountain. But Storm Cloud Spirit, the sibling of granular snow, found out the sun wanted to kill her child. In the summer, when the sun was most powerful, Storm Cloud Spirit fought with him to save Ice Mountain's life. Ayla was sitting with Uba in her lap, watching Dorf tell the familiar legend. She was captivated, though she knew the story by heart. It was her favorite. She never got tired of it. But the restless year-and-a-half-old toddler in her arms was far more interested in Ayla's long blonde hair and grabbed chubby handfuls of it. Ayla untangled her hair from Uba's clenched fists without taking her eyes off the old man who stood near the fire, retelling the tale in dramatic pantomime as the clan eagerly watched. On some days, the sun won the battle and beat down on the hard, cold ice, turning it to water, draining Ice Mountain's life away. But many days, Storm Cloud won, covering the face of the sun, keeping his heat from melting the Ice Mountain too much. Though Ice Mountain starved and shrunk in summer, in winter his mother took the nourishment her mate brought and nursed her son back to health. Every summer the sun struggled to destroy Ice Mountain, but Storm Cloud kept the sun from melting all that the mother had fed her child the winter before. At the beginning of each new winter, Ice Mountain was always a little bigger than he had been the winter before. He grew larger, spread farther, covered more land every year. And as he grew, a great cold went before him. The winds howled, the snow swirled, and Ice Mountain spread, creeping closer to the place where the people lived. The clan shivered, huddling close to the fire while the snow fell on them. The wind whistling through the bare-limbed trees outside the cave added sound effects to the story, sending a sympathetic shiver of excitement down Ayla's spine. The clan didn't know what to do. Why are the spirits of our totems no longer protecting us? What have we done to make them angry with us? The Mog-ur decided to go off by himself,
to find the spirits and talk to them. He was gone a long time. Many people became restless, waiting for the Mog-ur to return, especially the younger ones. But Dirk was more impatient than anyone. "The Mog-ur will never come back," he said. "Our totems don't like the cold. They have gone away. We should leave too." "We cannot leave our home," the leader said. "This is where the clan has always lived. It is the home of our ancestors. It is the home of the spirits of our totems. They have not gone away. They are unhappy with us, but they would be more unhappy without a place away from the home they know. We cannot leave and take them away. Where would we go?" "Our totems have already left," Dirk argued. "If we find a better home, they may come back. We can go to the south, following the birds that flee from the cold in autumn, and to the east, to the land of the sun. We can go where Ice Mountain cannot reach us. Ice Mountain moves slowly. We can run like the wind. He would never catch us. If we stay here, we will freeze." "No, we must wait for Mog-ur. He will return and tell us what to do," the leader commanded. But Dirk would not listen to his sound advice. He pleaded and argued with the people, and a few were swayed. They decided to leave with Dirk. "Stay," the others begged. "Stay until the Mog-ur returns." Dirk would not pay attention. "The Mog-ur will not find the spirits. He will never return. We are leaving now. Come with us to find a new place where Ice Mountain cannot live." "No," they replied, "we will wait." Mothers and their mates grieved for the young men and women who left. Sure, they were doomed. They waited for the Mog-ur. But after many days had passed and the Mog-ur still had not returned, they began to doubt. They began to wonder if they should have left with Dirk. Then one day, the clan saw a strange animal approaching, an animal who was not afraid of the fire. The people were frightened and stared in wonder. They had never seen such an animal before. But when it came closer, they saw it wasn't an animal at all. It was the Mog-ur. He was covered with the fur of a cave bear. He had finally come back. He told the clan what he had learned from Ursus, the spirit of the great cave bear. Ursus taught the people to live in caves, to wear the fur of animals, to hunt and gather in the summer, and save food for winter. The people of the clan always remembered what Ursus taught them, and though Ice Mountain tried, he could not drive the people from their home. No matter how much cold and snow Ice Mountain sent before him, the people would not move. They would not get out of his way. Finally, Ice Mountain gave up. He sulked and wouldn't fight the sun any more. Storm Cloud became angry because Ice Mountain would not fight and refused to help him any more. Ice Mountain left the land and went back to his home in the north, and the great cold left with him. The sun exulted at his victory and chased him all the way to his northern home. There was no place he could hide from the great heat, and he was defeated. For many, many years, there was no winter, only long days of summer. But Granular Snow grieved for her lost child, and the grief made her weak. Light Dry Snow wanted her to have another son, and asked Storm Cloud's spirit for help. Storm Cloud felt pity for his sibling, and he helped Light Dry Snow to bring her nourishment to make her strong. He covered the face of the sun again, while Light Dry Snow hovered near, sprinkling his spirit for Granular Snow to swallow. She gave birth again to another ice mountain. But the people remembered what Ursus taught them. Ice Mountain will never drive the clan from their home. And what happened to Dirk and those who left with him? It is said by some they were eaten by wolves and lions, and by some they were drowned in the great waters. Others say that when they reached the land of the sun, he became angry because Dirk and his people wanted his land. He sent a ball of fire down from the sky to devour them. They disappeared, and no one ever saw them again. You see, Vorn? Ayla noticed Aga telling her son as she always did after the legend of Dirk was told. You must always pay attention to your mother and to Droog and Brun and Mog-ur. You must never disobey and never leave the clan, or you may disappear too."
"Creb,"
Ayla said to the man seated beside her, "do you think Durk and his people might have found a new place to live? He disappeared, but no one ever saw him die, did they? He could have lived, couldn't he?" "No one ever saw him disappear, Ayla, but hunting is difficult when there are only 2 or 3 men. Maybe during the summer they could kill enough small animals, but the big animals they would need to store up enough to carry them through the winter would be much harder and very dangerous, and they would have had to live through many winters before they ever reached the land of the sun. Totems want a place to live. They would probably desert people who wandered homeless. You wouldn't want your totem to desert you, would you?"
Ayla unconsciously reached for her amulet. "But my totem didn't desert me, even though I was alone and had no home."
"That was because he was testing you. He found you a home, didn't he? The cave lion is a strong totem, Ayla. He chose you. He may decide to protect you always because he chose you. But all totems are happier with a home. If you pay attention to him, he will help you. He will tell you what is best."
"How will I know, Creb?" Ayla asked. "I've never seen a cave lion spirit. How do you know when a totem is telling you something?"
"You cannot see the spirit of your totem because he is part of you, inside you. Yet he will tell you. Only you must learn to understand. If you have a decision to make, he will help you. He will give you a sign if you make the right choice."
"What kind of sign?"
"It's hard to say. Usually it will be something special or unusual. It may be a stone you have never seen before, or a root with a special shape that has meaning for you. You must learn to understand with your heart and mind, not your eyes and ears. Then you will know. Only you can understand your own totem. No one can tell you how. But when the time comes and you find a sign your totem has left you, put it in your amulet. It will bring you luck."
"Do you have signs from your totem in your amulet, Creb?"
The girl motioned, staring at the lumpy leather pouch that hung around the magician's neck. She let the squirming baby get up and go to Iza. "Yes," he nodded. "One is a tooth from a cave bear given to me when I was chosen to be an acolyte. It wasn't stuck in a jawbone. It was lying on some stones at my feet. I didn't see it when I sat down. It is a perfect tooth, with no decay and no wear. It was a sign from Ursus that I had made the right decision."
"Will my totem give me signs, too?"
"No one can tell. Perhaps when you have important decisions to make. You will know when the time comes, as long as you have your amulet so your totem can find you. Take care that you never lose your amulet, Ayla. It was given to you when your totem was revealed. It holds the part of your spirit he recognizes. Without it, your totem's spirit will not find his way back when he travels. He will get lost and look for his home in the spirit world. If you lose your amulet and do not find it quickly, you will die."
Ayla shuddered, felt the small pouch hanging from a sturdy thong around her neck, and wondered when she would get a sign from her totem. "Do you think Dirk's totem gave him a sign when he decided to leave to find the land of the sun?"
"No one knows, Ayla. It is not a part of the legend."
"I think Dirk was brave to try to find a new home."
"He may have been brave, but he was foolish," Creb answered. "He left his clan and the home of his ancestors and took a great risk. For what? To find something different? He wasn't content to stay. Some young men think Dirk was brave, but when they get older and wiser, they learn."
"I think I like him because he was different," Ayla said. "It's my favorite legend."
Ayla saw the women getting up to start the evening meal and jumped to follow them. Creb shook his head after the girl. Every time he thought Ayla was really learning to accept and understand the ways of the clan, she said or did something that made him wonder. It wasn't that she did anything wrong or bad, just not clan. The legend was supposed to show the fallacy of trying to change the old ways. But Ayla admired the foolhardiness of the young man in the story who wanted something new. Will she ever get over her unclan-like ideas, he wondered. She has learned quickly, though, Creb admitted. Girls of the clan were expected to be well-versed in the skills of adult women by the time they were 7 or 8. Many came of age then and were mated soon after. In the nearly 2 years since they found her, alone, near starvation, unable to find food for herself,
she had learned not only how to find food, but how to prepare and preserve it. She was capable of many other important skills as well, and if not as proficient at them as the older, more experienced women, she was at least as adept as some of the younger ones. She could skin and dress a hide and make wraps, cloaks, and pouches used in various ways. She could cut thongs of even widths in one long spiral from a single hide. Her cords, made of long animal hair, sinew, or fibrous bark and roots, were strong and heavy, or thin and fine, depending on their use. Her baskets, mats, and nets, woven from tough grasses, roots, and barks, were exceptional. She could make a rough hand axe from a nodule of flint, or flake off a sharp-edged piece to use as a knife or scraper so well even Droog was impressed. She could gouge bowls out of sections of logs and smooth them to a fine finish. She could make fire by twirling a sharpened stick between her palms against another piece of wood until a smoldering hot coal developed that fired dry tinder. Easier to do if two people alternated the tedious, difficult chore of keeping the sharpened stick moving under a constant firm pressure. But more surprising, she was picking up Iza's medical lore with what seemed to be a natural instinct. Iza was right, Creb thought. She's learning even without the memories. Ayla was slicing pieces of yam to put into a skin pot that was boiling over a cooking fire. After cutting away the parts that had spoiled, there wasn't much left of each one. The back of the cave, where they were stored, was cool and dry, but vegetables started to soften and rot so late in the winter. Her daydreaming about the coming season had begun a few days before when she had noticed a trickle of water in the ice-locked stream, one of the first signs that it would soon be breaking free. She could hardly wait for spring with its first greens, new buds, and the sweet maple sap that rose and oozed out of notches cut into the bark. It was collected and boiled long in large skin pots until it became a thick, viscous syrup, or crystallized into sugar, and stored in birch bark containers. Birch had a sweet sap, too, but not as sweet as maple. She was not alone in being restless and bored with the long winter in the inside of the cave. Earlier that day, the wind had shifted to the south for a few hours, bringing warmer air from the sea. The melting water ran down the long icicles hanging from the apex of the cave's triangular mouth. They froze again when the temperature dropped, lengthening and thickening the glistening pointed shafts that had been growing all winter, when the wind veered and brought the chilling blasts from the east again. But the breath of warm air turned the thoughts of everyone to the end of winter. The women were talking and working, moving their hands rapidly in quick conversational gestures while preparing the food. Toward the end of winter, when food supplies ran low, they combined resources and cooked communally, though still eating separately, except for special occasions. There were always more feasts in winter. It helped to break up the monotony of their confinement, though as the season drew to a close, their feasts were often meager fare. But they had enough food. Fresh meat from small game or an aging deer that the hunters managed to bring in between blizzards was welcomed, though not essential. They still had an adequate supply of dried food on hand. The women were still caught up in the storytelling mood, and Abba was telling a woman's story. But the child was deformed. His mother took him out as she was told by the leader, but she could not bear to leave him to die. She climbed high up in a tree with him and tied him to the topmost branches that even cats could not reach. He cried when she left him, and by night he was so hungry he howled like a wolf. No one could sleep. He cried day and night, and the leader was angry with the mother, but as long as he cried and howled, his mother knew he was still alive. On the naming day, the mother climbed the tree again, early in the morning. Her son was not only still alive, but his deformity was gone. He was normal and healthy. The leader hadn't wanted her son in his clan, but since the baby was still alive, he had to be named and accepted. The boy became a leader himself when he grew up and was always grateful to his mother for putting him where nothing could harm him. Even after he mated, he always brought her part of every hunt. He never cuffed her, never scolded her, always treated her with honor and respect, Abba finished. What baby could live through his first days without being fed? Olga asked, looking at Brock, her own healthy son who had just fallen asleep. And how could her son become a leader if his mother was not mated to a leader, or to a man who would someday become a leader? Olga was proud of her new son, and Broud even more proud that his mate had given birth to a son so soon after their mating. Even Brunn relaxed his stoic dignity around the baby. his eyes softening as he held the infant who assured the continuity of the leadership of the clan. "Who would be the next leader if you did not have Brak, Olga?" Ovra asked. "What if you had no sons, only daughters? Maybe the mother was mated to the second in command and something happened to the leader." She was a little envious of the younger woman. Ovra didn't have a child yet, though she had become a woman and had been mated to Guv before Olga and Braud were mated. Well, anyway, how could a baby that was born deformed suddenly become normal and healthy? Olga countered. "I suspect the story was made up by a woman who had a deformed son and wished he were normal," Iza said. "But it's an ancient legend, Iza. It has been told for generations. Maybe long ago things happened that are no longer possible. How do we know for sure?" Abba said, defending her tale. "Some things may have been different long ago, Abba, but I think Olga is right. A baby that is born deformed isn't suddenly going to become normal, and it's not likely he could live until his naming day without nursing. But it is an old story. Who knows? There may be some truth in it," Iza conceded. When the food was ready, Iza carried it back to Creb's hearth as Ayla picked up the husky toddler and followed behind. Iza was thinner, not as strong as she once was, and it was Ayla who carried Uba most of the time. There was a special attachment between the two. Uba followed the girl everywhere, and Ayla never seemed to tire of the youngster. After they ate, Uba went to her mother to nurse, but soon started fussing. Iza began to cough, making the baby more restless. Finally, Iza pushed the fussing, whining baby toward Ayla. "Take this child. See if Olga or Aga will nurse her." Iza motioned with irritation, breaking into a hacking cough. "Are you all right, Iza?" Ayla motioned with a worried look. "I'm just an old woman, too old to have such a young baby. My milk is drying up, that's all. Uba's hungry. Last time, Aga fed her, but I think she has already nursed Ona and may not have much milk left. Olga says she has more than enough milk. Bring this baby to her tonight." Iza noticed Creb eyeing her closely and looked the other way as Ayla carried the baby to Olga. She was very careful of the way she walked, keeping her head down with a proper attitude as she neared Proud's hearth. She knew the least infraction would bring down the young man's wrath. She was sure he looked for reasons to scold or hit her, and she did not want him to tell her to take Uba away because of something she did. Olga was happy to nurse Isa's daughter, but with Braud watching there was no conversation. When Uba had her fill, Ayla carried her back, then sat rocking back and forth, crooning softly under her breath, which always seemed to soothe the baby until she fell asleep. Ayla had long since forgotten the language she spoke when she first came, but she still crooned when she held the baby. "I'm just an old woman who gets irritable, Ayla," Isa said as the girl laid Uba down. "I was too old when I gave birth. My milk is drying up already, and Uba shouldn't have to be weaned yet. She's not even through her walking year, but it can't be helped. Tomorrow I'll show you how to make special food for babies. I don't want to give Uba to another woman if I can help it." "Give Uba to another woman? How can you give Uba to someone else? She belongs with us." "Ayla, I don't want to give her up either, but she must get enough to eat, and she's not getting it from me. We can't just keep bringing her to one woman or another to nurse when my milk isn't enough. Olga's baby is young yet. That's why she has so much milk. But as Brak grows older, her milk will adjust to his needs. Like Aga, she won't have much extra unless she has another baby always nursing," Isa explained. "I wish I could nurse her. Ayla, you may be almost as tall as one, but you're not a woman yet, and you're not showing any signs of becoming one soon. Only women can be mothers, and only mothers can make milk. We'll start giving Uba regular food and see how she does, but I wanted you to know what to expect. Food for babies must be prepared a special way. Everything must be soft for her. Her milk teeth can't chew very well. Grains must be ground very fine before they're cooked. Dried meat has to be crushed to a meal and cooked with a little water into a paste. Fresh meat must be scraped away from the tough fibers, vegetables mashed. Are there any acorns left? There was a pile of them last time I looked, but the mice and squirrels steal them, and many are rotten," Ayla said. "Find what you can. We'll leach out the bitterness and grind them up to add to the meat. Yams will be good for her, too. Do you know where those small clamshells are? They should be small enough for her mouth. She'll have to learn to eat from them. I'm glad winter is almost over. Spring will bring more variety, for all of us. Iza saw the worried concentration on the girl's earnest face. More than once, especially this past winter, she had been grateful for Ayla's willing help. She wondered if Ayla had been given to her while she was pregnant, so she could be a second mother to the baby she had so late in life. It was more than just old age that drained Iza. Though she brushed off references to her failing health and never mentioned the pain in her chest or the blood she sometimes spit up after a particularly bad coughing spell, she knew Creb was aware that she was far more sick than she let on. He's aging too, Iza thought. This winter has been hard on him, too. He sits too much in that little cave of his with only a torch to keep him warm. The old magician's shaggy mane was shot with silver. His arthritis, coupled with his lame leg, made walking an agonizing trial. His teeth, worn down from years of using them to hold things in place of his missing hand, had begun to ache. But Creb had long ago learned to live with suffering and pain. His mind was as powerful and perceptive as ever, and he worried about Iza. He watched the woman and the girl discussing how to make baby food, noticing how Isa's robust body had shrunk. Her face was gaunt, and her eyes were sunk into deep hollows that emphasized her overhanging brow ridges. Her arms were thin, her hair was turning gray, but it was her persistent cough that bothered him most. I'll be glad when this winter is over, he thought. She needs some warmth and sun. The winter finally released its frozen grip on the land, and the warming days of spring brought torrents of rain. Ice floes from farther up the mountain careened down the flooding stream long after the snow and ice were gone at the elevation of the cave. The runoff from the melted accumulation turned the saturated soil that fronted the cave into a soggy, slippery sink of oozing mud. Only the stones that paved the entrance kept the cave reasonably dry as the groundwater seeped inside. But the sucking quagmire couldn't keep the clan in the cave. After their long winter confinement, they spilled out to greet the first warm rays of sun and softer sea breezes. Before the snows were entirely melted, they were squishing barefoot through the cold ooze or slogging in soaked boots that not even the extra layer of rubbed-in fat could keep dry. Iza was busier treating colds in the warming days of spring than she had been in the freezing winter. As the season waxed and the sun soaked up the moisture, the pace of the clan's life increased. The slow, quiet winter spent telling stories, gossiping, making implements and weapons, and in other sedentary activities to pass the time, gave way to the busy, active bustle of spring. Women went foraging to collect the first green shoots and buds, and men exercised and practiced to prepare for the first major hunt of the new season. Uba thrived on her new diet, only nursing out of habit or for the warmth and security. Iza coughed less, though she was weak and had little energy to range too far afield, and Creb began to take his shambling walks along the stream with Ayla again. She loved the springtime better than any other season. Since Iza had to stay close to the cave most of the time, Ayla fell into the habit of roaming the hillsides, looking for plants to replenish Iza's pharmacopoeia. Iza was concerned about her going off alone, but the other women were busy foraging for food, and medicinal plants didn't always grow in the same places as food plants. Iza went with Ayla occasionally, mostly to show her new plants and to identify familiar ones at an earlier stage so she would know where to look for them later. Though Ayla carried Uba, Iza's few trips were tiring for her. Reluctantly, she allowed the girl to go alone more and more. Ayla found that she enjoyed the solitude of ranging the area by herself. It gave her a sense of freedom to be away from the ever-watchful clan. She often went along with the women when they gathered, too, but whenever she could, she hurried through the tasks that were expected of her so she could have time to search the woods alone. She brought back not only plants she knew, but anything unfamiliar, so Iza could tell her about it. Brun made no open objections. He understood the need for someone to find the plants for Iza to work her healing magic. Iza's illness had not escaped his notice either. But Ayla's eagerness to go off by herself disturbed him. Women of the clan did not relish being alone. Whenever Iza had gone to look for her special materials, she did it with reservations and a little fear, always returning as quickly as possible if she went alone. Ayla never shirked her duties, always behaved properly. There was nothing she did that Brun could identify as wrong. It was more a feeling, a sense that her attitude, her approach, her thoughts were not wrong, but different, that kept Brun on edge about her. Whenever the girl went out, she always returned with the folds of her wrap and her collecting basket full, and as long as her forays were so necessary, Brun could not object. Occasionally, Ayla brought back more than plants. Her idiosyncrasy that had so amazed the clan had become a habit. Though they had become accustomed to it, the clan was still a little surprised when she returned with a wounded or ailing animal to nurse back to health. The rabbit she had found shortly after Uba's birth was only the first of many to come. She had a way with animals. They seemed to sense she wanted to help them. And once the precedent had been set, Brun felt disinclined to change it. The only time she was refused was when she brought in a wolf cub. The line was drawn at carnivorous animals that were competition for the hunters. More than once an animal that had been tracked, perhaps wounded, and finally within reach, was snatched at the last moment by a quicker carnivore. Brun would not allow the girl to help an animal that might someday steal a kill from his clan. Once, when Ayla was down on her knees digging up a root, a rabbit with a slightly crooked hind leg bounded out of the brush and sniffed at her feet. She remained very still, then, making no sudden moves, she slowly extended her hand to pet the animal. "Are you my Uba rabbit?" she thought. "You've grown into a big, healthy man rabbit. Did that close call teach you to be more wary? You should be wary of people, too, you know. You might end up over a fire," she continued to herself as she stroked the rabbit's soft fur. Something startled the animal, and he sprang away, dashing headlong in one direction, then making an about-face in one bound to charge back the way he had come. "You move so fast. I don't understand how anyone can catch you. How do you turn around like that?" She motioned after the rapidly retreating rabbit, and laughed. Suddenly she realized it was the first time she had laughed aloud in a long time. She seldom laughed when she was around the clan anymore. It always drew disapproving looks. She found many things humorous that day. "Ayla, this wild cherry bark is old. It's just not any good anymore," Iza gestured early one morning. "When you go out today, why don't you get some fresh? There's a grove of cherry trees near that clearing to the west, across the stream. Do you know where I mean? Get the inner bark. It's best this time of year." "Yes, Mother, I know where they are," she replied. It was a beautiful spring morning. The last of the crocus nestled white and purple beside the tall, graceful stems of the first bright yellow jonquils. A sparse carpet of new green grass, just beginning to shoot its tiny leaves through the moist soil, painted a thin watercolor wash of verdancy on the rich brown earth of clearings and knolls. Flecks of green dotted the bare branches of bushes and trees with the first buds straining to begin life anew, and pussy willows white-tipped others with their fake fur. A benign sun beamed encouragement to the earth's new beginnings. Once she was out of sight of the clan, Ayla's carefully controlled walk and demure posture relaxed into a free-swinging gait. She skipped down a gradual slope and ran up the other side, smiling unconsciously with her freedom to move naturally. She scanned the vegetation she passed with an apparent casualness that belied her actively working mind as she categorized and filed away for future reference the growing plants. "There's the new pokeweed coming up," she thought as she passed the marshy hollow where she had gathered its purple berries the previous autumn. "I'll dig some roots on the way back. Iza says the roots are good for Creb's rheumatism, too. I hope the fresh cherry bark will help Iza's cough. She's getting better, I think, but she's so skinny. Uba's getting so big and heavy, Iza shouldn't lift her at all. Maybe I'll bring Uba with me next time if I can. I'm so glad we didn't have to give her to Olga. She's really starting to talk now. It'll be fun when she gets a little bigger and we can go out together. Look at those pussy willows. Funny how they feel like real fur when they're small like that, but they grow out green. The sky is so blue today. I can smell the sea in the wind. I wonder when we'll be going fishing. The water should be warm enough to swim in soon. I wonder why no one else likes to swim. The sea tastes salty, not like the stream, but I feel so light in it. I can hardly wait until we go fishing. I think I love sea fish best of all, but I like eggs too. And I like climbing the cliff to get the eggs. The wind feels so good way up high on the cliff. There's a squirrel. Look at him run up that tree. I wish I could run up a tree. Ayla wandered over the wooded slopes until mid-morning. Then, suddenly realizing how late it was getting, she headed purposefully toward the clearing to get the cherry bark Iza wanted. As she neared, she heard activity and an occasional voice, and caught a glimpse of the men within the clearing.
She started to leave, but remembered the cherry bark and stood undecided for a moment. The men won't like it if they see me around here, she thought. Brun might get angry and not let me go out alone any more. But Iza needs the cherry bark. Maybe they won't stay long. I wonder what they're doing anyway. Quietly, she crept in closer and hid behind a large tree, peeking out through the tangled bare brush. The men were practicing with their weapons in preparation for a hunt. She remembered watching them make new spears. They had chopped down slim, supple, straight young trees, stripped them of branches, and sharpened one end by charring it in a fire and scraping the burnt end to a point with a sturdy flint scraper. The heat also hardened the point so it would resist splintering and fraying. She still cringed when she remembered the commotion she had caused by touching one of the wooden shafts. Females did not touch weapons, she was told, or even any tools that were used to make weapons, though Ayla could see no difference between a knife used to cut the leather to make a sling and a knife used to cut the leather to make a cloak. The newly made spear, offended by her touch, had been burned, much to the irritation of the hunter who made it, and Creb and Iza had both subjected her to long, gestured lectures in an effort to instill in her a sense of the abomination of her act. The women were aghast that she would consider such a thing, and Brun's glower left no doubt of his opinion. But most of all, she hated the look of malicious pleasure on Braud's face as the recriminations rained down upon her. He was positively gloating. The girl stared uneasily from behind the brushy screen at the men on the practice field. Besides their spears, the men had their other weapons. Except for a discussion at the far end between Dorf, Grad, and Krug about the relative merits of spear versus club, most of the men were practicing with slings and bolas. Vorn was with them. Brun had decided it was time to begin teaching the boy the rudiments of the sling, and Zau was explaining them to the youngster. The men had been taking Vorn along with them to the practice field occasionally since he was 5, but most of the time he practiced with his miniature spear, jabbing it into the soft earth or a rotten tree stump to get the feel of handling the weapon. He was always pleased to be included, but this was the first attempt to teach the youngster the more difficult art of using a sling. A post had been pounded into the ground, and not far away was a heap of smooth round stones picked up from streams along the way. Zau was showing Vorn how to hold the two ends of the strip of leather together, and how to place a pebble into the slight bulge in the middle of a well-worn sling. It was an old one that Zau had planned to throw away until Brun asked him to start the boy's training. The old man thought it would still be serviceable if he cut it shorter to match Vorn's smaller size. Ayla watched and found herself caught up in the lesson. She concentrated on Zaug's explanations and demonstrations with as much attention as the lad. On Vorn's first attempt, the sling got tangled and the stone dropped. It was difficult for him to get the knack of whirling the weapon around to build up the momentum of centrifugal force necessary to hurl the stone. The pebble kept dropping before he could get up enough speed to keep it in the cup of the leather strip. Braud was standing off to the side watching. Vorn was his protege, and it kept Braud the object of Vorn's adoration. It was Braud who had made the small spear the boy carried with him everywhere, even to his bed, and it was the young hunter who showed Vorn how to hold the spear, discussing the balance and thrust with him as though the boy were an equal. But now Vorn was directing his admiring attention to the older hunter, and Braud felt displaced. He had wanted to be the one to teach the boy everything, and was angry when Brun told Zaug to instruct him in the use of the sling. After Vorn made several more unsuccessful tries, Braud interrupted the lesson. "Here, let me show you how to do it, Vorn," Braud motioned, brushing the old man aside. Zaug stepped back and shot a piercing look at the arrogant young man. Everyone stopped and stared, and Brun was glaring. He did not like Braud's cavalier treatment of the clan's best marksman. He had told Zaug to train the boy, not Braud. It's one thing to show an interest in the youngster, Brun thought, but he's carrying it too far. Vorn should learn from the best, and Braud knows the sling is not his best weapon. He needs to learn that a good leader must utilize the skills of every man. Zaug is the most skilled, and he will have time to teach the boy when the rest of us are hunting. Braud is becoming overbearing. He's too proud. How can I give him a higher rank if he doesn't show better judgment? He needs to learn he's not so important just because he will be leader. Just because he will be leader. Braud took the sling from the lad and picked up a stone. He inserted it in the pocket of the sling and hurled it toward the post. It landed short of the mark. That was the most common problem men of the clan had with the sling. They had to learn to compensate for the limitation of their arm joints that prevented a full swinging arc. Braud was angry at missing and felt a little foolish. He reached for another stone, flung it hurriedly, wanting to show he could do it. He was aware that he was being watched by everyone. The sling was shorter than he was accustomed to, and the stone went far to the left, still short of the post. "Are you trying to teach Vorn, or do you want a few lessons yourself, Braud?" Zaug gestured derisively. "I could move the post closer." Braud fought to restrain his temper. He didn't like being the object of Zaug's ridicule, and he was angry that he kept missing after he'd made such an issue of it. He cast another stone, this time overcompensating and sending it far beyond the post. "If you'll wait till I'm through with the boys' lesson, I'll be glad to give you one," Zaug motioned, heavy sarcasm showing in his stance. "It looks like you could use it." The proud old man was feeling vindicated. "How can Vorn learn on a rotten old sling like this?" Braud flared defensively, throwing the leather strap down with disgust. "No one could throw a stone with that worn-out old thing. Vorn, I'll make you a new sling. You can't be expected to learn on an old man's used-up sling. He can't even hunt anymore." Now Zaug was angry. Retirement from the ranks of the active hunters was always a blow to a man's pride, and Zaug had worked hard to perfect his skill with the difficult weapon to retain a measure of it. Zaug had once been second in command like the son of his mate, and his pride was especially tender. "It's better to be an old man than a boy who thinks he's a man," Zaug countered, reaching for the sling at Braud's feet. The slur on his manhood was more than Braud could bear. It was the last straw. He could contain himself no longer, and gave the old man a shove. Zaug was unbalanced, caught off guard, and fell down heavily. He sat where he landed, his legs stretched out in front of him, looking up with wide-eyed surprise. It was the last thing he'd expected. Hunters of the clan never attacked each other physically. Such punishment was reserved for women, who couldn't understand more subtle reproaches. Exuberant energies of young men were drained off with supervised wrestling bouts, or running and spear-thrusting competitions, or sling and bola meets that also served to increase hunting skills. Skill in hunting and self-discipline were the measure of manhood in the clan that depended on cooperation for survival. Braud was almost as surprised as Zaug at his own rashness, and as soon as he realized what he had done, his face turned red with embarrassment. "Braud!" The word came out of the leader's mouth in a restrained roar. Braud looked up and cringed. He had never seen Brunn so angry. The leader approached him, planting his feet firmly with each step, his gestures clipped and tightly controlled. "This childish display of temper is inexcusable. If you were not already the lowest-ranked hunter, I would put you there. Who told you to interfere with the boy's lesson in the first place? Did I tell you or Zaug to train Vorn?" Anger flashed from the leader's eyes. "You call yourself a hunter. You cannot even call yourself a man. Vorn controls himself better than you. A woman has more self-discipline. You are the future leader. Is this how you will lead men? You expect to control a clan when you can't even control yourself? Don't be so sure of your future, Braud. Zaug is right. You are a child who thinks he's a man." Braud was mortified. He had never been shamed so severely, and in front of the hunters and Vorn. He wanted to run and hide. He'd never be able to live it down. He would rather have faced a charging cave lion than Brunn's anger. Brunn, who seldom showed his anger, who seldom had to. One penetrating look from the leader, who commanded with stoic dignity, capable leadership, and unswerving self-discipline, was enough to make any member of his clan, man or woman, jump to obey him. Braud hung his head submissively. Brunn glanced toward the sun, then made a signal to leave. The other hunters, uncomfortably watching the scathing reprimand Brunn had delivered, were relieved to get away. They fell in behind the leader, who set a fast pace back to the cave. Braud brought up the rear, his face still crimson. Ayla crouched unmoving, rooted to the spot, hardly daring to breathe. She was petrified for fear they would see her. She knew she had witnessed a scene no woman would ever be allowed to see. Braud would never have been castigated like that in front of a woman. The men, no matter what the provocation, maintained a brotherhood of solidarity around women. But the episode had opened the girl's eyes to a side of the men she never realized existed. They were not the all-powerful free agents who reigned with impunity, as she had thought. They, too, had to follow orders, and they, too, could be reprimanded. Brunn alone seemed to be the one omnipotent figure who ruled supreme. She didn't understand that Brunn was under constraints far more binding than any of the others, the traditions and customs of the clan, the unfathomable, unpredictable spirits that controlled the forces of nature, and his own sense of responsibility. Ayla remained hidden long after the men left the practice field, afraid they might return. She was still apprehensive when she finally dared to step out from behind the tree. Though she didn't fully comprehend the implications of her new insight into the nature of the men of the clan, one thing she did understand. She had seen Braud as submissive as any woman, and that pleased her. She had learned to hate the arrogant young man who picked on her unmercifully, scolding her for the least infraction, whether she knew it was wrong or not, and she often wore the bruises of his quick temper. She couldn't seem to please him, no matter how hard she tried. Ayla walked across the clearing, thinking about the incident. As she neared the post, she saw the sling still on the ground where Braud had flung it in anger. No one had remembered to retrieve it before they left. She stared at it, afraid to touch it. It was a weapon, and fear of Brunn made her tremble at the thought of doing anything that might make him angry at her as he had been at Braud. Her mind wandered back over the whole series of incidents she had just witnessed, and looking at the limp strap of leather reminded her of Zaug's instructions to Vorn, and Vorn's difficulty. Is it really so hard? If Zaug showed me, could I do it? She was appalled at the temerity of her own thought, and glanced around to make sure she was alone, fearful that even her thoughts would be known if someone saw her. Braud couldn't even do it, she recalled. She thought about Braud trying to hit the post, and Zaug's disparaging gestures at his failure, and a fleeting smile crossed her face. Wouldn't he be mad if I could do it when he couldn't? She liked the thought of bettering Braud at anything. Looking around once more, she glanced down at the sling apprehensively, then stooped down and picked it up. She felt the supple leather of the worn weapon, and suddenly thought about the punishment that would descend on her if anyone saw her with a sling in her hand. She nearly dropped it again, looking quickly across the clearing in the direction the men had gone. Her eye fell on the small pile of stones. I wonder, could I do it? Oh, Brunn would be so mad at me, I don't know what he'd do. And Creb would say I was bad. I'm already bad, just for touching this sling. What can be so bad about touching a piece of leather, just because it's used to throw stones? Would Brunn beat me? Braud would. He'd be glad I touched it. It would give him an excuse to beat me. Wouldn't he be mad if he knew what I saw? They'd be so angry. Could there be any matter if I tried it? Bad is bad, isn't it? I wonder, could I hit that post with a stone? The girl was torn between wanting to try out the sling and the knowledge that she was forbidden to do it. It was wrong. She knew it was wrong, but she wanted to try it. What difference will one more bad thing make? No one will ever know. There's no one here but me. She glanced around guiltily once more, then walked toward the stones. Ayla picked one up and tried to remember Zaug's instructions. Carefully, she put the two ends together and gripped them firmly. The loop of leather hung limp. She felt clumsy, unsure of how to put the stone in the well-worn cup. Several times the stone dropped as soon as she began to move it. She concentrated, trying to visualize Zaug's demonstrations. She tried again, almost got it started, but the sling became hung up and the stone dropped to the ground again. The next time, she managed to get some momentum going and flung the round pebble a few paces. Elated, she reached for another stone. After a few more false starts, she lobbed a second stone. The next few tries were unsuccessful. Then one stone flew, wide of the mark, but closer to the post. She was beginning to get the knack. When the pile of stones was gone, she gathered them up again, and then a third time. By the fourth round, she was able to fling most of the stones without dropping them very often. Ayla looked down and saw 3 stones left on the ground. She picked one up, placed it in the sling, whirled it over her head, and launched the missile. She heard a thunk as it hit the post squarely and bounced back, and she jumped into the air, filled with the thrill of success. I did it. I hit the post. It was pure chance, a lucky fluke, but that didn't diminish her joy. The next stone flew wide, but far beyond the post, and the last fell to the ground only a few feet ahead. But she had done it once, and she was sure she could do it again. She started to collect the stones again and noticed the sun was nearing the horizon in the western sky. Suddenly she remembered she was supposed to be getting wild cherry bark for Iza. How did it get so late, she thought. Have I been here all afternoon? Iza will be worried. Creb will be too. Quickly she stuffed the sling into a fold of her wrap, raced to the cherry trees, cut away the outer bark with her flint knife, and scraped off long, thin pieces of the inner cambium layer. Then she ran back to the cave as fast as she could, slowing only as she neared the stream to assume the careful posture proper for females. She was afraid she would be in enough trouble for being gone so long. She didn't want to give anyone more reason to be angry. "Ayla, where have you been? I've been worried sick. I was sure you had been attacked by some animal. I was ready to ask Creb to have Brun look for you," Iza scolded the moment she saw her. "I was looking around to see what was starting to grow. And down by the clearing," Ayla said, feeling guilty. "I didn't realize how late it was." It was the truth, but not the whole truth. "Here's your cherry bark. The pokeweeds are coming up where they grew last year. Didn't you tell me the roots were good for Kreb's rheumatism, too?" "Yes, but you steep the root and apply it as a wash to relieve the pain. The berries are made into a tea. Juice from squeezed berries is good for growths and lumps, too." The medicine woman started answering her question automatically, then stopped. "Ayla, you're trying to distract me with healing questions. You know you shouldn't have been gone so long, making me worry like that," Iza motioned. Her anger, now that she knew the child was safe, was gone, but she wanted to make sure Ayla would not go off by herself so long again. Iza worried whenever Ayla went out. "I won't do it again without telling you, Iza. It just got late before I knew it." As they walked into the cave, Uba, who had been looking for Ayla all day, spied her. She ran toward the girl on her chubby, bowed legs and stumbled just as she reached her. But Ayla scooped the baby up before she fell and swung her around in the air. "Could I take Uba with me sometime, Iza? I wouldn't be gone too long. I could start to show her some things." "She's too young to understand yet. She's just learning to talk," Iza said, but seeing how happy the two were together, she added, "I suppose you could take her along for company once in a while, if you don't go too far." "Oh, good," Ayla said, giving Iza a hug with the baby in her arms. She held the small girl up in the air and laughed out loud, while Uba gazed at her with twinkling eyes full of adoration. "Won't that be fun, Uba?" she said after she put the child down. "Mother is going to let you come with me." What's gotten into that child, Iza thought. I haven't seen her so excited for a long time. There must be strange spirits in the air today. First, the men come back early, and they don't sit around talking as usual. They each go to their own fires and hardly pay any attention to the women. I don't think I've seen one of them scold anyone. Even Braud was almost nice to me. Then Ayla stays out all day and comes back full of energy, hugging everyone. I don't understand it. Chapter 10. "Yes? What do you want?" Zaug gestured impatiently. It was unusually warm for so early in the summer. Zaug was thirsty and uncomfortable, sweating in the hot sun, working a large deer hide with a blunt scraper as it was drying. He was not in the mood for interruptions, especially from the flat-faced, ugly girl who had just sat down near him with her head bowed, waiting for him to acknowledge her. "Would Zaug like a drink of water?" Ayla motioned, looking up demurely at his tap on her shoulder. "This girl was at the spring and saw the hunter working in the hot sun. This girl thought the hunter might be thirsty. She did not mean to interrupt," she said with the formality proper to addressing a hunter. She offered a birch-bark cup and held out the cool, dripping water bag made from the stomach of a mountain goat. Zaug grunted affirmatively, hiding his surprise at the girl's thoughtfulness while she poured the cold water into the cup for him. He hadn't been able to catch the eye of a woman to tell her he wanted a drink, and he didn't want to get up himself just then. The hide was nearly dry. It was critical to keep working it for the finished product to be as supple and flexible as he wanted. His glance followed the girl as she put the water bag in a shady spot nearby, then brought out a bundle of tough grasses and water-soaked woody roots to prepare to weave a basket. Although Uka was always respectful and responded to his requests without hesitation since he had moved in with the son of his mate, she seldom tried to anticipate his needs the way his own mate had done before she died. Uka's primary attention was directed at Grad, and Zaug had missed the special little accommodations of a devoted mate. Zaug occasionally glanced at the girl sitting near him. She was silent, intent on her work. Mog-ur has trained her well, he thought. He didn't notice her watching him out of the corner of her eye as he pulled and stretched and scraped the damp skin. Later that evening, the old man was sitting alone in front of the cave, staring off into the distance. The hunters were gone. Uka and 2 other women had gone with them, and Zaug had eaten at Guv's hearth with Ovra. Seeing the young woman, fully adult now and mated, when it seemed not so long ago she was just an infant in Uka's arms, made Zaug feel the passage of time that had robbed him of the strength to hunt with the men. He had left the hearth shortly after eating. He was in the midst of his thoughts when he noticed the girl coming toward him with a wicker bowl in her hands.
"This girl picked more raspberries than we can eat," she said after he acknowledged her. "Can the hunter find room to eat them so they are not wasted?"
Zaug accepted the proffered bowl with a pleasure he couldn't quite hide. Ayla sat quietly at a respectful distance while Zaug savored the sweet, juicy berries. When he was through, he returned the bowl, and she left quickly. "I don't know why Braud says she is disrespectful," he thought, watching her go. "I can't see anything so wrong with her, except that she is remarkably ugly." The next day, Ayla again brought water from the cool spring while Zaug worked, and set out the materials for the collecting basket she was making nearby. Later, as Zaug was just finishing rubbing fat into the soft deerskin, Mog-ur hobbled over to the old man. "It's hot work to cure a hide in the sun," he motioned. "I'm making new slings for the men, and I promised Vorn a new one too. The leather must be very flexible for slings. It must be worked constantly while it's drying, and the fat must be completely absorbed. It's best to do it in the sun." "I'm sure the hunters will be pleased to have them," Mog-ur remarked. "It's well known you're the expert when it comes to slings. I've watched you with Vorn. He's fortunate to have you teaching him. It's a difficult skill to master. There must be an art to making them, too." Zaug beamed under the magician's praise. "Tomorrow I will cut them out. I know the sizes for the men, but I'll have to fit Vorn to his. A sling must suit the arm for best accuracy and power. Iza and Ayla are preparing the ptarmigan you brought the other day as Mog-ur's share. Iza is teaching the girl to cook them the way I like. Would you take your meal at Mog-ur's hearth tonight? Ayla wanted me to ask, and I would be happy for your company. Sometimes a man likes to talk to another man, and I have only females at my hearth." "Zaug will eat with Mog-ur," the old man replied, obviously pleased. Though communal feasts were frequent, and often 2 families shared a meal, especially if they were related, Mog-ur seldom invited others to his fire. Having a place of his own was still rather new to him, and he enjoyed relaxing in the company of his females. But he had known Zaug since boyhood, had always liked and respected him. The pleasure on the old man's face made Mog-ur think he should have asked him before. He was glad Ayla mentioned it. Zaug had, after all, given him the ptarmigan. Iza was not used to company. She worried and fretted and outdid herself. Her knowledge of herbs extended to seasonings as well as medicines. She knew how to use a subtle touch and compatible combinations that enhanced the flavor of foods. The meal was delicious. Ayla especially attentive in unobtrusive ways, and Mog-ur was pleased with them both. After the men had stuffed themselves, Ayla served them a delicate herb tea of chamomile and mint that Iza knew would aid digestion. With 2 females ready to anticipate their every wish, and a chubby, contented baby who crawled in both their laps, tugging happily on beards, making them feel young again, the 2 old men relaxed and talked about times past. Zaug was appreciative and just a little envious of the happy hearth the old magician could call his own, and Mog-ur felt his life couldn't be sweeter. The next day, Ayla watched Zaug measure a leather strip to Vorn, and paid close attention while the old man explained why the ends had to be tapered just so, why it should be neither too long nor too short, and saw him put a round stone that had been soaking in water in the middle of the loop to stretch the leather enough to form the cup. He was gathering up the scraps after cutting out several more slings when she brought him a drink of water.
"Does Zaug have other uses for the pieces left? The leather looks so soft," she motioned.
Zaug felt expansive toward the attentive, admiring girl. "I have no further use for the scraps. Would you like them?"
"This girl would be grateful. I think some of the pieces are large enough to use," she gestured with her head bowed.
The next day Zaug rather missed Ayla working beside him and bringing him water. But his task was finished. The weapons were made. He noticed her heading for the woods with her new collecting basket strapped to her back and her digging stick in her hand. She must be going to gather plants for Iza, he thought. I don't understand Braud at all. Zaug didn't care much for the young man. He hadn't forgotten the attack on him earlier in the season. Why does he always keep after her? The girl is hard-working, respectful, a credit to Mog-ur. He's fortunate to have her and Iza. Zau was remembering the pleasant evening he had spent with the great magician, and though he never mentioned it, he recalled it was Ayla who had asked Mog-ur to invite him to share a meal with them. He watched the tall, straight-legged girl walking away. It's a shame she's so ugly, he thought. She'd make some man a good mate someday. After Ayla made herself a new sling out of Zaug's scraps to replace the old one that had finally worn out, she decided to look for a place to practice away from the cave. She was always afraid someone would catch her. She started upstream along the watercourse that flowed near the cave, then began ascending the mountain along a tributary creek, forcing her way through heavy underbrush. She was stopped by a steep rock wall over which the creek spilled in a cascading spray. Jutting rocks, whose jagged outlines were softened by a deep cushion of lush green moss, separated the falling water bouncing from rock to rock into long, thin streams that splashed up, creating veils of mist, and fell again. The water collected itself in a foaming pool that filled a shallow rocky basin at the foot of the waterfall before it continued down to meet the larger waterway. The wall presented a barrier that ran parallel to the stream, but as Ayla hiked along its base back toward the cave, the sheer drop angled up in a steep but climbable grade. At the top, the ground leveled out, and as she continued, she came to the upper course of the creek and began to follow it upstream again. Moist gray-green lichen draped the pine and spruce that dominated the higher elevation. Squirrels darted up the tall trees and across the underlying turf of variegated moss, carpeting earth and stones and fallen logs alike in a continuous cover that shaded from light yellow to deep green. Ahead, she could see bright sunshine filtering through the evergreen woods. As she followed the creek, the trees thinned out, intermixed with a few deciduous trees dwarfed to brush, then opened out to a clearing. She emerged from the woods into a small field whose far end terminated in the gray-brown rock of the mountain, sparsely covered with clinging growth as it soared to higher reaches. The creek, which meandered across one side of the meadow, found its source in a large spring gushing out of the side of a rock wall near a large hazelnut clump growing flush against the rock. The mountain range was honeycombed with underground fissures and chutes that filtered the glacial runoff, which appeared again as clear, sparkling springs. Ayla crossed the high mountain meadow and drank deeply of the cold water, then stopped to examine the still unripe double and triple clusters of nuts encased in their green, prickly coverings. She picked a clump, peeled away the casing, and cracked the soft shell with her teeth, exposing a shiny white, half-grown nut. She always liked unripe hazelnuts better than fully mature ones that had dropped to the ground. The taste aroused her appetite, and she began to pick several clusters and put them into her basket. While reaching, she noticed a dark space behind the heavy foliage. Cautiously, she pushed aside the branches and saw a small cave hidden by the heavy hazelnut shrubs. She forced aside the brush, looked carefully inside, then stepped in, letting the branches swing back. Sunlight dappled one wall with a pattern of light and shadows and dimly lit the interior. The small cave was about 12 feet deep and half as wide. If she reached up, she could almost touch the top of the entrance. The roof sloped down gently for about half the depth, angling more sharply down to the dry dirt floor toward the rear. It was just a small hole in the mountain wall, but large enough for a girl to move around in comfortably. She saw a cache of rotted nuts and a few squirrel droppings near the entrance, and knew the cave had not been used by anything larger. Ayla danced around in a full circle, delighted with her find. The cave seemed to be made just for her. She went back out and looked across the glade, then climbed a short way up the bare rock and inched out on a narrow ledge that snaked around the outcrop. Far ahead, between the cleft of two hills, was the sparkling water of the inland sea. Below, she could make out a tiny figure near a thin silver ribbon of a stream. She was almost directly above the cave of the clan. Climbing back down, she walked around the perimeter of the clearing. It's just perfect, she thought. I can practice in the field. There's water to drink nearby, and if it rains, I can go into the cave. I can hide my sling in there, too. Then I won't have to be afraid Creb or Iza will find it. There are even hazelnuts, and later I can bring some back for winter. The men almost never climb up this high to hunt. This will be my own place. She ran across the clearing to the creek and began looking for smooth, round pebbles to try out her new sling. Ayla climbed to a retreat to practice every chance she could. She found a more direct, if steeper, route to her small mountain meadow, and often surprised wild sheep, chamois, or shy deer from their grazing. But the animals that frequented the high pasture soon grew accustomed to her, and only moved to the opposite end of the grassy clearing when she came. When hitting the post with a stone lost its challenge as she gained skill with the sling, she set more difficult targets for herself. She watched Zhao give instructions to Vorn, then applied the advice and techniques when she practiced alone. It was a game to her, something fun to do. And to add interest, she compared her progress with Vorn's. The sling was not his favorite weapon. It smacked of an old man's device. He was more interested in the spear, the weapon of the primary hunters, and had managed to make a few small kills of slower-moving creatures, snakes and porcupines. He didn't apply himself the way Ayla did, and it was more difficult for him. It gave her a sense of pride and accomplishment when she knew she was better than the boy, and a subtle shift in attitude, a change that was not lost on Braud. Females were supposed to be docile, subservient, unpretentious, and humble. The domineering young man took it as a personal affront that she didn't cower a little when he came near. It threatened his masculinity. He watched her, trying to see what was different about her, and was quick to cuff just to see a fleeting look of fear in her eyes or to make her cringe. Ayla tried to respond properly, did everything he commanded as quickly as she could. She didn't know there was freedom in her step, an unconscious carryover from roaming the forests and fields, pride in her bearing from learning a difficult skill and doing it better than someone else, and a growing self-confidence in her mien. She didn't know why he picked on her more than anyone else. Braud didn't know himself why she annoyed him so much. It was indefinable, and she could no more have changed it than she could change the color of her eyes. Part of it was his memory of the attention she had usurped from him at his manhood rites, but the real problem was she was not Clan. She had not had subservience bred into her for untold generations. She was one of the others, a newer, younger breed, more vital, more dynamic, not controlled by hidebound traditions from a brain that was nearly all memory. Her brain followed different paths. Her full high forehead that housed forward-thinking frontal lobes gave her an understanding from a different view. She could accept the new, shape it to her will, forge it into ideas undreamed of by the clan, and, in nature's way, her kind was destined to supplant the ancient, dying race. At a deep, unconscious level, Braud sensed the opposing destinies of the two. Ayla was more than a threat to his masculinity. She was a threat to his existence. His hatred of her was the hatred of the old for the new, of the traditional for the innovative, of the dying for the living. Braud's race was too static, too unchanging. They had reached the peak of their development. There was no more room to grow. Ayla was part of nature's new experiment, and though she tried to model herself after the women of the clan, it was only an overlay, a facade only culture deep, assumed for the sake of survival. She was already finding ways around it in answer to a deep need that sought an avenue of expression, and though she tried in every way she could to please the overbearing young man, inwardly she began to rebel. One particularly trying morning, Ayla went to the pool for a drink. The men were gathered together at the opposite side of the cave opening, planning their next hunt. She was glad, for it meant Braud would be gone for a while. She was sitting with a cup in her hands beside the still water, lost in thought. Why is he always so mean to me? Why does he always pick on me? I work as hard as anyone else. I do everything he wants. What good does it do to try so hard? None of the other men keep after me the way he does. I just wish he'd leave me alone. Ouch! She cried involuntarily as Braud's hard blow caught her by surprise. Everyone stopped and looked at her, then quickly looked away. A girl so close to womanhood didn't cry out like that just because a man cuffed her. She turned toward her tormentor, her face red with embarrassment. You were just staring at nothing, sitting there doing nothing, lazy girl, Braud gesticulated. I told you to bring us some tea, and you ignored me. Why should I have to tell you more than once? A rising surge of anger flushed her cheeks even more. She felt humiliated by her outcry, shamed in front of the whole clan, and furious at Braud for causing it. She got up, but not with the usual quick jump to obey his command. Slowly, insolently she got to her feet, shot Broud a look of cold hatred before she moved away to get the tea, and heard a gasp from the watching clan. How did she dare to behave with such brazenness? Broud exploded in a rage. He sprang after her, spun her around, and plowed his fist into her face. It knocked her to the ground at his feet, and he followed with another smashing blow. She cowered, trying to protect herself with her arms as he pounded her again and again. She fought to voice no sound, though silence was not expected under such abuse. Broud's fury mounted with his violence. He wanted to hear her cry out, and rained down one crashing blow after another in his uncontrolled rage. She gritted her teeth, steeling herself to the pain, stubbornly refusing to give him the satisfaction he wanted. After a time, she was beyond crying out. Dimly, through a red, foggy haze, she realized the beating had stopped. She felt Iza help her up and leaned heavily on the woman as she stumbled into the cave, nearly unconscious. Surges of pain washed over her as she wavered in and out of numbed insensibility. She was only vaguely aware of cool, soothing poultices and Iza supporting her head so that she could drink a bitter-tasting brew before she slipped into a drugged sleep. When she awoke, the faint light of pre-dawn barely outlined the familiar objects within the cave, feebly assisted by the dull glow of dying coals in the fireplace. She tried to rise. Every muscle and bone in her body rebelled at the movement. A moan escaped her lips, and a moment later Iza was beside her. The woman's eyes spoke eloquently. They were filled with pain and concern for the girl. Never had she seen anyone beaten so brutally. Not even her mate at his worst had ever beaten Iza so hard. She was sure Broud would have killed her if he hadn't been forced to stop. It was a scene Iza never thought she would see and never wanted to see again. As her memory of the incident returned, Ayla was filled with fear and hatred. She knew she should not have been so insolent, but she had no reason to expect such a violent reaction. Why was it that she drove him to such raging outbursts? Brun was angry. The quiet, cold anger that made the whole clan walk softly and avoid him as much as possible. He had disapproved of Ayla's impudence, but Broud's reaction shocked him. He was right to punish the girl, but Broud had overdone the punishment by far. He didn't even respond to the leader's command to stop. Brun had to drag him away. Worse, his loss of control was over a female. He had allowed a girl to prod him into the emasculating display of uncontrolled rage. After Broud's fit of temper at the practice field, Brun had been sure the young man would never allow himself to lose control again. But now he had just thrown a tantrum that was worse than childish. Worse because Broud had the powerful body of a grown man. For the first time, Brun began to seriously doubt the wisdom of Broud becoming the next leader, and it hurt the stoic man more than he cared to admit. Broud was more than the child of his mate, more than the son of his heart. Brun was sure it was his own spirit that had created him, and he loved him more than life itself. He felt the young man's failure with a stab of guilt. The fault must be his. Somewhere he had failed. He had not raised him properly, trained him properly, had shown him too much favor. Brun waited several days before talking to Broud. He wanted to give himself time to think everything through carefully. Broud spent the time in a state of nervous agitation, hardly leaving his hearth, and it was almost a relief when Brun finally signaled him, though his heart beat with trepidation as he followed behind Brun. There was nothing in the world he feared so much as Brun's anger, but it was Brun's very lack of anger that brought his message home. In simple gestures and quiet tones, Brun told Broud exactly what he had been thinking. He took the blame for Broud's failures, and the young man felt more shame than he ever had in his life. He was made to understand Brun's love and his anguish in a way he had not known before. Here was not the proud leader Broud had always respected and feared. Here was a man who loved him and was deeply disappointed in him. Broud was filled with remorse. Then Broud saw a hard look of resolution in Brun's eyes. It nearly broke Brun's heart, but the interests of the clan must come first. One more outburst, Broud. Just one more hint of such a display, and you are no longer the son of my mate. It is your place to follow me as leader, but before I will entrust the clan to a man with no self-control, I will disown you and have you cursed with death. No emotion showed on the leader's face as he continued. "Until I see some sign that you are a man, there is no hope that you are capable of leadership. I will be watching you, but I will be watching the other hunters, too. I will have to see more than just no outward displays of temper. I will have to know you are a man, Broud. If I have to choose someone else as leader, your status will be set at the lowest rank permanently. Have I made myself clear?"
Broud couldn't believe it. Disowned? Death-cursed? Someone else chosen as leader? Always the lowest-ranked male. He can't mean it. But Brun's set jaw and hard look of determination left no doubt. "Yes, Brun," Broud nodded. His face was ashen. "We will say nothing of this to the others. Such a change will be difficult for them to accept, and I don't want to cause unnecessary concern. But have no doubt I will do as I say. A leader must always put the clan's interest before his own. It is the first thing you must learn. That is why self-control is so essential to a leader. The clan's survival is his responsibility. A leader has less freedom than a woman, Broud. He must do many things he may not want to. If necessary, he must even disown the son of his mate. Do you understand?" "I understand, Brun," Broud replied. He wasn't really sure that he did. How could a leader have less freedom than a woman? A leader could do anything, command everyone, women and men alike. "Go now, Broud. I want to be alone." It was several days before Ayla was able to get up, and much longer before the purplish discolorations that covered her body turned to a sickly yellow and finally faded away. At first she was so apprehensive that she was afraid to go near Broud and jumped at the sight of him. But as the last ache left her, she began to notice the change in him. He no longer picked on her, no longer badgered her, positively avoided her. Once she forgot the pain, she began to feel the beating was almost worth it. Ever since then, she realized, Broud had left her entirely alone. Life was easier for Ayla without his constant harassment. She hadn't realized the pressure she was under until it stopped. She felt free by comparison, though her life was still as limited as the rest of the women's. She walked with enthusiasm, sometimes breaking into an excited run or happy skip, held her head high, swung her arms freely, even laughed out loud. Her feeling of freedom translated itself into her movements. Iza knew she was happy, but her actions were uncommon and brought disapproving looks. She was just too exuberant. It wasn't proper. Broud's avoidance of her was obvious to the clan, too, and the subject of speculation and wonder. From casual notice of gestured conversations, Ayla began to piece together a notion that Brun had threatened Broud with dire consequences if he hit her again, and she became convinced when the young man ignored her, even when she provoked him. She was just a little careless at first, allowing her natural inclinations a freer rein. But then she began a purposeful campaign of subtle insolence. Not the brazen disrespect that had caused the beating, but small things, petty tricks calculated to annoy him. She hated him, wanted to get back at him, and felt protected by Brun. It was a small clan, and as much as he tried to avoid her, in the course of the clan's normal interactions, there were occasions when Broud had to tell her what to do. She made a point of being slower to respond to him. If she thought no one was watching, she'd raise her eyes and stare at him with the peculiar grimace of which only she was capable, while she watched him struggle for control. She was careful when others were around, especially Brun. She had no desire to feel the leader's wrath, but she became scornful of Broud's anger and pitted her will against his more openly as the summer progressed. Only when she accidentally happened to catch a glance of venomous hatred did she wonder at the wisdom of her actions. His look of hostility was so malevolently intense, it came almost as a physical blow. Broud blamed her entirely for his untenable position. If she had not been so insolent, he would not have gotten so angry. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have a death curse hanging over his head. Her happy exuberance irritated him no matter how he tried to control it. It was patently obvious her behavior was shockingly indecent. Why couldn't the other men see it? Why did they let her get away with it? He hated her more deeply than before, but he was careful not to show it when Brun was around. The battle between them had gone below the surface, but it was played out with fiercer intensity, and the girl was not as subtle as she thought. The whole clan was aware of the tension between them and wondered why Brun allowed it.
The men, taking their cue from the leader, refrained from interference, and even permitted the girl more freedom than they normally would have. But it made the clan uncomfortable, men and women both. Brunn disapproved of Ayla's behavior. He hadn't missed any of what she thought were subtle ploys. Nor did he like seeing Braud let her get away with it. Insolence and rebellion were unacceptable from anyone, especially females. It shocked him to see the girl pitting her will against a male. No woman of the clan would consider it. They were content with their place. Their position was not a veneer of culture, it was their natural state. They understood with a deep instinct their importance to the existence of the clan. The men could no more learn their skills than the women could learn to hunt. They hadn't the memories for it. Why should a woman struggle and fight to change a natural state? Would she struggle to stop eating? To stop breathing? If Brunn hadn't been absolutely certain she was female, he would have thought from her actions she was male. Yet she had learned the woman's skills and was even showing an aptitude for Iza's magic. As much as it disturbed him, Brunn refrained from interfering because he could see Braud struggling for self-control. Ayla's defiance was helping Braud master his temper, a mastery so essential to a future leader. For all that he had seriously considered finding a new successor, Brunn was sympathetic where the son of his mate was concerned. Braud was a fearless hunter, and Brunn was proud of his bravery. If he could learn to control his one obvious fault, Brunn thought Braud would make a good leader. Ayla was not fully aware of the tensions surrounding her. She was happier that summer than she could ever remember. She took advantage of her increased freedom to wander by herself